So the question is about to appear here. I've been working on it. Who won the first hashtag IEM CSGO tournament? Was it A, TSM, B, Envious, C, Mousesports, or D, CLG? This is going back quite a few years. So some of you might not even be old enough to remember, but use exclamation mark, DHL drop, then leave a space, and then A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat. Do you know the answer, Yanko? You're old.
I wish Kasad was here. He definitely knows he's the oldest one. I'm not that old, Frank. I just look old because of the time I spent as a coach.
The white shirt. You're not fun. Anyway, the first half, Vitality winning some statistically impossible clutches, it seemed, Maniac. And I'm wondering if we can go straight into round 7, because I just want to see it again. That 2v5 with Masuta and Kyojin on A ramp.
Yeah, we can have some fun with that crazy clutch coming in. It starts with Hunter making the difference over on the B side, as we can see. That double kill in itself should be enough. Now we smooth clutch, not Kyojin, not Masuta. They go for it again. Masuta, his teammate fought before it, but he goes for another kill that we didn't get to see, but it was beautiful too. I think in general, Yanko, this was a very high intensity game. It was messy. It must have been burning a lot of energy mentally because of all these trades happening non-stop, these tags going up against each other. That was like a boxing game.
Yeah, it didn't start great for G2, losing that, 1v1 in the first gun round. Amanek to Kyojin, who was low HP. They win the second gun round flawlessly, and then this happens. They lose a 5v2, and you're thinking, oh, it's going to be one of those G2 games, right? But they managed to bounce back, and with a very strong T side, close it out. It was a weird game in a sense of the teams were mostly just winning rounds in blocks, right? Yeah. Like, Vitality wins 5 rounds, then G2 wins, 3 or 4 rounds, and Vitality closes out the half. Same in the second half, so we don't see that too often these days.
You do if you watch British Counter-Strike. Shout out to Insomnia.
Which no one does.
Anyway, Masuta was giving Zaiwu a run for his money as well. And it's been interesting to watch the development of this player, Maniac, because he seems like a no-brainer as a pickup right now. But a year or so ago, we were a bit curious as to why this young kid who was still in school had been taken on by the team, because he had so much to learn. And now he's leading from the front, it seems.
Yeah, he absolutely is. In this tournament so far, he's an X-Factor. He is the definition of an X-Factor, the second man in Vitality now. I think time will allow me to say that he can be the secondary, hard carry in Vitality. For now, it could be just a good week. It could be just a good month where Masuta is really performing high. But if he can maintain that level, then suddenly that opens up the door for dreams and imagination when it comes to Vitality. He had a sick game again. Like as soon as he gets into the rhythm, we have this action in mind where he fights middle against 3 players and he re-peaks and wins the duel again. He is very decisive. He is very skilled. But for now, like I said, let's be careful for how long it lasts.
Yeah, it's a good sign for Vitality that he kept it up from their previous games. And, there definitely needs to be a second start to Zaiwu. I think most of us were looking towards Shocks for that, simply based off of his experience too. But Masuta seems to be doing it right now. And I just want to point out in that second half for G2, I like the calling early on. I think it gave them a lot of variety and a lot of opportunities throughout that second half, because that early fast B hit that they did in basically the second gun round that worked perfectly, that kept Vitality honest, that they couldn't really play heavy A ramp at the start of the round, right? That's why G2 was able to continuously find openings there. Vitality couldn't put too many resources, because you see that G2 likes to throw, even towards the very end, these like B expos or fast B hits, where Jack actually, although he didn't have the best of games, in those rounds, he was getting the entries.
Well, that seems like a good as time as any to talk through round 20, Maniac, because this is where Vitality, they look like they've got off to a good start, and then G2 scuppered them.
That's exactly the round that Yanko is mentioning. That fast B push where Vitality come in with the right stack, 3 players in that staircase, and G2 just completely dismantled them. And I wonder if you were to understand how hurtful it is for Vitality, because it is a round that not only you had the right setup, you had the right gamble, and you still lost, but down the line it forces you to give some resources and utility towards the B side. You know that the threat is here. Early on in the half, they've scored a goal on your B side. You need to be careful with that, and G2 play with it.
Yeah, moving forward to Inferno as the next map, that's like if a team has a fast A hit on your T side, it kind of prevents you from playing too much 3B at the start of the round, and it's just how those dynamics work in the Tier 1C.
Looking at this lineup really quickly before we get to the answer of the DHL drop, because I know people in Twitch chat want to know if they were geeky enough to get that right. on paper, who is the strongest team individually? Because for me, I can't really tell the difference, apart from obviously you've got Zywoo, but you've got Nico, you've got Hunter and G2.
I think G2 by
G2,
far.
yeah.
By
I think
far,
G2.
yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. All right. I like that you covered that quickly. You're very conscious of the clock, and I appreciate you both.
I think about the Twitch chat.
You think about the Twitch chat, don't we
Every
all,
night.
gentlemen? Okay, let's get the answer for the DHL drop. And this one was one of the hardest questions we've ever had, I think, on the DHL drop. But the answer was Team Envious. Think back to the days of the French team. So this is dating pre-Nifty, Sonic and Co. Look at
Inferno.
Inferno. Yeah, I was thinking that's Inferno.
That is definitely
I'm sorry,
Inferno.
I'm young.
And let's be very careful with how you characterize that period of time, because I was playing at the time. So let's all be mindful of the terms we use, right? This is not too far away.
Is this from the same year that you were beaten by Chad?
I'm assuming this
It's the
must have
same
been-
tournament. It's the same tournament.
Must have been the same tournament.
I actually think it's the same tournament, or it might have been a year before that happened. But yeah, I'm
Envious.
just glad we don't have audio from this, because the gun
The weapons
sounds are just like. And I remember everyone was complaining about that at the start. We're mostly about why are you fixing the gun sounds and not, the game. But actually, I don't know how we were able to listen to that every day.
We didn't care, honestly.
Well, the gentle waves of music are lapping over us, which means we need to take a short break. So when we come back, we're going to be heading to Inferno, and it's going to be cast by the dynamic duo Spasheen.
Yes! Nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Intel Extreme Masters Summer is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, 1xBet, and DHL.
Rocking and rolling into map 2, series 2, and this one as big as the last. We've got Vitality and G2 in the server. My name's Machine. His name is Chad. He's the Australian one.
G'day, mate.
That's what he sounds like all the time, believe it or not. But Inferno, a very familiar battleground for these two teams, as we just saw over on the analyst desk, just how it used to look and sound. My God, yeah, we've definitely had a new lick of paint, but plays the same. Let's get into what could very well be the last map between G2 and Vitality. Just pipping them at the post. I mean, it was discussed. And you were definitely, if you didn't catch the analyst desk segment, you missed out in terms of understanding how that Vertigo really did fall by the wayside. So close to completion after a 10-5 half. Vitality are on the back foot, though. Let's see if they can get their G2 opponent. That pick started off with a pistol. On the defense, Masuta and Zywoo are your B defenders. Shocks with a pop flash upon contact. Should enable Zywoo to at least get out. Oh, that's the first head, and there's more to come. Flashes in its way, and that's the trade from Masuta. Even trades for now.
Okay, well, I know Shocks is on the side as well. That flash is going to be called in the feed, so are they going to scurry in, or are they going to take their time? Heading on in, Shocks towards the new
Spotted
box.
him. Oh, they know exactly where you are, and Amanex a bouncy Glock. He's coming in hot, as is Hunter. Scavenged USP finds another head. Apex Shadow available. Kyojin's there, and it's only Kyojin now. No way. Every shot out of those pistols connects. G2, a brilliant start.
Yeah, and just a quick one here to catch everybody up. If you're tuning in, you're like, where's RPK? Yep, he's been gone for a little while now. Kyojin's actually played 23 maps with the team. It's happened very swiftly. And turning our attention to the battleground we find ourselves on now of Inferno, this has been played 3 times by Vitality since the addition of Kyojin. And those 3 times, they've won it twice, lost it once. 2 of the victories were against FPX and OG.
How is Apex already pulling a face that extreme after a lost pistol?
Look, the guy, I think, just has the highest of standards in the entire world, that everything needs to go perfect at all times.
Yeah. Oh, we didn't win the coin toss round.
Yeah,
Damn.
yeah. Now we'll force buy and we get a double dip at it. One of the most influx rounds in the entire game.
In fact, yeah, if anything, this is the one you should get upset about if you lose. It's better than losing the pistol, or better than winning the pistol, sorry, is converting this second and the following.
Some of their woes, I was just having a look with those stats, Alex. Oh, hold up. Let me save my numbers because we might have a bit of a biff here. Zywoo, under pressure. The snapping turtle doesn't bite as hard as he was hoping.
Oh, here we go. Kyojin scouted nicely. Good work from Hunter. Shocks' Deagle still present in pit. Just managed to reposition. Jax is closing the gap on hay bales. He might not be ready for this close quarters. Didn't check it. Didn't check it. Still Nico goes down. Jax has to react. He does in time.
Oh.
Yeah, nearly. Very nearly awkward. And through the smoke, Apex slamming his desk.
You just walked through a smoke, dude. What do you think's going to happen?
They were staring at the...
How were they staring at the smoke?
They're watching what I'm doing.
God damn it!
Oh, that sounds so scary. There's someone has got you very loud on the TV somewhere, Chad. They're like, who's shouting?
Sorry, everyone. Okay, so Kyojin, in those 3 maps for this team, has abysmal statistics, unfortunately, right? It's not an easy map, especially when played at the highest level. He's at 0.77.
This is the definition of a bonus as well. Look how little they... Like, Hunter didn't even choose to reinvest.
Yeah,
Happy.
the
Happy as
Deagle.
the chappy.
We've got Apex and Shocks over those 3 maps as the 2 highest rated players. Then it goes Zywoo, who has a negative rating of 0.97, and Masuda at 0.93. So, dramas right now.
Hello guys, welcome to Shocks Nate tutorial. Just throw like this, stand on this, and does damage, you see?
Voila.
Voila, as easy as that. Owie, ooh. Suter's Deagle's not going to be feeling quite so potent anymore.
Your French accent is really good, and you speak German really well. So I think
combined,
we're going to say you can speak 3 languages.
Yeah, man, I can sound like Shocks. That's a language, I think. Could you imagine me just going into my breakfast just doing a Shocks impression? I think I would like you have a croissant, perhaps, for the breakfast.
You can pull it off.
Merci beaucoup.
The only reason you'd be screwed is if they reply to you in French. That's the only time you'd have a drama.
You have, you know, the long bread. I believe you call it.
Baguette?
Oui.
Oh, I love the French. And I do love how emotional Apex is, right? Because, look...
I'd take it over, you know, an emotionless 17-year-old any day of the week.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Is he's invested. He cares, and he's showing that he cares. And doesn't have his teammates right now around him to rub off. I know that some people seem to think that that's an issue.
Yeah, but I mean, look how, you know, the other side of the coin, like when you see Alexi standing up and celebrating, it's the same as when you see Apex standing up and celebrating. Then they're not going to hide how they feel one way or the other.
Yeah.
Admittedly, it can be quite a juxtaposition, a contrast between the two when you look at the highs you can find in Pro CS and the lowest of lows. Zywoo aggressive and no issue. Jax still doing the flashbang dance. Masuta sets Zywoo up and knocks them down. Early disadvantage for G2 into our fourth.
Oh, they're using that info. It might be fast up mid here, extinguishing the smoke into Shox, who has a nade out.
Yeah, he's just got his weapon out in time. Kyojin, perfect support from the balcony, and he gets a second as well. G2 just written out of this one.
Nice stuff there, and well handled by Kyojin. He was under a lot of pressure, and he's playing a difficult job as the pit anchor.
Yeah, and now look at Amanek. Like, what are you supposed to do?
Oh,
that's something, but that's the bomb.
yeah, felt a little bit delayed on that first shot there. Regardless, I don't think the situation would have changed that much. It is just Hunter now. Going to turn into the Hunted very soon. That bomb in the open. 3 players staring at it, and bottom of Banana lockdown as well. Apex cognizant of that potential wrap towards Arch. Another smoke towards the Apps position, and, well, time is just going to be siphoned away on this one. Ooh, flashes a sound cue, so Apex turns. Misdirection at an all-time high. But still, how are you getting past this crossfire?
You're not. Oh, and it feels like you've been spotted out already. Nice find. Hunter does have a Molotov to force Apex into a wider line. One top of the AK, and you take off the head. Nonsense. Not the word I wanted to say, but it was the word that came out of my mouth. It's over, though. Masuta peeks out as soon as he hears steps. Good save, but bloody good attempt from Hunter. And Vitality, they convert off of Zywoo's opener. We'll see how that one started. Hunter, though, let me see this second shot again. I think he's just shot...
On the bike, right?
Well, he's on the bike, but he's falling off it.
Oh,
He's
he
falling
is
off
too.
it. Yeah, mid-air.
Okay, well...
Why don't I just get more helium? The more helium injected as the nonsense level of the round rises.
It's your surprise.
Oh, my God. I didn't know I had that capacity.
Oh, we've seen it before.
Oh, we
We've heard
know.
it before.
We know. In fact, we're desperately trying to keep it under wraps.
I think you've been doing a great job of keeping it under wraps.
Thanks, man. HLTV will mute a few less highlights.
It's like such a... You've done the sick casting up to the point, and then HLTV just go, we're just going to...
Okay, yeah, you've ruined it there, haven't you?
we'll take that bit out.
There we go.
Yeah, the play, maybe it can speak for itself.
He does look like an anime protagonist as well, does Kyojin? Plenty of follicles there. Not follically challenged in any capacity.
Oh. I'm losing my hair, everybody.
I was in no way, shape, or form directed at you. I was just complimenting Kyojin.
It's easier if I own it.
Yeah, I see what you're doing.
It hurts less if I just tell everybody.
Let's see what Shox is up to. Walking on down to Chinatown.
Could just be a bit of pressure here. Mactown on Amanek is already leering on in.
Yeah, the Amanek 10 is potent. But so is Shox. If he gets the bomb, they're going to cancel everything. Ooh, Nico! So fast around that corner. He accelerated around that corner. The Nico peak, and nice from Misu to the B defense, just says no.
Maybe don't go B now.
Yeah, that's a very apparent answer. It's to the point. Can we just walk into B without the exec? The answer is a resounding N and an O.
They need to keep this costly here, the Kovac cousins.
Rolling it back. Just like they used to do in the Belgrade Land Center.
Let's see if they can replicate any of that magic.
There's not enough noise. They need people shouting, throwing bottles at each other. Plastic bottles. Molly them out. It's at least going to make Masuta move, right? Yep, here he comes. Wait for the flash, and it does enable them to isolate the first. This is shaping up all right.
They know another player's close because of that flash.
And they're boosting. They're going to run boost into CT, trying to get info. Oh, Rushly. I see you in the chat. I see people typing T-Tors. Don't you dare.
He got debated so
He
hard
got bad.
there.
He got
Feels bad.
He got so debated.
Oh, dear.
Keep your T-Tors in your pocket, fellas. That's not Rush's fault. Look at this cancel from Hunter's airstrafe. Change my mind.
Yeah, I didn't like that one very much. Doesn't matter. Max and Felix in the replay, they've got you covered.
Much love to them.
Economical here for the gamers too.
This is exactly how we started before, I think. Just tying things up now. Vitality in response to that pistol start.
Just one flash here on Nexus, so it's going to be a pop and go. Nico's Deagle, the only thing to boast as far as weaponry is concerned, and Apex is already working on this banana creep, so going to be called clear. High alert for these mid defenders, and ZywOo's AWP met with Shocks in the cubby. Deagle's down, rest will follow. Shock stepping out to grab as many freebies as he can. Pad those stats, my friend. These are everybody's favorite. Next has got the Deagle, but yeah, this is a matter of time round right here, right now. Still a matter of time round.
That's the M4 you were asking about.
I don't know. I don't think that's it. It's
No?
Nico's one.
You said it was a multicolor M4.
I think it's called Color Life or Life Color or something. We'll see when they swap on back over. Oh, also, we should see how many M4A4s compared to silenced M4s we have on this map, because it'd be interesting to see if Vitality are changing per map. Something that has been a discussion for, well, basically since both guns entered the game, really.
Here they go. So they've completely denied ZywOo's help, and oh, he's gone. Nexus hit two stunning Deagles. If he can get the bomb down, I was going to say, I'd have been something to celebrate out of that round, but now they have the weapons back. 3-3, tied up nicely.
Maybe looking with the spawns here for Mr. ZywOo. Let me just have a little zoom around. He's got a okay mid-spawn here, so we might see ZywOo get a little bit aggressive moving into the next gun round. No AWP to really resist. 5 AK-47s, Util a bit light on the likes of Jax, Amanek, both with a few shy. And Nico doesn't have a Molotov here, so what's the call? 4 players quick through second mid. This is a fast A set piece,
Yeah,
I think.
that's a molly for ZywOo's position. He will have to move. Still maintains control, and they do the silent boost up to bedrooms, and there should be no indicators that they have this control other than the fact that it's not held by a CT. ZywOo flash, he's going to have to tuck in, and that's good amount of space. They tried to punish the repeat.
Bloody knife out.
Kyojin saved him completely. ZywOo's gone unpunished for that. And now the util dump is full in effect. Hunter is elevated. He can hit this shot any day of the week, and he has. Pit is no longer a problem. Graveyard is. Jax can change things, and he has. Oh, ZywOo. Surrounded on every front. Nico swinging into the site. It still does go down to that AWP, and now Apex providing the support. They just can't seem to get ZywOo off the site. Everyone. First Kyojin. Now
what?
Apex.
Is ZywOo the boogeyman or something? Think about how much control and stead they had in that round. And just with ZywOo in the site on his lonesome, they have evacuated all the way to B.
It's the right call. And they've gotten across. That's the fight, though. That's the bomb. He can't get them both. Nexa just can't tame the spray. And so Vitality will take it, but that's some reactive CT play from the French.
Yeah, that was an absolute race right there. And the fact that Nexa, you know, he goes back for that kill, unable to convert before the frag comes through. This was the great shot here from Hunter, but look how committed they are. Apex gets one as the smoke is fading. Okay, so as that happens, I guess they figure that any cover they may have is completely removed. And Vitality taking the lead here, so up to 4. And yeah, you can see with the buys right now, we've got Shocks into an M4A4. We've got Apex in one as well. Kyojin's still rocking the silence, but Kyojin has been clutch in 2 of the rounds here to save his teammates. It was Shocks in an early round and ZywOo in that one right there. So great stuff from the rookie.
Owie.
Nexus Deagle is on point this game.
Yeah, it is, and that's not going to last forever. Just running out of bullets and chances. Apex vision restored, and actually he wants to actively fight for Banana. He's the lone defender.
Really risky right now.
It is.
ZywOo's close. He is Speedway right now with that AWP. So if Apex does go down, ZywOo will be there in time to clean up the mess. But an AK's been picked on up for Hunter here. clear this. This is such an odd play by Apex.
To still be here. Oh, couldn't get better than that. It doesn't get freer than that. And these two have been on a very passive A setup for this entire round. I guess up against the pistols, you don't want to be giving them a weapon detached from the sight. They have to force their way in now, and ZywOo, ooh, will miss his shot. So Long's a threat. Smokes are out, and it shouldn't be much more than that. Kyojin, quick work.
Okay, I guess he's been doing his homework, right? It hasn't been a long time. I mentioned 23 maps before. This is a map definitely not looking great as far as his stats are concerned, but here continuing to do a good job. So Vitality, I don't think they were coming into Inferno, you know, super confident. They are off the back at 2 wins in a row, but still, this is looking very good for an early CT haul. This is 5 in a row. They have denied a plant in all 5 of those rounds. G2 are now maxed out in the loss bonus. They need to start finding some traction and getting this bomb down to facilitate more purchases going forward, and eventually maybe consider an AWP to deal with ZywOo, but this is a 4-man lean. Kyojin's been left solo on the A bomb site while they limp out all this util. This is going to give them a second wave that help Apex go for the clear.
This is quick, look. I think Nexus just said, let's hit A. There's too much activity. They're going wrong side. ZywOo actually flashing and pushing. That's brave. I can't believe he's alive. And Kyojin, Shock's pushing through the library smoke. They're onto the A site. Kyojin's got so much on his plate. He somehow takes one with him. It enables a roughly even trade, and they've forgotten the bomb.
Yeah, it got dropped there in the fray of things, and Masuda's about to see it when he rounds this corner.
We have bomb.
Oh dear, this is so difficult for G2 to get back into now.
Now the CTs are the ones that are smoking library side.
Uh-oh.
Ooh. It's a perfect crossfire. There is...
Unless they go all the way back around to B and really take their time on this.
I don't know if I fancy that either. They're just going to walk in. Nico from long side. Masuta's even clearing. As Nico looks away, Masuta, the audacity, gets away as well. And ZywOo, you wouldn't peek, would you? You would! Hunter's ready, and they finish it off. G2 bail themselves out of trouble. Oh, this game, it's delivering, isn't it?
That was a mess. That was an absolute mess. Like, I'm sure when Masuda saw the bomb, they were like, hold up a second, we can actually win this. We don't have to save for once. Wow, boy, oh boy. Good stuff from Nico here. Great shooting from Jax there under pressure as well. And back we go, the guns are out. Masuda's been into a deagle. There's a AWP for ZywOo. This is a chance for G2 to break the French right now.
Bang, into the shoes. Nico, barefoot for the rest of this one.
That looks like a pre-fire shot, you know? Like,
perfect. Perfection. Shocks, just the right amount of fingertip on that throw. Takes down Nico's leg shotted by ZywOo. Leg shotted? Leg shot. I think that's past tense.
Yeah. Look, don't ask me for anything to do with the English language.
No, nor me. And I'm a professional talker.
The cool thing is we can butcher whatever we want.
Oh, all the time.
This double pit setup here from Shox and Kyojin. Going to be hard to displace. Apex is rotated over. There will be a 4th man of Masuda here in the next 10 to 15. Really comes down to Amanek here.
Oh. Speak his name and he shall show up in the feed. A little bit of tracer fire from Apex, and Amanek's actually going deeper. Kyojin, quick react. Another chance. Amanek caught on the advance, and he's down 2. Kyojin, the pit player, nearly makes it 3. He's done enough, though, you'd think. Hunter, head on a swivel, 1, then done. How has he bailed him out of 2 of them back to back? Another great reaction from Hunter. And if he shows his head, ZywOo has got the capacity to hit this shot.
Can't rescope now.
Yeah. Nexa checks him. G2, another right by the tiniest of margins recovered. That was a 5v4. Look what Kyojin's doing for them. He does so much work.
Oh, that's crispy. I guess we've seen multiple times the G2 players have preference in getting up on that bike.
Bam!
Yeah, that was quick. That was really quick.
Not many people can do that.
There's some aim stars in the server here today. Obviously, we talk about the G2 players. We got Jax, Nico, Hunter, right? All very, very sharp. But then on the other side with Vitality, I think you're seeing the young aim of Masuda and Kyojin, especially over there on Vertigo in some of their moments. ZywOo without even a conversation.
Yeah, that P250 round it embodies that breed.
Yeah, that blew my mind so much I couldn't even say anything.
Well, yeah, and another example of it is, you know, we've seen Jax's P250. Now that's where the aimers can really just demonstrate how their capacity for these long-range, unheard-of engagements in the quickest reaction time.
Looks sunny in France right now, so just having a look out of Masuda's window there. Looks like a beautiful day. Still no plants, Alex. Look, I know the bomb has gone down, but the round has not been concluded by the detonation of the C4, as it were. Eco round here from Vitality, and now a chance for G2 to get back into the lead. Only have to get past the Deagle and the P250, and only have to get past the Deagle.
Dink.
Nico, if he wants, can give that one over to Amanek and rock and roll with the MAC-10 instead, and peering towards mid and Boiler right now. The information is good for Vitality, sure, but the weaponry, more of the drama. Zywoo executed. Nico grabs another in the round. Looks like they're going to try and cheat over towards B in time, so Masuda will have the cavalry on site. But the utility way too good here. If G2 just smoke off towards spawn, Coffins lands, couple of flash bangaroonies. Maybe they'll lose one or two here in the flurry. Amanek, in he goes, the boost on up. Kyojin can't convert, and, well, last man of Shocks here. Gives away the sound cue. And it shouldn't be too long for this world, so Shocks, see if you got anything special in you, mate. Aha. The jumping MAC-10.
Didn't account for that.
No. Well, you know, went for the jet kind of updraft into the...
What's the dash called? Dash?
That sounds good.
It sounds good, doesn't it?
Maybe we could pretend. And Raze with the satchel into the paint cans. I got no idea.
That's what it reminds me of. I always wonder what Raze reminds me. Splatoon.
Yes.
Raze gives me Splatoon vibes.
I'm with you there. Who's the new one they put in Astra?
Yeah, I have no idea what's happening.
And can like float around the map. It's kind of crazy, a bit funky. And so is this. Look at this, straight up mid Hunter and Nico.
Oh. He's not stopping. He's gone straight into Zywoo's M4. Nico wants to finish what his cousin started, and he could. Turns the flash, anticipating Shocks. He's right to think so. Oh, Nico, that's all too easy for him. And the next frag really will determine an awful lot, because they're gathering apps. If they want to pop through, which it seems they do, Kyojin's faked the smoke. He's tucked in on Mini. Oh, Nico's head visible. More impact from Kyojin. Tucks away. Oh, go on, my son. Zywoo and Kyojin, a perfect A defense combined.
He is doing a great job. He is doing a fantastic job. Right? I'm going to go back and actually look at his frag distribution in those matches that I was prefacing before, because I think he might be on for his best showing.
Don't forget,
his Vitality jersey.
You know, this is not only against G2 Esports, but this is also, you put your best player in pit because you have round-winning potential almost every time your site is tested.
Yeah.
And he so far has delivered in that capacity. He's even getting under the skin of legends, such as Shocks.
That was sick right there. Let's have a little bit of a look. I'm just going to...
Why is he getting so frustrated? In they go. Oh, Masuda, he's aware that Nico's hiding and actually takes two. How does he find that head on next, sir? Jax does nonsense back, and he's taking a lot of liberties. Straight into the site.
Okay.
Calls it clear. And just by taking that risk, he may have won the round for them.
Well, as I was going to be here, it comes down to this Ruins fight. If Jax pushes forward, well, it looks like he's going to stay towards Coffins. How much is Zywoo going to push on in here? If he lies in wait towards...
Plays retake, I guess.
Yeah, we'll have to hear this bomb going down. It has called Shocks over. Everyone's here. Look at all the nades left over. Smokes, mollies, flashes. This is doable for Vitality.
It's not out of the realms of possibility. Molly for Emo. So Amanek is going to be forced into a fight. Kyojin holds the nerve. This is a double stack. Amanek's caught. Hunter swing. Kyojin unable. And just Shocks. Quiet game so far from him. Faffing around with his smoke. He'd love to get the frag and get it down. Now he can hold it. Fakes it out.
No
time-sensitive mission. He does get the frag. Doesn't have the kit to access. And too little, too late. Shocks will go down. 7 for G2, here we go. Damn, Jax. I mean, just as I thought that the nonsense was over with Masuta's double, he does one even better, catching Apex on the retreat. I want to see how that one, transpired. Timeout has been called. And replay, you will have heard it. Now you can see it.
Or can you now? That's the same as the Rush League before where he got debated. It's a similar type here. I was trying to think why Shox was so frustrated in that round. I think it's because he was in Boiler, right? And Zywa was close mid. So probably frustrated that either he got left alone in Boiler. Yeah. Or maybe that he feels that he should have been good for one there. Either way, Vitality have had a pretty decent haul here of 6 rounds. If they're able to make this work with the Famuses and the MP9s, they can still get it close on the half. Otherwise, G2 are looking very, very good for 9. Yeah, I was just having a look through those Kyojin results, right? And the one that really hurts is their loss to Double Pony, where he only had, 9 kills or something along those lines. So the rest of his games, they're not horrible. I'm not going to say that they're anything, to really write home about. Stats can be deceiving.
They certainly can. But, I mean, I think your criticisms were more pointed at the fact that they thrived so much with Navira. The contrast was there, whether or not that's also, a little bit exaggerated by our own perception of it. The games we saw, maybe Navira was. I haven't checked the stats myself. I know he was a statistical achievement.
Yeah, he was very good for them, and what it did was it facilitated Zywa to be their B anchor, right? So you had RPK and Masuda as the pit side anchor. You had Navira playing Arch, Apex, and Swing, and Zywa was that B anchor. So Shox, as the Des mentioned before, wasn't even playing at that juncture.
That was such well-timed utility from Apex. They just did their half wall flash as the molly and smoke arrived. Like that was all redundant.
Complete denial.
And he's alone. So the fact that he's denied and kept them from gathering ground and setting up. Here's the second flash. He knows he's lost top banana control for reals this time. And he still hasn't called for a rotate. Yo, if they go quick, Apex would have to do an awful lot from this fountain. Look at the indecision. He can't decide if he wants to fight or not. Opts to hide in the smoke, linger.
There's still no rotation for him at all. Look at this, how committed they are to top mid. This is all on Apex.
Yeah, I guess they just play for the next round of play, the final round of play. Unless Apex gets another dink found. Jax finishes the job for him.
Okay.
Something, surely you might want to rotate now.
Yeah, a chat's going to be hard because it is just scrappy guns. Number advantage.
0 util as well for G2. So if they get this for free, quote unquote free, Hunter is going to be ready for that one. Pre-fired, and it doesn't matter. Zywa only gets the 1, so it's 2-on-2, and with no kit, Chad, I think you're right. I think the conversation continues, and this time it leaves with the save.
Yeah, I think the 2-on-2 looks likely, but without the kit, without knowing exactly where they are, you've already been stalled out by one man in the bottom of Banana. That will be the half win now for G2.
Boom.
8 rounds on the board. Kyojin's actually leading right now. He's the one with 13 frags. It's Apex coming in with 11, 9 for Masuta, 8 apiece for Zywa and Shox. Let me get out of my chair. I can't read the screen. Oh, never mind. 9 for Shox, 8 for Zywa.
You're one step away from the full old man getting over his chair. You just have to slap your knees before you groan.
Okay.
And then you have to say right.
Okay, I can work on that.
Slap your knee and then groan.
I do Let's Rock and Roll, and not ironically.
Yeah.
All right, Vitality, keep us close. Give us the 8-7 here. Give us some hope here going into what will be the second half, not too far away. Bit slower of an approach here from G2, just operating in this default spread. No extra pep in the step. As nade comes down, Jax will be tickled. There are kits in play for this final round, so Vitality will have everything they need to go for it if it is a retake scenario. Looks like they're setting Zywa up for a flash peak, so he's just cleared mid. Early on that info as well, that was at 125-ish, so still plenty of rounds to be played here. And as they continue to siphon through the util, if Vitality go for many more of those maneuvers and don't find anything, it will play into G2's hand. But this is just hoping the mistake comes to them. G2 working on their mid control. Shock smoked off. Passive from Zywa and Kyojin.
Shox has thrown his own long side smoke out.
Yeah, I think he wants to force them to pit for sure. Wonder if that's going to be the buffer for him to gamble stack towards B because it's still very silent. They know that the nades have come in top mid, but they haven't seen anything behind it. And now we're at 30 seconds. They have to react.
Yeah, they do. They perfectly flash shocks off long. But at 25, he can tuck into the site, and that's exactly what he's doing. The truth is, though, they've managed to isolate a 3, make it 4 versus 2. Soon to be 5 if Amanek arrives.
Amanek's got the full rotation covered as well.
Oh, Lord. Masuta would have to be the absolute hero.
10 seconds.
Flash is great. Just get a couple. One may not cut it. Nico has to plant. He's got 3 seconds. They can't deny it. There's no one that can. Shock's hunting Amanek, and the pre-fire's just not good enough. A dink is just not enough to report. Now peeked over the smoke. G2, they take the half and then some. 9 on the T side. Not a bad haul at all in pursuit of taking that semi-final. Vitality are on life support.
To be myself, so when I went and found myself, the ones who told me back then, be true to who I am, ain't think we was really gonna win. Now they watching us from the sidelines while we grinding victories like we in high tides. I'm getting my prize, only thing my eyes is locked in on. Have a milli mine, I want it right now, don't waste my time. Family in a penthouse with a view sky high. Blood, sweat, and tears bring water my eyes, cause the whole gang winning. I done gave my life, odds low, but we did it, ain't we? And we always moving, never on the same thing. Now our lives are highlight reel. We like the thrill, this life's ideal, the hype is real.
Look into your eyes, I see the colors of your soul, and I recognize every single line, every single roadblock. We are two hearts that beat in time, and the towers looking down all night, blocking out the sun that we need. Maybe we can change.
1-0 to G2's favour and 9-6 on the half of our second. This is for the semi-final side of the bracket, Group A this time. We've already seen Group B, that went down earlier today. And avoiding Gambit was locked in. Gambit, of course, battled on through. NIP Virtus Pro, still the lower bracket of Group B to be concluded, but EG OG was our first affair of the day. And getting to see OG all the way to the semi-final bye. That means we get to see even more out of them once we get to those playoffs. We're not quite there yet. EG Gambit locked in for the first quarterfinal. It's time to find out who from our second, or rather first group, is going to be hanging out in the quarters and whom is straight to the semis. Towards that half or triple setup. Apex, first click of Nico's mouse, and he's already seized an advantage. He may grab more. So silent. A single bullet has been fired so far. And 5v4 established. Zywoo to try and break through. You can see his perfect pre-aims. Oh, and a goosh, but he wasn't ready for the adjustment. Baited in to perfection, and Hunter thrives in that environment. Nico and Hunter working in perfect unison. Damn, Masuta. We know he's snappy.
He's locked in here.
He's got no way out. The only way is forward.
Well, he's got some nades.
Boop. Oh my God! Actually hits it. If Nico puts his head in the vice now, if Masuta's got it in him. Oh, spots him out. It's a deep Molotov. Nico will have to respect it. I reckon he's got a plant.
Get the plant.
Masuta?
All right now.
He hears it. Really audible. No, Nico. Pushed. Oh, Masuta could actually do it. Forces him back into construction. He's being played with Amanek to close the gap, but spotted. Oh my God, Masuta. The no armor. Ace clutch. Tucked into oranges. Nico's very loud about this. He knows he's there, I think. Time is his best friend. He's being swung on, and a heartbreaker. Nico rips the heart out of Masuta's chest and rips it before its very eyes. Nearly a career highlight there from Masuta, and I'd love to just see a couple of them again. Peeking into, like, baiting Jax into the banana push with the CT smoke, hitting the only necessary one tapped it, and never mind mollying off Nico and getting a plant. He did so much for his team there.
That was crispy.
I almost just wanted him to have it for him. You know, never mind the result.
When you're Hunter here and you've gotten 3 and you're going forward for the next, right, you don't expect it to spiral like this. Next is low. That happened. This one here was beautiful. And at this point, right, because he puts pressure on Nico and he runs away, that forces Amanek to try and come to the rescue and putting him into the one-on-one environment. So Masuta, brilliant stuff. Unlucky.
That was poetry in motion from Masuta, and you could see he was all reading the game. You know, his understanding of where his opponents were and his advantages would come from. Ooh, I loved it. That's just the first round, by the way. If you just sat down.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. More to come, one would hope.
Well, Zywoo's AK might get a chance here. He's going to come through Boiler, 3 top mid. Masuta's is working well. Zywoo's has dropped another frag. Look at A, it's falling before our very eyes.
Yeah, these AKs, they bang. G2 won the pistol. They don't feel like it now. Need a multi-kill. Look at how quickly they drew the crosshair. Masuta gets another. Like, that's become such a... we don't address it as a big part of the game because it isn't. But, you know, a couple of years ago, you would never see the people entering in the site with just bunny hops, knife out, wiggling their mouse. Now it's, especially in a man advantage, it's a common strategy. It's another variation of a nade. It draws the crosshair, it pulls, and it stops those multi-kills that we used to see every day of the week.
Yeah, I remember, I think it was like mid last year where we saw like Tessus or the guys from Heroic doing, that little hop through ramp, and that was really quite sweaty. And now you're seeing it, and you're right. The fact that they're using this movement just to open up big gaps. It used to be you just put your body on the line, you'd run on a wide line, but here they're able to get away with a bit more space, and a lot of the time even surviving. Can we go back to Nico Rush if we can? Maybe we can do it next round. This M4, Alex.
Oh, it's not the one I thought you would thought. Graffiti, what you say was color something?
Yeah, let me see if I can bring it up in his pit. Rush,
is that one of the new ones?
I'm not sure. I haven't seen it before, but at the same time...
Yeah, we're not just the skin experts.
Yeah, we're not glued in on the whole skin situation. Rush, you there, or you in living color? There you go.
Yeah, hello. Now then.
What do you think of that M4?
I don't know what it's called, but it is nice. I don't think I've seen it in the hands of a player yet, so it's nice.
It's called In Living Color for those of you interested.
Oh, wow.
Maybe
Do you have the artist name?
Yeah, made by the Color Wheel. No, I didn't Google. I just saw it in the game. I saw it.
Oh, I thought you had you just done a full skin wiki and you were going to give me all.
All right. Let me have a look.
It's all right. I'll let you work that out while I
the Googs.
Hang out with Rush and get this one done. Now, Nico does have that aforementioned M4, and they have gone for a 4-man passive A lean. Now, the only issue here crops up is if we don't get B info. I imagine that's Kyojin and Apex's responsibility. He takes full top B, but now with the control top mid and the bomb heading that way. Okay, so Vitality are walking into G2's gamble here. The caveat is that long to B is also an option, an uncontested option at that. Sharks bouncing around the apartments, action long. They've smoked off Arch and Library. They're coming into the trap here, Chad. There is a world. There is a world. Masuta's not living in it, though. And Nico fully flashed, didn't get checked. He is still hidden. Kyojin close as well. One hunting pit. He's got so many targets to deal with. Nico needs a second, can't make it happen. And Vitality are going to seal this one up to an 8, just making that ever so small now. A 9-6 half, now looking at about 8 to 10.
Yeah, and maybe even 9, because this will just be the partial or pistol investment here from G2. So the force buy scenario falling flat here. Lovely shots here. Execution. Now I've done my research. I don't know who created the skin, but I can tell you it came in the snake bite case. It is of the covert rarity, and it was introduced to the game on the 3rd of May, 2021.
Wow, it is brand new.
So that makes sense of why we haven't seen it. All right, the USPs, 4 of which stacked towards top mid. Just one man with a plan over towards the B bomb site. That will be Nexa. And with the loss bonus into the next round being 2,400, no dramas with the guns for G2, but close again, right? And here's the thing, it's not that Vitality are any slouches, but they have been struggling. You heard from Apex in their interview saying, you know, their results this year haven't been as good as they were in the previous. That goes without saying. Next, over towards that B site. Shouldn't be long for this world. Looks like he's going to rotate right into Kyojin. Let's see how disciplined the youngster is. Drops the molly, doesn't want to give anything up, and gets the kill as well. So, well played, 10 to 9. The French 1 round in it now. Let's start to see if G2 still operate with that deeper mid-smoke that they made popular last year. Allows with some softening them up of nades down middle, but it also makes them less susceptible to mid-pops. That deeper smoke means if you are a T and you want to run through it, you will be coming out of that grey screen. Unless your pop flashes are perfect, G2 could be on the other side ready and raring to mow you down. 3rd tactical timeout used here. Malik, the coach of G2, I'm sure, getting on the mic right here. You don't want to let this slip too far because the CT side and its economy can be absolutely cruel mistress. And Amanex actually purchased into an AWP. If Hunter's going to get a defuse kit here, he's the only one who will be able to buy that. Kevlar got a couple of nades. HE flashes if you'd like. Bit of strobe lighting there in Jax's room. And it doesn't look like a kid is going to be bought here. So Hunter leaving with $700. Let's see if that comes back to haunt them.
Kit watch, absolutely pulling their hair out. Kyojin anticipated. It looks like he doesn't even care that there's no incendiary. He chooses to play around the smoke regardless. Aggression into the apps. Hunter and Jax. And Shocks walking straight into the trap. Ooh!
Oh, what?
The suit is going to get at least one of them. Potential trade from Shocks.
Hunter has to live here.
Yeah, he's doing his very best to do so. 44 HP. He is not interested in another close quarters battle.
And Amanex close mid still. So the 1-for-1, we do say this favors Vitality here, and especially if they continue to claw forward.
Ooh, late boost. Powerful, especially with the low HP. May not have too much of a ramification as I see the bomb navigating away.
Kyojin and Apex top banana right now, so Nexa and Nico get to really move a footstep. That molly, is it going to land on top? Oh, it's below, so Amanek gets the kill.
And gets away. This is big. And this is a big round, make no mistake. Vitality, 3 healthy men, make it 2. Nico's wild spray has gone in, as is Nexa's. Only Zywoo now. And through the flashes, the flames, and the nades, he is completely locked in. Or are they locked in with him? Nope, not going to happen today. G2 11 after Vitality get off to their necessary start. So it's just bookend rounds at the moment. The pistol of this first, or rather second half, and the one we just witnessed here, Masuta, traded by Hunter. Yeah, he keeps them really alive there. They could have lost full control of apps. It would have just been Amanek on the site screaming, wouldn't it?
That really would have snowballed out of control. So good stuff from Hunter. Better to get away from the situation. And now the guns can come back out for Vitality here. They had a lot of residual cash, even have a little bit left over on a few of their players. So Vitality's finances are looking good, even if they do drop this round. But I'm sure they'd love to twist the screws on this 2-man A setup right here. Hunter and Jax on their lonesome while Amanek is rotating back over. In the meantime, Vitality grabbing this banana control. Kyojin tasked with being with the boss man of Apex on a lot of these maneuvers. Used a lot of nades on A already. Jax is down to just a molly, a flash, and a HE. So if he gets mollied in pit, Nothing to extinguish. They're coming through apartments quickly with the bomb here. They're out.
They're already popping. Straight out off the flash. Hunter deals with the first. His signature position as Shox finds him. And it's just Jax hiding in pit. Like, Amanek connecting on long is something. It means he can provide some support. Jax is still grey screen. Finally walks into one. Amanek's the one to defend the site. Stray shot onto Apex through the smoke. And now Vitality are on the back foot. Nico's ahead of this molly. He can contest the plant. Should he choose to? He doesn't. He would rather bide his time for the Apex, or, excuse me, the Amanek and Nexa. Push towards Apex here on Boiler. Oh, good check from Nexa, but Apex is better. Amanek now stuck between two possibilities. Amanek and Nico now looking for Shox. He's been found. Pressure now, all onto one man. Apex is not so sure. Amanek will take it, and so will G2. Successful retake, but it's their A defender, Amanek, they can count on.
That was big stuff from Amanek there. There's also the awareness to go from the AWP into the rifle, you know, being more functional as a player in that environment, not being stubborn on the AWP, and you can see his impact recounted here. There's one on the way up mid. This one is huge because it drops the bomb over to a pit and then through that smoke. They are flustered right now. They are so flustered, and I can tell you why. Neither of those two had a defuse kit. Both of them had about 2.5K. So it's like they're playing with our mate Rushley 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 right now, because if they lost that round by not having a kit, what a way to drop a big one.
Yeah, and especially after those heroics from Amanek. So they've got all the cash in the world here, Vitality, and they've taken a timeout to make sure their heads are screwed on right. This has been a 3-3 split of our second half.
Does feel like a big one though. This bank is yet to build for G2, and Vitality, their loss bonus is now up to what's going to be 2,400 going into the next round. So a plant here, and they're good to go again. Like, they can really keep applying this pressure to G2, and if you just reflect yourself back to map number 1, you can see 16-14 is the scoreline in the top of your screen. G2 broke Vitality late on their CT side. If Vitality do the same thing here to G2, they can flip the script and maybe set us up for that third. Loser of this will play the winner of NIP and VP. That's our series for after this one.
Flash from Hunter. Nico set up. He's blinded. Can't seem to find a moment's rest by now. He does. Vision restored and frag provided. And double nades for anyone that dares try and trade. It's ZywOo that catches both of them, now chunked to 30.
It's a bit ugly in terms of what's left, though, for G2. They did get a kill out of this, so you could argue it's been worth it, but 2 smokes, a molly, and a flashbang is all they have to defend with, and 1:15 remaining on the clock. So Vitality, as far as utility to make the round work, are sitting a little bit prettier, but they will need to grab themselves a frag to level up the playing field. Their eyes are set on this A bomb site right now, 3 of which are up mid. The bomb on the back of Apex will be joining them very shortly, and Archside is deadly. That's where Amanek is standing with the AWP, actually preempting a mid to B. Smoked off now.
Oh, that's a perfect flash. I think all 3 of them caught it. Amanek's hearing this. Can't really help, but Jax may not need any. Oh, he doesn't. The turret kicks in. Oh,
no.
Amanek's gone for a no-scope, and perhaps he's not going to be punished. Okay, Nico will bail him out, and G2 are not going to be broken today.
Whether the Storm are one more here, G2. Deny that plant one more time. And they should be closing this one out. Money again for Vitality for 3 players in the position to buy. If you want to go for a Galil on Masuda, maybe a Deagle on ZywOo, they can definitely make this one work. Or are we going to go for the classic, give ZywOo the AWP and let him Galavan up banana? Doesn't look to be the case. The buys come in. 4 AKs. 1 Deagle, Util in play, and there's that mid-smoke from G2. Always gives them a bit of a buffer here.
Yeah, I mean, when you've deep smoked banana and you're immediately smoked mid, like, your whole project has to take a 20-second breather.
Yeah, they negate the possibility for rushes, but just put a lot more pressure on themselves late, so going to be the bodies here for G2 again.
Nico actually wants to push on that, and he has got the fight he demanded. Very sharp. Apex gives him the fight, just a little late on the tracking. Leads to his demise, so we do return to a 4-on-4. That's what Vitality demand. Let's see what Shox can get done. A perfectly timed incendiary. Couldn't get better than that.
But once again, they're almost out of util. It's a smoke and one flash remaining. That is it.
You're right. I'm sure Vitality are keeping count. No incendiaries to be trifled with here. It's just going to have to be the bullets. Jax hearing something. Hunter actually just drops one of the last smokes they have. And the spray, horrible. Even heard that get hit by the flashbang. He will get caught just by the stray bullets of Misuta.
Jax is dead. Gonna
He's
burn.
burning. Doesn't get anything before he falls. And now the bomb site's lost. Potentially the round 2. Because as we discussed, Chad, they kind of don't want to be walking in with nothing. Defending their honor, as Vitality will have everything they desire into our 24th. So it's time to see. I don't think there's any hunting being done either.
There shouldn't be, right? Because if they go and they risk this and they lose these AKs, it's going to make dropping next round much harder. So G2 just going to hold on here, and what will be 1,400 as the loss bonus means Hunter and Nico can buy. Nexa, I hope he's feeling charitable because Jax will need a gun. But this early util is actually also helping quicken up the pace of the game, right? It means that Vitality can react quicker, knowing that a lot of that util isn't going to be there to slow them down. So the more they apply the pressure, the more G2 use the nades, which they've already gone out the gates with, and we get straight underway with some quick stuff. Mac 10 for Apex here. Wonder if they're going to quicken this one up. He has a very good spawn, Apex. He's the first one out the gates. But looks like they're dividing, so won't be an all-in rush. Actually, quick up mid. Okay, looking for the punish. Dropping a molly. This one's going to be porch side.
He's through it, well ahead of it, and taking names, taking liberties. Nico may not be ready for this. They've already slipped through Arch. At least a couple postured around. The bullets are being thrown down. Bodies drop. 3 bodies just hit the rocks. Make it a 4th as well. Vitality are getting knocked on their bottoms here. Hunter's over the smoke. Kyojin won't have seen it. Will have heard it now. And there's one directly above him as well in the form of Jax. Good angle management here from Kyojin, but there should be no way in. Graveyard. Nice shot.
Ooh.
Jax here crawling back through the apartments. Kyojin hasn't considered it once. So if he was to somehow keep working his magic. Still hasn't considered balcony. Takes the pit drop. Jax hunts in, and that's the end of that. So G2 are 2 rounds away from a semi-final here, Chadney.
Yeah, and it's looking very good now. So that economy is still in the discussion, but I'm not even going to continue to harp on about that. Vitality have been able to keep themselves in positions to buy. Sometimes they look threatening, sometimes they don't. And that one right there felt like a bit of an intuition call from Apex. We've been seeing the 3-man lean under G2 time and time again, leaving Hunter and either Amanek or Jax, is depending on the setup, over towards that A site. So they exploited the gap, right? But this time around, G2 had gone for a different setup. So that's the last G2 timeout being called here as well. Malik really letting him know how important this one can be. They can finish it right here, right now. On the other side of things, Apex has already bought in with a P250 and a full bag of grenades. The loss bonus, 2,400 into the next. Nobody else has bought just yet, and as I say it, they follow through. So AKs, this is the final commitment. This is what it comes down to right here.
Well, Vitality's hopes and dreams of getting to that semi-final, skipping that quarter-final. The loser of this will meet the winner of Virtus Pro NIP in that quarter-final. Vitality VP, Vitality NIP. Ooish.
Either way, sounds like a good quarter-final.
It does.
It's not just one region dominating. We've actually got a bit of a mix here, but look at this. Kyojin ahead. He has to fight that molly, thrust him forward. Zywoo as well, and well, they're almost lucky to walk away with their lives here. That pressure being applied to the B site. Now more nades getting cycled on through. G2 have no information. Oh, now they do. Nico out on the flash again, going to clear out top banana. He's jostling for position. So dynamic.
Constantly moving. This pendulum back and forward between T and CT control of top banana. Utility is at a premium now for Vitality, so they'll take top mid for free. That's a dream. What can you do with it, though? You're posting up against an AWP on long. Not really got the weapon for the job there. So CT contact first. They're hoping this pulls Amanek out, but he's so wise to your games. He'll take Masuta, G2.
It's 25 seconds. The bomb has to go back to
Four frags
B.
away from this. Yeah, they're trying, but there's 2 players still here. This passive setup from G2 is being rewarded. Clearing corners, Kyojin's found. Nico goes unchecked, and next to another. There's no options available to them. What is ZywOo's AK supposed to do? Nothing is the result. Apex now just needs to die, and he does manage to find one through the grave, but it's all good for G2. 5 series points. And look at the money, the full investment of Vitality, and there's the ramifications of the absent follow-through.
Oh, Kyojin baited in hardcore there. The fact he's had to go that deep to clear, that shows you how well G2 have played that. They've understood the timing, they've understood just how displaced Vitality were across the map, and they've locked it down. Let's see how desperate they get. It's the Force Fight, it's the Tech 9s, it's the Mac 10s. Maybe it's just a B rush.
Oh, flashed as they wanted to go through it as well.
Oh, they just burned a smoke for no reason. Oh,
completely locked out of banana. And they've even got more nades.
Yeah, come on, boys.
Anyone else? Nico, just the one. Great trade from Masuta. So maybe there is hope for you Vitality fans. Hunter wants to take that away as best he can. Look at Masuta, it's just a man possessed first in. Great hold from Nexa. He takes 2. Oh, and that could be the denial. That could have been everything, and it's not far off. A wild spray leaves all onto Shox. And only 35 points of health to find 3 from 3 very different angles. He's made the right bet. Tucked into tree and spotting a Hunter. If he swings on Amanek, not to be. There it goes, G2. It's locked down and a very even kill distribution. Everyone pulling their weight. G2 are off to the semi-finals of IEM Summer, and they do it through the groups.
Only scout, guys? Or we can take Deagle?
No,
only
Deagle.
scout, only scout, only scout. Okay, only scout. Good luck, good luck, good luck, good luck, good luck, good luck. What's here? Top left, bro.
What?
Top left one. And one in the ramp, dead in the ramp.
City base one. One is short. He's pushing cat.
What is comme communication of major, bro? Ah, frère.
Tag to the right. He's tagged to the right.
No, not true. Ah, okay. See you. I go take my shower.
Come on, tag. Come on, pushing all the way right. Under you.
Top right.
Under me.
Now, Jackie, last time we didn't have this shit moving, yeah?
Why is this shit moving so much? Can it kill you?
One.
What?
Hi, Sama. One tag.
Oh, bro, this shit is impossible, man.
So stupid, man.
Putain. One dead. Oh, one bullet. Hi. Ama. Yes, papa. Yes, papa. Yes, papa. Yes, papa. Yes, papa. Yes, papa. Nice try, Nico. Good kill. Good kill.
Ta gueule.
Good kill from you. Non, mais what, frère. Oh. Je crois qu'ils sont ensemble. One dead. Yeah. My bullet is so strong for you, bro. He's between the one bed, bro. Nice, good job.
I don't know the math, man.
You think we practice or what?
He pushed me. Died.
Come back, man!
Well, we've spoken about the fact that G2 are now expected to win matchup like these, and they didn't disappoint, 2-0ing Team Vitality for his place in the semi-finals of next weekend's playoffs. They've basically done it again. They did exactly the same at DreamHack Masters Spring. The question is, can they go all the way to the finals and actually win this thing? What do you think, Yanko, by the looks of that performance?
I think they can. I think it's also about time for them to do exactly that, right? This is not a team that was formed, or changes were not made to this team to just make them a contender, you know, just so that they are relevant. This is a team that was formed to lift championships, to lift trophies, right? And it's been a while now after all these changes. You know, they had time to figure things out, to set things up, and now it's about time to show some results.
Yeah, and I mean, the Counter-Strike they play now, and there's probably something to say about how Vitality stylistically fits G2 and how they want to play. But in this game, the reads were extremely good. I feel like more often than not, we would see enough G2 players exactly where they were needed to be. And then obviously, mechanically speaking, man, we said there is a lot of skill on the server. There's an argument to be made when you look at teams like Heroic, Gambit, and an on-form G2 to fight back against them. So that G2 can go deep into the tournament for sure. And it was enough for Vitality.
And when you look at the scoreboard as well for G2, it's clearly a team effort on Inferno, even though, of course, you've got Hunter doing Hunter things. But right now, I think we should talk to Nexa, the in-game leader. We won't talk to him just right now because we want to look at the scoreboard. We want to look at exactly what I was just talking about, Yanko, and then we'll talk to Nexa. How does that sound?
Yeah, I think every time, you know, you see a team win and it's even in a win, that's what you want to see, right? It doesn't mean that any player really carried you. It means that everyone was really doing their job, everyone was having good moments, things were clicking, and you were just playing really well as a unit. And, you know, as a coach, I'm sure you love to see Malik loves to see that and the way that his team has been performing so far.
And Hunter, I think Hunter is probably an absolute diamond to coach, honestly. The way he plays, the very few mistakes he makes, and his ability to not only entry and trade, but also close. On the CT side, he's like a multi-kill machine. He's always well-positioned. He understands the game. And then from my discussions with Malik, and then here I'm just making hypotheses, but I feel like he's an excellent teammate to have, right? He's someone that's very dedicated, very motivated, pushes the team forward. So he's like the complete package at the moment. He's caring on the server, he's caring outside the server, doesn't make a lot of mistakes, and he's a pure joy to watch.
Well, hopefully it's going to be a pure joy to talk to Nexa right now. Nexa, are you there?
Yeah, hello, I'm here.
I always have to check. Hello. Congratulations,
hey.
Nexa. It's lovely to see you. And you're in the semi-finals of IEM Summer, which is a turnout for the books for G2. I want to ask about the confidence of the team going up against a team like Vitality, because now you're the top dog, whereas you used to be the underdog in that matchup. How do you handle that pressure as a team?
I don't think we really had any pressure. I think the more we're playing, the more confidence we're having, and it shows in like how we behave, how we move, and like the plays we do on the server. And like, for example, today we felt like super in control throughout the whole game, apart from like that start on Vertigo, where we had a few mishaps. But apart from that, like we felt super in control, like super ready for the game, but we didn't really do anything special. It's just like our confidence is so good that no one is like hesitating on making plays that we should always make. And before, when we were in our slump, we were always like indecisive, letting people come to us. But now, like, we have the players to go and like shoot them in the face basically every round, and that's what we're doing now.
That helps a lot.
Really nice.
Congrats on another top 4. I have a question about a couple of tournaments now, right? Like DreamHack, you guys look really good. Then you run into Gambit and lose pretty convincingly. RMR, again, you beat Heroic, arguably the best team in that tournament. And towards the very end stages, you lose to NIP and Mousesports, 2 teams where they were the underdogs in that matchup. So how do you prevent a slip-up like that happening, in this tournament as well, once we get to the very end stages? How do you manage to keep this level up throughout the whole tournament for once? Please, God, give me an answer.
I think like the main thing with us is that we haven't been in playoffs in quite some time. And when we felt like we were in our top shape at the previous like 2-3 events, we were so focused on like winning the event, and like we wanted to do everything possible, like always to go one extra step, like one flash more, just like that extra step. And then at the end, like it costs us in a sense that like we were always overthinking and not like just trusting ourselves, but we were like, for other teams we would prepare but mostly focus on our game, and then when it would come to semifinals, everyone would want to, like for good reasons, like to put in extra work and then anti-strat for themselves, watch more of their opponent than just focusing on us, and then it would result in us like just overthinking every single time and losing to opponents that like on paper we should win.
Speaking about overthinking, Nexa, I wonder, everyone has their eyes set on Gambit, obviously, as the best team in the world right now. Do you feel like they're sometimes slow, patient play style can be something that you guys struggle a little bit with? Because Vitality tried to fight you heads up and you destroyed them.
Like we don't have a great track record against Gambit, but I think we are starting to understand them really well. And honestly, if it happens, I'm really looking forward to playing against them. They have a unique play style, and they really have like I think the greatest team play of any of the teams at this current era. And honestly, it's just a joy to watch them and to see like the things they do, how they all connect and how they make sense. It's never like random people making random plays or like solo plays, anything like that. And it's really like joyful, let's say, to play them on the server. Like for me, they are still the best team in the world right now, and I just want to clash heads with them.
Next, finally, looking at the teams that are left that are going to the playoffs, how do you rate your chances of lifting the trophy?
Honestly, like I'll say that Gambit have been looking pretty shaky in the last couple of games that they played. I think we have really good chances to actually lift the first trophy G2 has had since 2017.
Since Malmo. Those were the days. Thank you so much for talking to us, Next. It's going to be so exciting as well to see you and Hunter on LAN. I was looking back at my notes and I realised you haven't played in front of a big crowd yet. So
Never.
I imagine you're quite excited to do that.
Yep.
And I imagine the crowds are very excited too. Thank you so much. Congratulations to you and the team. We'll see you next Saturday for the semi-finals.
Thank you.
Thank you, Frank.
Thank you. That was amazing. I was waiting.
Watching Nectar and Hunter play, it does make me feel nostalgic partly for DreamHack Opens and seeing them play with Valiance there.
Oh, yeah, Valiance.
And having a small
Crazy,
crowd. Yeah, those were the days, right? And then, crazy. Thank you for the pun. Like it. And the fact that they didn't get to play their final against Na'Vi at Kate 2020 must have been so disappointing for them. I know Kenny S in particular was very disappointed, but at least he'd had that experience. But Hunter still hasn't, Yanko.
Yeah, it must have been pretty devastating at some point, but also probably felt good that there wasn't 12,000 people to watch that spanking happen live. But yeah, I mean, we're all in this players.
It wouldn't have happened though if there'd been an audience there. That's my argument. I think they would have fed off that crowd. I hope they would have.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to speculate. I think we're all on the same page, though, that we all want to see, players back on LAN and with crowds as soon as possible, because that's, at the end of the day, believe me, that's what the players are in there for, right? That feeling to be in front of a full stadium, full crowd, the cheering, the moments, like, there's nothing like that.
Well, there's nothing like the man in the middle here, Maniac. And this is our last desk segment with you for IEM Summer. Batu, you've been amazing.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to be with you.
How much do I need to pay you to stay? Don't leave me with this guy alone, please.
We can negotiate off camera.
Please, Frank is not here either. Like she's
just gonna be you and Casad.
She's God knows where. So just me and this guy.
Yes, you and Casad now.
Don't say his name.
Yeah, Maniac, please stay. Please stay. Just you and me. Let's just get rid of the other guys, and it'll be you and me. Sadly not.
What did I do?
I do have the power. You send us to a break. You know what you did. When we come back, it's going to be Virtus Pro versus Ninjas in Pajamas and Casad versus Yanko on the desk.
Welcome back to Winter Workshoppers, and today we're going to look at some mini-maps. Now, these mini-maps are a great deal of fun. I absolutely love these things, and I was playing again with Chad Sponge Birchall.
Yeah, this is filthy. This is where you get to really see who your true friends are.
I love this. I was doing so much cheese in this maps. Like, I highly recommend giving these a go. 1v1, they work really well. 1v2, they work really well. We did 3v3 on this Mirage one, and it was actually really fun. But my god, I had so much fun in these.
It looks like we have elephantitis, right? Like, look how small, well, not small, look how big everything looks, right? It's crazy with just the scale and all the running around, all the nonsense. You're doing fakes, you're pulling out all of these, like, misdirection. Yeah, look at you here. This is filthy.
Yeah, the rotations are so fast, and it's because the map's so small, obviously. So I was just trying to cheese the timings everywhere I could. Hit a nice one on you, some whiff shots, but that's all good. I mean, I was definitely the champion of this. Don't look at the score lines, but we played one which went really long. Like, as you can see the score at the top, we're like 15-17 right now, so we had some very long.
Yeah, I didn't want to be out cheesed, right? That was half of it here, but it is good fun, and I think that, you know, it's a familiar layout, obviously just shrunk. So yeah, it's something that people will be able to jump into quite easily.
I'm giving this one a 4 bumps out of 4 just for this map. Maybe the other maps get a high score. We'll wait and see.
4 out of 4? You mean 4 out of 5?
Yeah, 4 out of 5. Sorry, my bad.
That works. Windows Workshoppers Minimap Edition D_nuke. That's not the name. What's the name?
Mini Nuke, I think.
Mini Nuke. Okay, well, that's simple. People might remember something like Mini Dust 2, but check this out. Filthy, Rushly, one-way smoke. Look how good this is. Look how good it is. You got all the angles, you geek.
Now, I would say I am the king of Mini Nuke, Chad. The way I played, it was cerebral, it was fast, it was high octane, a lot of movement going on. I would like this to be in the active map pool rotation.
Do you notice how you prefer the mini-maps, which I think just correlates to you being a rat?
What's more, you know, Counter-Strike's a very patient game.
Oh, check this out. It's real ratty behavior right here.
Yeah, so you can jump on the roof here. We didn't agree on any rules before this, however, there was a lot of talk after. But as you can see, it's a pretty good spot being on the top of Nuke. Who would have guessed? You can see a lot of stuff, so I move over here and actually catch up another one. But Chad, how did you feel when you died to this?
I want to go with Gutted. I want to go with Betrayed. And a little bit heartbroken as well here, Russian. Because of that, unfortunately, that one boost is going to get this one only 3 out of 5 bumps.
I don't like it, but, you know, if that's what you say, that's what it is. And the last of the mini-maps was Mini Inferno. Now, Mini Inferno was a little weird, honestly. Compared to the other ones, I think we had more fun on those maps, I would say.
Yeah, I can think if people just see you typing Shifty Boy there, that basically says it all. This map, right, it was maybe a little bit too claustrophobic. You can see how tight all these corridors were. Mollies were doing the whole site. The rotation time, I basically just stayed in CT spawn and beat you.
Yeah, and you had your nades up and like in your hands a lot of times, maybe not. But look, these are the kind of kills I get on you, just pure jumping kills. You said some pretty choice words to me after this one, as I can imagine. You you didn't have fun on Inferno.
No, it was just just too claustrophobic, I think, and you know it is a good concept, but you can just see, look at this, how tight these corridors are. Maybe a little bit extra and we could have made it.
Yeah, I have to give this one a 2 bumps out of 5, Chad. What do you think?
Yeah, get it back in the workshop and maybe we get something nice and new out of it.
Oh, I see one up at this house. I'm just gonna go on the right side. Yep, on the right side, trying to go in. Other ones inside the house. Oh my lord! Wow. Oh. Two of them. I'm coming, Bablo.
Inside, in the corner, right doorway.
our side. No! I'm reloading! He's dead. And there's a fella towards gas station. He's gone inside Perry. The one in gas station is probably gone inside as well.
There's two at Gassy. They're not on the same team either.
I'm gonna dome. Hopefully there's people there. Well, hopefully I saw.
There was a guy close. He spotted you. At this house.
Trying to blow up that barrel. He was behind the rock. Yeah, next to the barrel. He's looking at me.
A little bit of a surf going there. Under the patio, just here. We're on close to that ping.
Yeah, he just scouted at me. I'm coming. Nice.
Yeah, I'm on a go.
Good luck. Nice.
I don't know where this guy went. Okay.
Can't see him in the tower. Oh, I saw him. He hit me once. I'm going. I might die off this. Nice.
That was a cool dive.
I was like, the hair is exactly the same. Rops.
Rops?
Rops.
Rops. No.
Rops.
You're so fast. Is it?
10
Is
points.
it? Oh my god, you're insane, man.
Device. Caldera.
No, wait,
we
wait.
get deducted points?
Стика, maybe.
Device? Нет, не похож.
Is this Voxec, maybe? No.
LDLC player, I guess. It's like...
Это испанец, француз, кто-то.
Нет, это этот, как его зовут? Хаджи?
Oh, wait. Oh, fuck, I don't recognize that.
What are those? It's hats from Australia.
Oh. How do you know that?
Bro, I know my player.
Oh my god.
Has anyone guessed this one?
Centaurus?
No, but it could be someone from Big, I think. Maybe.
Susan?
Is that Sergey?
Exile, maybe?
Is that Sergey?
That's not Cadian, right?
Oh.
No, that's not.
Or Elige, maybe.
It could be Leash, yeah.
Oh,
Elige.
Xantares? Elige or Xantares?
Elige or Santares. But we got it anyway. I know the hair.
Oh, it's Guido? No, not Guido.
Titian?
Titian?
No.
Titian?
No, it's not. I don't think it's anyone.
Oh, it's Elige.
Elige? It's Elige.
Yeah.
Nice. Good job.
Edward, maybe. Or maybe... Zaivu. Or maybe...
Looks like Shush.
Could be.
Someone with a beard, seems like.
True. Very true. Who has a beard? I don't know.
Beard. Fallen.
Fallen.
Fallen,
Yeah.
Oh, this is Fallen. 100%.
Seems to be like Fallen.
Yeah! Let's go, Emmy! That's all the Asian TV browsing has finally paid up. Yeah.
We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under beach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
First of all, I would love to know, Rez, how does it feel beating Denmark in Counter-Strike?
It always feels extra nice to beat our fellow neighbors, especially Heroic. Against, we usually have tough games against them, even though we won last time. It's always rough games, and it feels even more nice to beat them because we consider them a top-tier team for sure.
They have been looking very good recently, but you managed to put a stop to them today. Linus, if you could receive the microphone, I'd love to know. You've really been thrown into the deep end of professional Counter-Strike. What is it like playing at this level all of a sudden?
I think like this is what I've prepared for myself as a player, and I think the big difference is that people are more detailed in what they do, and they have more meaning with what they do, and it's like everything is just improved basically, and people have much better aim, so you can see me dying in spots where I wouldn't be dying in the level I played before.
We can all expect, and I think Thread said as much in the interview, that someone like Device is going to have a pretty big input in the middle of a round to come up with ideas. What about the rest of you in terms of pitching in? Is there moments where you suddenly realize something and you think, wait a minute, I have to speak up right now because I think I've noticed they're doing a split or they're taking middle or whatever it is?
Yeah, of course. I think everyone has a responsibility to be able to make those calls. And I think it's really necessary to win at this level. Everyone has to be engaged in doing calls and having reads in every map. And of course, Happus can't do it all by himself. He can't know what's going on the other side of the maps. And that's what's nice is Linus is doing really well at that. He's taking engagements and he's doing necessary calls and reads. So I think it's really like everyone needs to be able to do it to play in a top tier team.
All right. Well, we'll see how that all works out. It's being played a lot, so there's lots of demos to watch. I really appreciate you guys spending a little bit of time with me. I think it's gonna be fun seeing where this map approaches. So thank you for joining me, and best of luck in your upcoming game.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Intel Extreme Masters Summer is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, 1xBet, and DHL.
And welcome to IEM Summer. If you just joined us, you're just in time for VP versus NIP. They're facing off for a final spot in the quarter-finals. And if you have just joined us, I should probably give you an update as well. So earlier today, we saw OG beat EG for space in the semi-finals. And then the same happened with our Group A winners match, except this time it was G2 who took the win over Vitality. Cassad, have you swapped shirts with Maniac?
Yeah, I kind of felt like I needed a better angle, and I wanted to stay away from Yanko as much as possible. I was limited to that angle. I have space on this area.
Yeah, so are you doing like some housework there, Frankie? What's going on?
Oh, can you hear the banging?
Yeah,
I'm so sorry. I have, because I'm, I work in esports and I have loads of money. I actually pay people to come and hit things outside my house.
Because that's what I was doing to Cassad right before this segment, so it sounds really familiar.
That's what the sound in my head sounds like when the two of you were arguing at each other on the desk, to be honest. It's both of you. You're equally culpable. Should we have a chat about Virtus Pro? I say that a lot on the desk now. Should we have a chat about some Counter-Strike?
Yeah, let's do it. If you have to, yeah, sure.
Your favourite team, Yanko. They are, they're on a slight tournament streak because they came second in Epically, the CIS RMR recently. But before that, they were having a little bit of a struggle. Not quite making it as far as the quarterfinals, but maybe that will change today.
Yeah, it's a bit confusing seeing 7 to 8, right? So you're thinking they made the playoffs, but basically playoffs right now in ESL's tournament circuit is 6 teams, not 8 teams. So a couple of events from them outside of the CIS RMR where they didn't even make the playoffs. The Fun Spark one also, they lost to Force and Havo, I believe. They're in 2 games, another 2 teams that they're supposed to beat. So definitely not the types of results we're used to seeing from VP, looking at the beginning of the year where they were winning some of these tier 2 tournaments, and then obviously at IEM Katowice making it all the way to the grand final.
Well, it's a long season, and there's a lot of games to be played, the high intensity games, and then you can kind of expect for them to kind of drop off in those non-important tournaments. But I think it's a fair point to say that's not expected result in Pro League and DreamHack Masters 7-8, and then if they lose here, they're going to be 7-8 again. Yeah. So it's going to be very disappointing for them overall. I also, Frankie, can you pass the contact from me? I need some housework done. So I just I should be like a carpenter.
Well, it's basically my fiance and his dad. I do have to say though, Kassad, your ball is ruining the set. You've thrown your ball in front of the desk. You're making a mockery of this.
Oh yeah,
it's in front of the desk.
It's a decoration, Frankie.
It's like your bloody bedroom, right?
It's a really proper decoration. It's eclectic, you know.
It is eclectic. That is one word for it, just like my shirt. All right, let's talk about NIP now. They've had to pull off a couple of comebacks since they've entered IEM summer. One of them notably was against Fnatic, where they had to come back from 0-9 on the final map of their series. It was on Inferno. And then NIP also, again, had to come back from an 11-4 half on Mirage versus Heroic to win in OT. So... yeah, they seem to be quite good at the comebacks, Janko. And I'm wondering if this is partly down to the resilience put in them by their coach Threat, because he seems to be quite good at them team talks and turning things around.
Yeah, I don't know where the credit lies, but they're definitely showing a lot of mental resilience in these games. An important thing to note is against Fnatic, the comeback was actually on the T side of Inferno, the more difficult one, and then against Heroic on Mirage, it was the CT side. So it's not even that they're always making the comeback on one side, they're proficient on both sides. And yeah, I think it's just they're doing good work in terms of creating a good atmosphere, a good culture in that team, and you could tell from the interviews as well, they're never feeling like they're out of the game.
Someone would say like Nip Magic.
Yes, one could say that.
Yeah.
Does it count with this roster? It's almost an entirely different roster from the Nip Magic days.
Oh, definitely, yeah. 100%. Maybe the Threat is
Once
the only
Nip,
one there.
Always Magic. Well, let's talk about Device, because his old teammates, Astralis, their 23 ESL event playoffs win streak was cancelled this week, sadly. However, Device now gets to carry the torch solo with NIP. So he'll have 24 consecutive playoff runs if he qualifies for the quarterfinals with NIP today. Do you think we're going to see Device start to be seen independently of Astralis sooner than maybe we would have expected, Janko?
Yeah, I think I actually want to see that. I want to see Device not have the exact or even a similar style to that in Astralis. I want to see Device a little bit not out of his comfort zone, but basically a bit more individualistic, right? Like playing with a little bit more freedom, going for some more aggressive plays, right? Maybe that's just me being selfish, wanting to see that side of him if he has it and if he can be efficient in that way. Maybe for NIP, the best device that they can get is the same one from Astralis, where he's just a piece of the puzzle and slotting in and doing his role.
He showed that individual performance yesterday on Nuke, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
He dropped like 27, 28 frags, which was pretty kind of important for them together with Hampus, who had a great game as well.
Yeah, I'm talking more stylistically than just in the amount of frags, right? But we'll have to wait and see. He still didn't have too much time to integrate with the team.
True, true.
Do you think it's more that he's just trying to be a team player right now? Because as you say, he did have a flashy performance on Nuke, but otherwise he's had some not low numbers. He's clearly done his bit for the team, but it's not like he's playing like superstar Device right now.
No, yeah, I agree, and I'm not saying this in a way that, you know, I think that's what NIP needs per se. I'm just talking about like the storyline of Device as a player. In that sense, for me, it would be something that I would like to see, that I think would be really cool, because if he has that side to him as well, if he can pull that off, then the conversation around him in the grand scheme of things, you know, in the history of CSGO, I think it changes a lot.
I feel like when he needs more time to like, for them to actually create a whole system. I feel like they're like halfway there, you know, and just like figuring out what's the best thing to do in every map especially. And then it's like, it's going to go one step at a time. And I feel like if it goes the right way, they started the right way, and I think it can go all the way if they do the right steps in terms of like structure and everything else.
Before we get into the veto, boys, yesterday, Yakinda was talking about Ancient. We know that both of these teams can play it, so perhaps we're going to see it today. So let's remind ourselves of what he had to say.
I feel that our train was way worse than our Ancient could be.
Really?
And I actually feel that Ancient is a pretty good map. At the moment, it should be reworked in some spots, but overall, it's a great, refreshing map to play. And most of the people I talked to who are playing Ancient, they actually like to play it. So I believe it's a good map, and it will be really popular in tournaments.
I mean,
Were you guys a fan?
It's like a straight up BS. That's what he's saying right now. I can agree to the fact that maybe they didn't feel too comfortable at the end of Train, which was a really good map for them, in my opinion, outside. And he was just hyping up Ancient, maybe trying to bait out, NIP's ban.
Yeah,
because they didn't look so well polished on that map. He said himself, I can't kill anyone, I'm just going to buy a third op,
Yeah, sometimes players are subjective, and also, you don't have the best feeling about the map, but you're still winning, and that doesn't change your feeling, the results on it. I think the vetoes are straightforward. I think Ancient is going to be the third map here. I think we're going to see Inferno overpass from these two teams. Mirage for NIP. And I think for VP, maybe Inferno. That used to be their staple. That used to be their staple map, and yeah, they've had they were 11, 12
now NIP
on this map to start the year.
Probably. Oh, that's too.
No, I think the Ancient is going to be the third map. And if Yakindar is really claiming, so you do go for overpass.
I mean, it's a pretty safe veto for both teams, I can say. We expected Mirage from NIP or Overpass. They got both in the best of 3, so it's a good deal for them. And classic Inferno pick for VP. It's gonna be again a slow T-half from them, but very organized, like yesterday against Spirit. And overall, I think NIP got a better end of this veto.
I think with the overpass decider, yeah, it does seem like for VP a 2-0 would be the way to go if they're going to win the series. There are no slouches on overpass either, but it's been a while since they had some really strong results on the map, and NIP seems to really enjoy playing it with this roster as well, and with ZTR too.
It also comes down to Yakindar's performance.
If a lot of times it does with VP.
I keep saying this. He shows up in his own performance-wise, and then he needs a little bit of support from Kickert or Buster or somebody else. James is going to be there always. I think they have a big chance of 2-0ing this, but again, it's all about Yakindar.
So it sounds like the analysts are on the side of Virtus Pro as we head into this one. It's our last map, or last match even, of the group stage. It's going to be cast by Harry and Hugo as we find out who is going to be taking that spot in the quarterfinals.
Oh yeah, VP taking on NIP. It's a bit of a treat. I haven't actually seen NIP yet, so I'm excited for this one. Oh, we're about ready to get into it. Hugo, how are you feeling? I know you're excited already.
How can I not be? I mean, we got Linus in the server. That's going to be a lot of fun. VP fighting for playoffs. We obviously saw a lot out of these guys back at Katowice and looking for more success at ESL events. They are not the only one. The Vice, as said on the desk, looking for the 24th playoff run. Astralis couldn't make it. Maybe he can. We're right into the round. It's NIP on the T side of Mirage. We've got Device lining up utility and a bit of a palace crawl here for the Ninjas. VP playing heavy towards middle, but they've not got the kit for the retake on A. Things could get awkward if NIP plant.
Yeah, we got these little set smokes thrown over. These are going to land to block off these players in jungle. And NIP just steamroll into the A-bomb site. As you pointed out, VP was set to play retake here. I like this from Hampus, waiting for mid-aggression. That's a free kill out of that position there. And so now with the bomb planted, this is where the lack of kit really starts to matter to VP. They've got to be fast in the retake. 3 out through CT and into the open. Device has got the information that they're in the site now, and he's tapping players out. Good for one. Plopsky gonna respond even further. Bomb's not planted for these players in connector. Ramp is the only guy that can watch it, but sadly for James, he's not able to capitalize on that. Low on HP, and he's just looking for the save, but even that's denied. NIP, they grab that pistol. Perfect round to commit to an A play like that. Also, little detail, those smokes they throw, I like them, right? They come from spawn. You have one that lands on the stairs a little lower down, and it makes it harder to go for the... you can kind of like gimmick little spots over the smoke, right, on the stairs. You can't do that when it falls a little deeper.
That's a pistol round going exactly to plan, right? Like, nothing goes wrong there for NIP. Even with the awkward behind triple plant, they play for jungle, it's still perfect. Hampus gets the mid kill, he comes back from spawn, and him just being in mid early, killing Yakinda, delays Buster so late coming up from short side. So, yeah, that's a perfect pistol for NIP. It doesn't really get much better than that. And now Virtus Pro, they've got to deal with this B contact play. They have no idea. player up close is going to be Buster. Armorless, though, and he won't have time to drop the smoke. He won't have time to do anything with shots like that from Plopsky. NIP bounding out into the B-bomb site. Jame pushed off the angle as well, and with a bomb plant coming in, NIP, this should be a guaranteed round.
Yeah, not much for VP to do in a round like this one. They do have this double flank that could maybe get their hands on something in the apartments. Vice and Plopsky playing this one together. And just playing the trade game locks VP out of this round. It will be the save. Or even hunting this guy with the FAMAS. That's the one rifle now cut loose from VP. So it's a bit of a sad save, right? You tried to leave and just keep 4 alive. Well, now you're down to 2. And that means this Deagle and Scout combo, pretty much all you've got to work with in the next round.
Yeah, 5 alive, building money, game plan working wonders right now, but we're early days. Shame to not see Ancient in this series, right? Obviously, maybe your kid really hyping it up, as said, you know, like hyping it up a little bit. But coming in with a ban right at the end. Both these teams have been either, you know, playing it or leaving it for third or floating it in the BO1. So I thought this was going to be the chance to see it again. But, you know, fair enough. Scared a little bit from what we saw from NIP. Can't blame them. VP was scrappy against Spirit yesterday. And boy, did that game go the distance. NIP, they're going into the A stack here. 5 CTs in position, but 3 of them not really armed for the job. James Dunn, not really covered from Palace. That's a bit awkward. Kicker tucked in. And, oh, the shots from the Deagle come out of nowhere. 2 frags. How's he done that?
This can get out of hand now. This is a rough round all of a sudden. Kicker has made it deadly. He's got armor as well, right? He was the guy who saved the Deag armor, so he really is a threat with this rifle. NIP, they screech to a halt, and now they wait, hoping that just going quiet here is enough to shift players out of the site and maybe into their eye line. Kicker has repositioned and is onto a 3rd kill in the round, but it's traded immediately from Device.
Not the weapon swap he wanted, was it?
Still like a chance this could get out of hand, right? You're only up against USPs. You should be able to count an NIP to see this one through. But I don't know, man. Virtus Pro are kind of believing. Kicker has spurred them on.
Yeah, make the most of this, right? He's set you up for a round. It's just a shame you don't have any more weaponry left and you can't get it from these positions. NIP are being patient and they're watching for the flank, but as soon as they stop considering it, that's when it's coming in. Body block from Plopsky to stop the CT player, but he's all baiting. He's just waiting while the flank comes in through Palace. Yikinda moving in. Device. SMG's going to be perfect here now, I guess. Armorless should be able to tear through them. Yikinda's got a gun. Oh, and he's got a freebie as well. Device tucked in at the back, and they should be able to work it out. It's a default plant. How far could he really be? VP. Oh, they've sweated this round for everything it's worth, and they're going to pick it up. Wow, I thought after kick it falls, surely that is not one for VP, but great patience from Buster. Yikinda set up for the round, and he delivers.
Unreal. You're never meant to get away with those, man. You're never meant to. I'm very, very glad we get to see the replay of this. Look, man. Oh, brutal. Brutal scenes out of Kicker.
Yeah, and, you know, Device was covering the Balk as well. Like, if Yikinda's swinging, if he's trying to check backside, he's dead. But he perfectly finds that little gap to peek down the ladder. Should never have been given that room. Sitter of a round to lose, but NIP still have a full buy. All that's done is bolster VP's economy and maybe their confidence as well. Oh, gap in the smoke, but Buster's already picked off of short. Yikinda can't find a refrag, and they should be able to re-smoke it as well.
NIP, they're starting a group for a B hit. Hampus gonna throw that top connector smoke in. Oh. Oh. That's not where it was meant to land. Smoke's not down. I hope Hampus's plan wasn't to try and cross up short. No, he leaves. No. He gets out of there. And VP have got all their attention over towards mid.
Dear.
They've completely rotated out of the B bomb site as NIP move in. Plopsky's a bigger danger to himself than he is from anyone on the VP side, burning in that molly. But this is pretty much a done deal now. VP left in a retake. Kindar's looking like he wants to make... Yeah, look, he's pushed in through lower. But they're not committing for it. It will just be another one of these saves for Virtus Pro. They take a gamble. They try to, you know, take a chance by moving everyone over towards the A bomb site. And it doesn't pan out for them.
Yeah, it lets you save all your guns, right? We talk about these. Sometimes you make the gamble.
Yeah, this is basically just like a replay of that round. Like you just go, well, we'll just try again without losing the guy early on.
You know, those are usually the calls you make in like a 3-on-5, right? Like where you don't feel like a solo player at each bomb site and one in middle is going to be enough to you know, set you up for a round. Even if they get 2 kills, right, in a 3-on-5, like, you know, you're going to get traded. Then you're still down in a retake. So yeah, it's, you know, you're doing it in a 4-on-4. You're hoping for the best. It doesn't happen, but here's the rebuy. And we've got another AWP as well. Yikinda even talked about pulling in the triple AWP at times, even on Ancient. But for now, it's just a double, so staying safe. Device going for a quick ramp pick, jumping on the head of Linus and trying to get that crossing play, but there's no one here. Yikinda out lower, and Hampus had no idea. He even hits that box shot to Plopsky as well. Trapped in under, but NIP do not have the B apartments. While Yikinda doesn't know that, he's been given a path to escape if he wants. He's going to go back, though, through middle. Flashing for another fight. Taking it as long as he can. And his team are trying to assist him with lots of utility, but, oh, yes, he just gets out in time. NIP are grouping towards the B site right now. Sanji's taking a lot of real estate. Buster is rotating out, but Sanji's the early warning for this B play.
Yeah, he's the early alarm. How many can Sanji get before he perishes up in the apartment? Sanji, gets the spot, but not a kill found. Now called for these rotations around, and there is already a man in the site. Buster gonna have to fight tooth and nail to hold on to this one. There's the first, but he's very, very low in the process. Oh, the nade finds him. And we're into a 3-on-2. Jame is still a long way away from this site. Yikinda, the only man here, dead to device. And it's a save for Jame.
This is a scary NIP right now, right? Like, yeah, how can you get through that? It seemed like VP were in control for a second, and it was only a second in a 4-on-3. Nade kill, Plopsky catching a rotate, and the AWPs are left lacking here for VP. Of course, the save is the right call for Jane, but Yikinda's not so lucky. Tried to catch a quick kill coming through market, but Device did not let that happen. And NIP 4-1 up. I was a little concerned when I saw Mirage, right? Like, we talk about how, you know, obviously NIP's map pool is fairly deep, but teams going into picking Mirage, ooh, it's a scary time for that in 2021. We saw Complexity be at the bane of that yesterday, right? That's their often go-to pick. They, you know, pulled it up in the series against Gambit. They lost it, and it went to 3 maps. They lost the series. But, you know, this is such a staple of the map pool. Everyone can play it. Everyone knows what's going on. VP, no exception. But right now, the game plan is good for NIP. 4-1, another double AWP. VP still have the money. They've got to make it worthwhile. Got a mid-take from the Ninjas. Third time's a charm.
Nice. Kind of loses the whole, you know, appeal of speed when it takes 3 attempts. Yeah. But, hey, man, he gets up there and he's still alive. Jane knows what's good. Triple B for VP, man. And NIP, it's another, like, seemingly perfect read about to happen. Aggressing over towards A, moving in to the more empty bomb site out of the 2, and they've not even really received any kind of knowledge to make them lean this way. They blindside kicker a ramp, and suddenly Buster back in CT, responsible for an awful lot. Getting naded, getting flashed. Rez is holding 4 rotations, and Buster's on a timer. Takes 1 more out of the round, and is still fighting for this control. The AWPs, they've done everything so far. They've got to keep on achieving if VP want to have any chance to win this round.
Yeah. No smokes left either for NIP, right? So they've just got to, you know, be at the bane of these peaks from VP. Trying to figure out what the best way is to get the bomb down. So many angles, nowhere safe. when a double AWP is in play. James could be anywhere by now. Oh, Rez just turns. James gets through the murder hole. This is dangerous now. Oh, the cover with a missed shot. Buster and James still pick it up. For a second, looked like the round was bottled, but I mean, NIP really get timed in that one, don't they? Rez looking away from the window as soon as James comes through. That's a guaranteed kill for Rez if he does not. Man, these orbs, they're terrifying in the hands of VP.
Yeah, man, it's a little rough as well, right? They get that kill on ramp, and it leads them to assume that, you know, they've got all this control at A. Device gets caught running out ramp with the bomb in hand by Buster, and the round just kind of spirals out of control from there on in. Great stuff from this double AWP, man. You know, you've put a lot of faith in, like, holding on to it, holding on to the guns, as you often do when James in the server. That round there shows us why they're so keen on keeping them in play.
Back to the drawing board and back to the mid take, but it is very slow here for NIP. A missed window smoke. But they've got plenty more to replenish. More util coming down, setting up towards a cat take right now. Hamper's going to molly it, but that will be their end play. Just trying to keep VP out from peeking aggressively and getting that info. Another AWP at the back of the B bomb site. It's Buster again. In the perfect spot to deal with his play. Hampus telling his team the timing and trying to get in on a flank from the window as well. NIP are walking up. Sanji's going to drop the smoke, and now here come NIP.
They're already in. Oh, Plopsky roasted and finished off by the MP9 as Sanji. Buster is the right hook to this double backside setup. Hampus trying to do what he can, activating this mid lurk, but Buster is not missing a beat. He's going to now clash with Device, who's also adorning the AWP. They're just missing each other. Device, he's seen an arm, but once again, ring around the roses. Finally, it's Device smelling flowers as the bomb plants in. And Kicker left in the 1v2. I haven't seen him yet, but Device is homed in, scoped up on the short side. And so Kicker decides to save NIP up onto 5. But already, I'm very excited based on what Buster is showing us, man. He has given us, you know, saved that last round for VP. This time, he almost manages it.
Yeah, those timings, right, wrapping around sight. He knows Device is there the entire time. He's just trying to buy time. Not wanting another engagement, but it eventually finds him. And yeah, James commands the AWP save. Kick it will obey. But another B play goes well for NIP. They're good at getting back into here and man disadvantages. Nice flank from Hampus. That was everything as well. It was so much pressure. He gets 2 kills, but then Buster the entire time is so tunneled in, so focused on the kitchen that Device is able to do this. Things are looking good for NIP. VP, they've shown us some flashes of brilliance, but really their money is going to be the, you know, problem right now. Kicker and James, both with a bit to work with. We've seen Kicker's Stieg armor. It won them VP's first round, so don't count them out of rounds like this. VP, a really good team with these solo gun buys, right? Like just 1 or 2 weapons.
I mean, mate, this is basically a better version of what got them that third round, as you say, right? They had a scout and a deagle there this time. AWP, deagle, and a kit as well. I don't know, man. These rounds frequently get closer than they should.
Positions aren't good, though. James on B for a change. And NIP, look what they're doing.
Yeah, I love these com pushes, man. Usually, right, you throw this smoke, you try to get out onto stairs with it, so your Kindar's position's pretty good to try and deny this con wrap. Although he forces his way through the smoke, and that's not a fight that your Kindar could be expected to win. Device even railing the AWP out of the short side. James, no saving a day. Sanji's going to have to do it, but he will grab the AWP. Sanji's used to this, man. This is Sanji's life. He's got himself that AWP for now.
Yeah, we had a great game from the Sanj man yesterday, didn't we? He was on one. Really, really key for VP in taking that series. Oh, uh-oh. Oh, nice nice shot, but they're all here. There's no way. Re-peeking back in, that's what NIP wanted. The gun's gone.
Classic Sanji as well, right? Like, misses with the AWP because he never gets it, but then takes the Deg out, wrecks the guy come and mark it.
I'm here all day, man.
This is looking, you know, a little one-sided right now, though. NIP steamrolling ahead.
Yeah, that device peek onto Jame on the catwalk, that's a device peek for you. Getting good form. He's 7-3. Hampus up 9-4, leading by example. Another buy for VP, but no armor on the AWP. Never a deterrent for Jame. And there it goes.
Yeah, this AWP in Device's hands, man, it's starting to really come alive. Haven't actually seen much out of James AWP yet. Oh, there it is. Come on, Jame. Come on, Jame. Device has had a good start to the round. James replied. Linus and Plopsky left in what is now a 2-on-3. They are in this A bomb site, but they don't have the utility to block these CT peaks. So someone's got to cover it. The respect is given. And actually, Plopsky looks like he wants to try and challenge for some of this. Yeah, I was going to say, that's pretty ballsy out of Plopsky. He will just play it safe. Linus dead in connector. Ooh. And Plopsky sandwiched between the two oncoming VP players.
I'm surprised why NIP plant triple there, right? Like, they had the jungle molly, they had a top con smoke, and the only place they didn't have there was CT. Obviously, a player, you know, can come through that con smoke and be a nuisance there, but even so, the safer position is for middle, and it gives you so many more options in the post plant, right? They try and get aggro CT and throw a flash, but VP, they're so annoyingly patient there and just don't give away any kills. Would love to see an open plant, way more options for NIP. 6-3 though, VP back on the board with that rifle round. And Jame can afford some armor behind his AWP as well, so all things are good. Res on a Deg, but doesn't seem like that's going to hold him back. Jame, he's going for these early kills. Smoke on the molly at least keeps him alive in connector. And the flash won't work either. Jame hits the shot through the wall. Hampus tagged down low. Still gets out of there in time, luckily enough. And Device almost catching the trade as Jame jumps above the stairs. It's all a bit of a ruse, though. The B play is what NIP had in their strat book, and they've been spotted as well. That's the bomb going in second, so Sanji knows what's up. Buster's already here to put a stop to it, but the smokes are down. Linus trying to find this backside play. He's disappeared in the smoke. Sanji buying so much time for Yakinda to come out market, and they are getting diced and sliced here in the B site. Only Device. Time to save.
Oh, and James the only guy who's allowed to save AWPs. Didn't you get the memo? Oh, railroaded. All right, great B hold out of Sanj, man, dude. He's popping. He gets the spot, as you say, but most importantly, he's able to maneuver his way around the NIP smokes and util just to be a nuisance, right? Just stays alive. And you could see how much that threw Linus through a loop, right? Like, he's deep sight all the way pushed up, just looking for Sanji.
Yeah,
if you get that one kill, suddenly you can have a bomb plant. You've got full sight control, apart from, like, you know, short. You don't have to expose yourself to Buster.
Yeah. No, he's a solid Bianca. That's like the taco smoke, right? You drop it by the bench and you just try and hide around it, tuck behind the bench, play jail, forces NIP to clear you from, like, deep sight. And by that point, they're, you know, scared of short, they're scared of kitchen. Very hard angle to deal with. And now NIP, first time, are broken. Hampus with a deagle, otherwise not much to talk about here for NIP. Maybe he can find a B opener, but even so, the bomb's not here. Look at this little stack. But VP, even they are not that audacious. We know this team to be extremely slow on the T side. Well, same to be said right here, right now. Not wanting to feed the pistols. James got to be careful. They're coming out under. And Yakinda trying to cover, but some missed shots. Sanji makes up for it. They know James low. The call's been made. Device can't catch him with a jumping Glock, but Rez will grab Yakinda. Don't tell me this round is going to get out of control. The bomb's been dropped, but Hampus has his player locked in on short. Sanji, if he goes back, he's a dead man.
Yeah, Sanji's towing a very awkward line, right? Can't go back, can't go forward. And eventually Hampus gets the better of him. Now that bomb has a path up through short. Device still down here in middle. He's out of there. And really, if Jame can't catch this, okay, now you're reinvested. Now you're up for the retake on the VP side of things. Hampus with this AWP. And Linus on the AK sat back at bench. It's a slow retake out of VP. Kicker is going to be feeling a lot of the pressure here, what with Jame tagged up. And so we're looking at Kicker. Oh, Linus is also looking at Kicker. And Linus has given him some tech tips there, tapped him out of the round. And NIP are up on a 7.
That was a Felico.
That was a Felico.
3 Glocks. 3 Glocks. No armor. Deagle P2, and they get it with no survivors.
And they kill Jame. Oh, my.
Linus, all right, buddy. We got our eyes on you. And that's insane. That should never happen. Sanji, he didn't know, like, when he turns here and he dies, he goes back, like, expecting a B player, but he didn't know that Hampus had not shifted out of apartments. He's making the call. Don't die to Cat. This Cat player cannot leave. I've got him in a corner. I mean, yeah, that's an unbelievable round. VP have won a near Felico, but that's even more impressive here for the Ninjas. James got a response, though. Quick pick onto Rez in middle. They're going to smoke the window after that one. Don't want to get anything to do with it. Reset, go back to this A site. And in which VP have 3 players harbored. Kickett's under the balcony. We've got the AWP as well back in spawn. So NIP, how will they choose to get through this hold? The amount of 4v5s and 3v4s and things like this that NIP have won, often in the B-bomb site, sure, has been impressive. So can they keep it up? If they do, I'll be shocked.
With this double hold, right, you just need these 2 players here to even get 1. That will set you up to retake this. But Kicker is spammed out without anything. And Yakindar now sat on default. He's got a good timing to try find this. Drops the bomb out in the open. Linus comes in with the trade. Don't have the smoke down for jungle. They're just having to try and run it dry. And Molly will force a player out, and that smoke lands eventually. Dropped in late in the round, but it's given a bomb plant over. Low HP on Jame and Sanji. Another smoke's been scavenged and dropped over in jungle again, just making the effort to try and slow down these rotations. While this is happening, Hampus is going all the way around the world and then back again to end up in middle to watch this bomb. VP have taken a lot of time clearing positions. Now starting to creep in. Hampus strikes from the back line, and Sanji now trapped in the site, trapped in a cage of his own making. This bomb's going to kill him, and that's if NIP don't beat them to it. 8 on the board for the Ninjas. And VP have got no money once again.
Oh, they've done it once more, Harry. That was a 4-on-5. Remember, Rez decked immediately in middle. Rez is usually like the firepower for this roster, right? This guy's has such a talent, but he's 4-9. He's not needed in some of these rounds right now. I love that late mid luck for Hampus as well. Finally, an open plant gives him the chance to do it. And a knife in the spine of VP has left them broke again. Deagles once more. Can never count these rounds out, though, as we're learning the hard way today. Yakinda's still going to get traded. But he's got rid of Device at least. That's put Rez on the AWP. VP, they're saying it to themselves, guys. Come on. 4 more kills. 4 more 1-deeks. We've got the guns for it. Deadly in these guys' hands. And now NIP are going to start to group for a bomb site. Coming up for one of these cat splits again to the B. Top con smoke will lose all that info for VP. Kicker could go through and fight from the connector. In fact, he already is. Looking down at the ground. It's an awkward angle, but if they don't check it, it's a freebie. Oh, he couldn't get the headshot. Hampus was on top of the ledge, and it's only damage for Kicker. Now he can back out and regroup with his team. They're running into B.
Yeah, as this has happened, Sanji is pushed short to see if he can spot Hampus, and Sir James is alone in the site. Sanji helping out, has turned around from the short side and comes back now. And opportune timing, the Deagles are doing it to NIP. 40 seconds, Rez and Hampus to try save the day. 3 Deags in the site, Buster waiting back in market as well. So many crosshairs looking at you as you try to come out. And for low HP Hampus, man, this round, he's recognizing it now. has sailed by the wayside. VP, steal it with Deegs.
What's that? 3 eco wins now already. We had that USP round with Kick It Steagle. We had NIP obviously on the Glocks, and now we've had this one as well. Unbelievable. Stop buying rifles, Forehead. But yeah, that's a hilarious round for VP. They are very happy about it. Look at the AKs that have been scavenged. Hampus does hold on at least. That was the one guy who didn't have a gun, so it's not a worry for Sanji. Everyone else is armed. And yeah, brutality towards B. Even though Kicker doesn't get that kill onto Hampus coming up cat, he saw everything that was going on. He made the call. It allowed VP to not only lean 3 at the B bomb site, but be a lot more ready for that push to come in. And now NIP, this is a wacky buy. They've saved the AK. They can't buy around it. Trying to play for the last round of the half. They've still had a great T-side, right? You'll be happy with 8, but could always be more. And we know these guys are perfectionists. Rez, he's a perfect headshot in middle, but Jane will not allow it.
Oh, Hampus, hoping he was going to get given another jump peek, but nah. They ain't giving you the kill. They ain't giving you the way into this round. James. James, I see you thinking about it, James. James, woo, quick little peek in. Lands the tag, but not a lot of damage done. Still, it's more info for VP. They're feeling more sure than ever in this 3-man stack over towards the A site. Buster can move around quickly as well, and James is still just taking pot shots into ramp, getting away with even more damage.
Yeah, he hit Hampus twice with the AWP, but he still hasn't killed him.
I like it though, right? So Hampus was being the one very aggro facing, while Device was just kind of sat behind it, not doing anything. But it's because, you know, if Hampus gets tagged down low, Device's armor as well. So now they've still got that AK. Oh, they did, until Kicker strips it from them. And at this point, really believing you could do anything is wishful thinking for NIP. So low, just whittled down, and Kicker puts up another stellar A defense to put 6 on the board for VP. A chance to split this half right down the middle.
Yeah, he's been full of those today, hasn't he? Good stuff. Working their way back in, our VP off the back of that Deagle round, looking for 7 now, but NIP do have the full buy. Or at least close to it. Buster's not AWPing in this one, it's Yakinda instead, but we have seen some banging rounds from Buster's AWP, so maybe it's position-based. Yakinda has that mid-spawn, he's gone back and under, has found value from this position already. He's got to care about the lower drop. The flash comes in, and Plopsky headshots him immediately. Meanwhile, NIP are taking mid, they're going to smoke off Jame. Oh, and push him as well. Full blinded. Buster's trapped now on ladder, they've got him locked in a corner, but he still fights his way out with 3. That's disgusting from Buster. 4 on 2. This was an NIP round. Blink and you miss it. It's done.
Yeah, everyone's watching now. Plopsky, mate, everyone's looking at you. And Kicker, sadly, is included in that list. 7 to 8. It's neck and neck, or damn near, right? Split right down the middle, some would say. We'll be back with this second half in just a moment, so don't go anywhere.
I think it makes us win some of the matches where we're in the lead and we just can get over the finish line now. I mean, we still have Plopsky, we had Knock. As he said, there was a lot of inexperienced. The only real experienced player we had was Rez, who for some is actually quite new in the scene as well. So I feel like it really helps in these really tight matches, and we really feel like we can get over the finish line instead of having to sort of be afraid of losing the lead.
I feel that in our group we have a lot of good opponents, and the closest hardest opponents for us would be probably NIP. But of course, OG and Fnatic. All of these teams are really good, and I feel that nowadays CS is the gap between the teams is just so small that you can't really say which team is stronger and which team is weaker. And I feel that on one day, Team 15 team can easily win top 5 team. On the other 2 days, top 5 team usually wins. But obviously, you never know which day is gonna come and which team is gonna win. But I feel that NIP is probably the hardest, closest to us, but Heroic overall in the later stages is the one more consistent and more powerful in the long distance. So probably these 2 teams are the teams I would keep my eye on.
A nice, close map. That's what we've got to open up this series. NIP, they had a big lead at one point in time, but Virtus Pro just squeaked a couple in at the end there to find a 7-8 half. And now we move into VP's T side. NIP, they're embarking on the CT journey. Got a little kit in play on Linus. Team player Linus.
Yeah, it's what cost VP their pistol, right? They didn't have that option. Always nice to see it. Especially on Mirage, like you're often playing retake on that A site, and yeah, NIP no exception here. Triple B out of spawn. Got a couple of car players. Oh, I love this. What a bait and switch. There is no molly to clear out this car guy, and Linus is spotting as well, so that's all the bait. He's going to be able to back up, and maybe they're not even ready for the jail player either. VP are walking into a trap.
Yeah, man, this is this is like a bait and switch again. Like, you know, you're kind of double baiting here over towards B. I hope we get the B play. That is what Virtus Pro are leaning into heavy right now. I hope we get it. I want to see how this is going to go. Linus is meant to draw them in. They're meant to discount both Plopsky and Device. Well, we get it, though. James snuck up through connector. VP. Oh, look at all the space they found. Now, will James be ready for res? No, he hits that timing well and knocks him out of the round. Now VP are going to hit the go button in towards this B site. Plopsky will go unchecked, and they run by him. Device as another nasty surprise pounces out. And that bait and switch over towards B works wonders for NIP.
Yeah, they turned it on all right. Oh my goodness, flawless round. Linus, the only guy to not get a kill, but he was the jump spot, right? He was that guy drawing VP in, and neither Device nor Plopsky are checked. It goes just to plan. And I love that setup as well on a pistol, because you're not going to have a molly, really, if you're VP there. You're not going to be mollying car. You'll do it in a gun round almost every time, but on a pistol, you know, it's expensive for one spot. Just going to save it for the smoke flash. And so VP, yeah, they get cleaned up in that pistol round. Full eco here. Don't expect this one to be won as crazy as this game has already been. They're going to run up catwalk. Ooh, trading hampers, lots of Glock damage. They can go and grab the gun, but Plopsky's stopping them to get into the A site. Device has been caught for the Palace lug. Don't tell me we're going to see another Glock round. It can't happen, and Plopsky and Rez will not allow it. Bomb gets planted, but surely no more.
Yeah, you got the bomb plant. You're already happy with this, but look, Sanji has got his hands on a FAMAS somehow. I don't know, dude. I always trust Sanji. You give him very little, and he gives you a lot. That's this guy's whole prerogative. Kicker waiting down here in lower, hoping he could catch someone on the rotation. Hasn't been given this fight. Time is ticking away from NIP. They do have to go, and they're going to catch Sanji. So now they're spurred on. The bomb's not planted for Kicker. He can't actually do anything to stop this defuse coming in. And so they just win it by sticking the bomb still. If you're VP there, you will take that all day long. Even a kill on the exit at a kicker.
Nice. No, that's nice, right? Like, you can laugh, oh, kicker, he's out of position, whatever. It's a Glock round. You know, you weren't going to win it. You're just taking the bomb plant as soon as you can. You're not thinking, oh, I'll plant for you in middle so you can win it with a Glock. No, you're just trying to get the money at that point. And kicker grabs another kill, which makes it super worthwhile. Gets away with his gun and the loss bonus, of course, because it was a defuse, and takes another weapon away from NIP. So great eco for VP. Set up well now to slap NIP's money in this gun round. And they're down by 3, so perfect time to come alive in this T half.
I don't know. I don't know how I feel about these pistol rounds always getting so close.
Yeah, right?
I don't know if I like it or hate it. It's kind of a mixture of the two. Maybe a fast A round. Look at this. You don't often get fast rounds out of VP. What's going on? They're pushing in towards A and getting churned out by Rez. Yeah, don't often see fast rounds out of them. Maybe that's the reason why both players that attempt the entry snuffed out through that ramp smoke. And now for VP, a very, very rough scenario starts to present itself. They're hoping that James can create space over at the B site. And if he went quickly, maybe he could. It was only Linus here, but now Hampus has joined him. NIP have started to flesh this defense out again. And so they're ready for this B play. James misses the window jump. As far as buy rounds go, this is pretty rough for VP. They were hoping that, like, you know, they could have hit the ground running. After doing so much damage in the Glock round, they could have broken NIP's money. But that's nothing more than a distant dream here. Buster late up the short side, but a 1v5. I tell you what, he's given us some great moments in this map. But this is one I don't have faith in him for.
Yeah, I'm loving how NIPs are they're not scared, right? Some rounds they're playing things so safe, so by the books, not giving anything to VP, no picks allowed. And then the next minute, 5-on-2, they're hunting kills, they're jumping through smokes, they're, looking to close, and they should here might do the time. Buster not interested in going for this round and just saving the AK. Fair enough. But that's going to get NIP one step closer on their map pick. 11-7, looking good right now. And especially with VP's pick of Inferno coming up next, you never know where this game is going to go. But a flawless round without a point of damage done to NIP, that will feel good. Rez, who's been, the quietest guy here for NIP in this game, at least on the T side, he has a massive round. He kills both players running out of ramp with those key headshots from default, and at that point, the round looks pretty lost for VP. Maybe they'll go back to these slow defaults that we know and, I was going to say love, but I guess it depends. They can be so annoying to play against, right? Oh, I don't think Hampus was ready for that. Device does trade, but he is gone to the AWP of James, who is very low in the process. Any more re-peeking in middle could find this AWP out of the round, but Rez is not being given a kill. James tucked in behind the boxes.
Oh, man, VP are out A. They've put together these kills in mid, have forced rotates out of NIP, and they've taken the right space. There is this double CT rotate, but they don't know the site's lost yet. Still, Plopsky's going to check it. Cognizant that they gave up the A bomb site. He was always scared of the possibility. Now, they don't know about Buster, and Buster's playing the long game here, waiting in the site, hoping that as NIP move back in, he can catch players trying to set up the defense. He does deal with Plopsky. Linus even going to get mollied over here on ticket, but it's a little shallow. Ooh, boy, they're burning him all right. Rez is coming on a mid-lurk while everything was going on. Remember Rez? He dropped down in lower tunnel earlier on. Well, here he is at ramp trying to make a big boy play. And Rez, there's a double on his plate. He lets Sanji go by. He could not have predicted this. Sanji doesn't know how he's just died. Rez, the timing king, molly up into Palace, and James been dethroned. Linus gonna grab the defuse, and it's one hell of a flank, one hell of a trigger discipline out of Rez to find 12 for NIP.
That was beautiful, man. Everything about that. I thought he surely would have taken the kill when Sanji is flying through the air towards him, but he's like, he realizes, yeah, back turn. Sanji couldn't have got more unlucky there. And Rez, excellent round. Molly in the palace, stick on the bomb. Nothing James can do with 30 health. He could not run through it. Wouldn't have worked. Oh my God. NIP. How the hell do they win that? That's, I mean, just count the amount of rounds that NIP are winning in disadvantages. It's unbelievable. They were doing it all T-side long. They'd lose the opening kill, and then they just group up, hit a bomb site, and turn it in their favor. Even doing it on the CT side as well now, in retakes.
The thing that's so wild as well is that, like, you know, while NIP are winning all these rounds in man disadvantages, as you say, it's like the polar opposite for VP in that, you know, normally when they go a man down, these guys just call the save, right? Like, they're not even allowed these chances. NIP taking them, and taking them by storm. Back to some of this mid control for VP. And they really are playing a measured game in this round, aren't they?
Yeah, it's about time, right? They've done some fast ones, the run out ramp, you know, quicker ones in mid. Now default, they get to spread their wings, see what NIP will give them. Very little is the answer. Not even mid being played here for the Ninjas. We've got Device on the AWP back and ticket. Jump in the window. Hampus is waiting. Oh, and he's very ready. Yakinda's gone. Now the jungle smoke. They're going to get past Hampus at least. Device is giving up A, though, as said, so he can play retake here. He's grabbed a quick kill. Hampus has spammed Sanji coming through the smoke. And Device, oh, he's seen a ramp player as well. All the info here for Nip, and all the shots connecting as well. James, don't want to say it. There's only 20 seconds, mate.
Yeah, he's just holding on to the AWP. That's brutal. And you know, like, you kind of had to win this round if you're VP. The money is bust. James, the only guy with any cash, but even then he needs that 1900 to get a buy in the round after next. So, you know, we're going to see 13 appear up on the board with maybe like a partial buy around the AWP at most. And if that isn't won by VP, they need to embark on an insane comeback. They are at a big disadvantage here.
Wow. Oh, we've even got VP putting in money here, Harry. They might save a little bit, right? But yeah, of course, it's Sanji giving up the goods, giving Yakinda an AK. Although worthwhile, right? Always love having Yakinda on a
Sanji will forever be my favorite.
Yeah. What a great team player. And obviously, you know, you're still playing for that next round. You're not fully invested. Other than Sanji, everyone else can buy next. Oh, James, that's a hero play. That's more of what we need from VP. Walking through the ramp, smoking, killing Hampus where he stands. Yakinda looking for picks up on the A side. He might get it. Rez is coming his way. Lovely stuff. 2 rifles, 2 openers here for VP. What could possibly go wrong now?
Yeah, we've said, Nip, you know, good at winning these man disadvantage rounds. And in one like this, where you still are up against mostly pistols, right, you definitely can try and snipe it away from VP. VP are also very split up, what with a lot of their players over in mid, the bomb at ramp, James in Palace, looking like it is going to collapse back into the A bomb site. But if you look, this is where NIP have stacked it up heavy. They've taken a gamble. If the bomb goes B, they save. If the play comes in towards A, well, then they've got a chance.
Device on the ramp. There's not really much util to get players off angles. James, that's a big kill onto Linus at the back of the site. Device needs to
this
hit
kill
this.
matters.
Oh, he turns. Oh. He turns. Plopsky's killed Yakinda at least, but the bomb is leaving ramp. They realize both CTs are here, and VP, they don't have a lot of time, but they will make it towards B as long as NIP can't stop them. Plopsky trying to do so, but they're already running out of middle. Plopsky needs this frag for the round to be winnable, and it's not now. Device looking to save surely in the 1-on-4. Bomb is here just in time, and good reaction from VP. They realize they're walking into a stack, and they avoid it completely.
Yeah, heartbreaking moment for Device, right? If he holds that, if he nails the bomb there, NIP probably get it, probably get the round.
Yeah.
But he takes his eyes off a ramp as the peak comes in. And as you say, really good reaction out of VP. These guys are good at their timings, you know, like they even though they are a slow, methodical team, they don't often fall into like the remit of, you know, like Na'Vi, where they run out of time. A lot of the time, they leave themselves like, you know, 30 seconds. So it's not much. You are still working with like small margins, but they've always got a backup plan should they need it.
For sure. I feel like Na'Vi are one of those teams where it's like they plan everything to go right. And if one piece of the puzzle falls off the table, if one guy dies, if the bomb isn't immediately stuck, they lose a round. So yeah, VP definitely give themselves a little more room to win those. And that was another Eco win, by the way. We've had, you know, 4 now in the game. Less so Eco, right, considering we had 2 guns, but still majority pistols. James, looking for the con pick. This is nice.
I like that James putting himself out there more in these last few rounds, right? It was him who got the big opener to win that partial investment. And even in this round now, run boosted into middle, looking to create space with the orb. And this is good, because I feel like up until now, they've kind of just been dodging James a little bit. Especially, you know, in that first half, it felt like he barely even played the game.
Yeah. Oh, Rez is going through. Is he? Looks like it. Yeah, flashed in, Sanji gone, and Rez, oh, he could have quit there. He could have backed up, but he wanted more. And that'll be James answering the call, 4-on-4. Grouping now for a bomb site RVP. It's going to be B.
Look at Hampus. He's sat in the window smoke waiting for it to fade. Oh, yeah, that's wishful thinking with James Orp still in middle. Con smoke in. Oh, but it is the B play. And once again, NIP have taken one of these gambles. They say to Device, look, man, you've got Palace on lock. We're trusting you with A. We're going to double up on B and try to win this round out. But Plopsky's dead immediately. Linus needs to make a stand, and it's only good for the first. Too many players right up in his face.
Look how scared they are for a triple stack as well, right? They've walked into so many of these on this T side. They've seen so many, you know, good reads from NIP that they're even volleying backside before they plant, just in case. Just in case. But Device has said he's far away and he will be able to take this orb into the next round. VP having a bit of a recovery here in the T side. Couple of gun rounds here now, and some money beginning to build. NIP can't afford to get too comfortable here. They're going to have to eke around this AWP for one. And so really all eyes on Device in this follow-up round, right? Where is he taking that AWP?
Yeah, I'm wondering what they're going to try and do around the hero orb. Device is looking at mid. He's got a, not really a window spawn. Could still look to give it a go, though. And he will look to muscle his way into mid. Device posted. They smoke window, and so he's not given much of a say in how mid pans out. He's going to try and hit the timing shot. Waiting. I like that from Device. He was waiting till he heard the flashes actually popping before even shooting, right? A lot of people might just wait a few seconds till the smoke's landed, try hit it on a timing. Now this mid control taken. Really, we're looking at number 6 on the minimap here, right? The only one who can get much done is this orb.
They're coming his way, Harry.
They are coming his way. They are. Device. VP are trying to tee you up for a moment here. They're trying to tee you up for a bit of a highlight reel. Let's see. Device, they're coming your way. Your teammates are getting shredded. This orb needs to put up some kind of response. They've seen it now as well. VP starting to get scared of the B-bomb site. They're out of there, man. They're running away, and NIP gonna have to retake over towards A.
Yeah, the only A player was Hampus. He pushed ramp. He made the read into B. He called this stack, and as a result, his big flank on the B play is left with nothing. James can still die. He's trapped out in under right now. If he tries to get up con, Device is waiting. James is taking as long as he can, and it's working well. NIP, if they wanted to win this round, they have to go quick. They've got no kits. James, this is a round-winning position. Oh, a missed shot, though, and they can get closer, or do they want to waste time doing so? Because this bomb is still ticking. I think they know at this point. Now they know. If they don't immediately stick, they lose the round.
Yeah, but they're getting on the bomb. They're fighting in the site. Sanji's still here, but they're sticking it. Linus is still on the bomb. Device with the kill. James needs it. No! James just gonna save the day. Ah, oh, I didn't like it. I didn't like it, but James does save the round.
Oh,
it certainly wasn't pretty.
It's a round, though. It's a round. We take it. We forget about it. Oh, my God. If that missed shot cost them it, man. If that missed shot. That was, again, 4 USPs. We almost had another Eco win. Oh, dear. VP, you know, they're really good at calling on the fly. When they realize they're walking into stacks, they're always getting away. I love the mid-site smoke on B as well. Even though Device is back B with the AWP, he's just never given the angles to fight. The only kill he's able to get on B is in the apartment. So, yeah, he can't see the bulk of that short push coming in. VP, it's not pretty, but it is another round. And they have found 3 in a row now. Building. But here's the big buy for NIP. If they can do that with 4 USPs, what can they do with everything? Hampers tucked in window. And Device hoping they go through this smoke. It's a common play for Yakinda. He's been known to do this, as you said earlier. But Device can't wait there forever, right? Ramp and Palace he's open to when holding that angle. Ooh.
Oh, Sanji, the trickster, forcing utility out of the window player. And Yakindar's up through Con. This position out of Yakindar could be round winning, man. They don't know he's here. And even though they've given up Con, it still comes as a surprise to Hampus. KitKat's going to blindside Rez as well. And Device is just cut down by the Palace play. This round belongs to Virtus Pro. 11 now on the board. It's a flawless one as well. And that round there, I think, highlights, you know, really, really well why Yakinda is so important here, right? He gets that little opener to create all this space to entice them into A in the first place. Like, you know, we talk about VP being a slow team and one that are very methodical, but Yakinda is like the one exception to that rule, right? He is the guy who will be aggressive. Yeah. He is the guy who will try to exploit some timings or find where your weaknesses are.
And I love how his team give him the room to do that, right? Like they are on the precipice of the push. They are waiting for your kid to make that call. Like, oh, guys, I've got a timing. Hold for me. I'm upstairs. I'm in connector. You know, he gets through jungle. He kills the window player. And then NIP, they're just caught looking at different positions because VP are everywhere in that A bomb site. Nice exit. Can they find another? Oh, yes, they can. And that's a great round from Kicker, up to 3 kills for him. But yeah, it's a perfect round for Yakinda. His team explode off the back of it. NIP, they're having problems closing this game right now. It's no longer fine and dandy on this CT side. It's been very quiet. Ever since that triple deagle, double rifle win for VP. And now NIP, more USPs, but they can't really rely on a hero AWP in this round, right? So maybe a bit of investment, but in reality, it's VP closing the gap by 1 more, surely.
Yeah, VP, man, like on a T-side comeback, this is kind of them in their element, right? For NIP, it feels a little rough because it's like you're sitting here and you're telling yourself, like, boys, you know, we've hardly had any rifle rounds. Like, in reality, you know, like, we've pulled rifles out, but every single time we're losing, oh, we're having to take an eco. And so VP have very, very quickly amassed a scoreline where it feels like they're well and truly back into the game. Nip coming into this with more deagles again. Are they going to find success once more? Quad B stack. This certainly is not the round for it as VP look to move into A where only Hampus resides. Dead in Palace. And this might freak VP out a little. You know, a lot of the times, whenever they've tried to go into a site, it has been the more stacked. And with someone facing you early, you could be a little paranoid as to what's in store.
And here's the stack. Well timed, but yeah, I don't think VP need to be too worried here. Device is scout, looking for that headshot. Won't connect though, and with every shot you miss, VP get closer. They're hunting you down. And it's nice and easy. 1 kill from Plopsky, but nothing else. VP clean sweep onto 12, and the T-side comeback is well underway. NIP, they need to show us something. They need a gun round here and now. Because you're just buy eco right now, rinse and repeat.
Yeah, I'm looking at Device here, man. I want Device to be the guy to step up in this round. I think in a way, right, he's got a lot to prove here in that, you know, Astralis' streak of reaching playoffs, ESL events, brought to an end. His is still on the table. And so he could show that, at least for him personally, this was the right move by locking that in now. Putting some of those doubts to rest. VP. Big comeback that they had to embark upon. Right, this was 7-13. Now they're just one away from tying it up. Pressure's really starting to build for Nip on their map pick. Smoke in the window. Sanji once again being a nuisance in middle. Him and Yakindar here together. And once more, Yakindar's trying to exploit these timings that he's always able to find.
Yeah, weird short smoke lands on the molly, so there is room for Yakindar to go through. But he's in no hurry. That bomb's outside of A as well, you'll note. NIP spread thin. Trade potential will be difficult. VP faking the B site right now. James throwing in the util, trying to get NIP out of position. Double execute smokes coming in, and Hampus is brought out of the spot. Now Yakinda selling the fake, but you'll notice this is just a fake. The bomb's getting ready to go A. Yakinda throws some more util, he spams a smoke, and then he backs out. He doesn't even die, I love it, not committing. And now NIP realize, but they will realize late. Device back in CT, gets a quick pick, and Rez helps out as well. 15 seconds, and it's falling apart at the seams. Device will die, but can they really get a bomb pot? I don't think so. Bobski's here to say no, and Kicker will trade, but he's down to 4.
Yeah, he's got a plant now, and they're just rushing him. They're not giving him the room. Hampus cancels him out. And NIP, they do get onto 14 after all. We also get, you know, the big opener that puts a stop to that A play there comes from Device. Yeah. It's CT ticket holding down A. Buys time for the rotations and for VP. In spite of, you know, forcing the triple rotation over to B, they run out of time.
Yeah, I really like that idea. It's a cool play, but they just don't have the smokes down on A, right? Because not only are they using them on B, but they're trying to, you know, fake out B and then just explode into the A side with a flash. And as a result, with, you know, them not wanting to telegraph their play, is open season for Device and Rez to find openers. Now NIP throwing caution to the wind. Rez boosted into ladder, has walked up catwalk all the way. There's no one here. Hampus trying to keep Yakinda contained, but he doesn't even know what he's walking into in mid. Oh, he still catches the kill. Rez dead at the top. Yakinda gone through con. It's the A attack, though. Device just lives, jumping out into spawn, and now these T's are everywhere.
Yeah, more damage from Hampus. Device is still a threat. He's calling for rotations. And Nipper moving in. But as Pro don't have the smokes to cancel off these angles, so they've just got to plant and keep an eye on CT. Eyeballing the bomb plant. It's scary. The flash is good. But no one's able to capitalize. Jame and Sanji are actually the first to break the silence. They've turned this Nip retake into dust. Klopski's trapped out on triple, but they're all running. They're all like getting ready to go hunt. Oh, it's gotten weird. It's gotten odd. It should still be fine. And indeed it is. Virtus Pro up onto 13.
Did they think that round was over? Were they just trying to get into post plants, change their positions maybe? They were like locked in triple Tetris. It's not where you want to be. But even so, it's a little bit scary there for a second. NIP have a window of opportunity, but still a VP round. My God. NIP, they will not be happy if this game slips by the wayside. It certainly looks like it could right now. We're going into a 30-round minimum map here. Nothing else but pistols and the scout. Rez going to have early info if he stays here, but he is alone for now. Hampus has already left, and Rez playing the pixel gap will have to call him back. There it is, spot 2 as well. Rez with the smoke available, and he might want to get that in quick.
Yeah, something tells me they're not gonna they respect this smoke. Never mind, what do I know?
Nothing wrong with that. Yakinda's been given so much room in the meantime.
Once again.
Better than walking into a stack. They didn't know what the B site entailed. Rez. Ooh.
Oh! Oh, you kid, Deeg to the side of the head. Plopsky, oh, just gets in, but James so suspicious, so ready. Gonna delete the Deagle. Linus can't seem to connect, and yeah, man, bomb now down. Virtus Pro looking to reach 14. Looking to tie this game up after all. Yep. They lose a man in jungle. That's Device on the receiving end of Kicker, and he goes on to take it even further. This round's looking as good as done for VP. And now this game is hanging in the balance. For the Ninjas, they're in the far scarier spot, right? This is their map pick. They were 13-7 up. It felt like it was their game to lose. Well, heading in to round 29, where this is 14-14, NiP have got a full investment, but if they lose it, they're broke.
Yeah. And you know, VP have a little more money thanks to James just there. I don't know if you caught it. James realized he was trapped by the scout at back boxes, and so he dropped his orb and he shot it over to Buster on ramp so he could pick it up and get out of the round. James didn't feel like he would be able to escape without getting taken down, and he's probably right with the scout there. That's just a little detail. And you know, the money's like fine regardless, but it's that little bit extra just in case. You're not sitting there in a round doing the maths, right, working out if you have enough. You're just saving the higher value weaponry. Simple economics right now. 14-14, and it's anything but simple for NIP. They should have had this game in the palm of their hand. They should have already closed their map pick. The VP is showing them it's not that easily done.
Yeah, if you want to look at it like on paper, in theory, everything heading into this round is kind of stacked against NiP, right? They're the ones who had given up the big lead. They're the ones where the round is essentially a make or break in the grand scheme of this map. They're the ones feeling all this pressure.
From 13-7 to 14-14, here we go.
Hampus fast through lower, so quick in fact. VP might not be ready for it. There's the first. James can't trade either, and he doesn't want to make matters worse, so he lets the guy get away out of lower. Big nice, opening kill for Hampus. Just takes the safe route out the moment he's got it. And now NiP try to ease back into a 5-on-4.
It's good he escapes, because if you remember, the first round that VP got on this comeback was Rez going into middle, getting a kill, and then doubling down and looking for more and giving the trade up. It's like Hampus escaping there is so important. Now VP have nothing but the B side. They're down 2 men. They're just piling in. They're walking into the Lion's Den, and there's 3 CTs here. Crossfire plus Hampus with the AK. It's done. NIP, it took some time, but 15 will do. Round 30. And VP, this comeback could all be for nothing.
Yeah, a must-win round, and they win it. But it's not over yet. As mentioned, money was not going to be a problem for VP. That's why it felt like a much more high-pressure scenario for the Ninjas. Hampus taking a mid-peak. Oh, it's spooky, right? Because it's like when you're in that last round, no one's at 15 yet, right? So maybe you feel a little more free, a little more willing to go for that aggression like Hampus did. Now that you've done that, you know that VP are going to be taking this round real slow, watching everything, leaving no stone unturned. And no one wants to be that first domino to fall in round number 30.
Yeah, it might be another cat to B split. We got the top con and window smoke going in. Only 1 man coming up mid, though. It's going to be the man himself, Yakinda. Device cut off with the AWP. At this point, NRP, they've seen this play before this game. They know what to expect. B execute smokes in. They dive through this CT smoke. Sanji leading the charge, and he catches 2 players with their back turn. Linus holds for 1. Trapped to the bench behind the smoke and drops the bomb as well. What a hero.
Yeah, he's still going, still alive in this position. Yakinda trying to make a round-winning play, pushed up through the site, and now Hampus dancing around smokes again. He's calling for his teammate. He needs help from Rez. Rez is dead on the rotate, and Hampus now asked to clutch 1v1. Just James to find. Only a USP of 1 bullet in the AK. He's been given time to reload. James giving him a chance, and it's a chance that maybe should have never been given away. 16-14, Hampus with a 1v2 to find NIP their map pick.
To be myself, so when I went and found myself, the ones who told me back then, be true to who I am, ain't think we was really gonna win. Now they watching us from the sidelines while we trying to victories like we getting high tides. I'm getting my prize, only thing my eyes is locked in on. Have a milli mine. I want it right now, don't waste my time. Family in a penthouse with a view sky high. Blood, sweat, and tears bring more to my eyes, cause the whole gang winning. I done gave my life, I'm slow, but we did it, ain't we? And we always moving, never on the same thing. Now our lives are highlight reel. We like the thrill, this life's ideal, the hype is real.
Well, I think Device definitely brings a ton of experience to NIP, which is what they needed the most, right? A very young lineup, Rez being the veteran player, only 23 years old. I think it was a much needed addition for NIP, and looking at Device just also individually, you know, consistently been a top 3, a top 5 player in the world. And I think for Device as well, individually, I think one of the things that prompted this change is I think he still wants to prove that he's more than just a cog in the system that was Astralis. With this roster change, he really wants to cement his legacy, not only as a successful part of a great Astralis team, but also as a great individual player.
The first time we've seen them, and already they're in grand finals and taking second. Flashpoint was a great glimpse already into what NIP have managed to create, and the fact that they're already rejiggling the roster. I think what we see with NIP right now is we already knew the new generation is here, right? They've got their feet firmly planted in Tier 1, and everyone's shopping to find that next big name, the next Zywoo, the next Rops. And I think what you're seeing there is NIP, they've put 2 feet in first. They were the first to jump into that pool, and it's a little cold because now Rez is the second most experienced member on that roster, and he was the new kid not too long ago, 2017. So they've got a lot of new names, a lot of new brains, and I think it's a lot of pressure on Device to be all of that experience that's lacking elsewhere.
In addition to first figuring out what their roster is going to be, then it's also just about getting more experience as that 5-man unit, getting some deep runs in tournaments first, because that really helps you understand what you're dealing with. And again, that's where Device is going to certainly help them with all the experience he's had.
He's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air to take down Alex. Another pushing. Oh, you've got to be kidding me! He takes every single one.
There's no reason why they can't go all the way and become a championship level team.
Chasing love in an empty bar, pour a drink till I make it past. The midnight hour seems to come and go, but I know. Walk on up with a drink in hand, sipping mixers 'cause you can, and all the lights begin to switch off. You're chasing the light, holding on for life, feeling high, chasing
Welcome back to IEM Summer, and the Ninjas must be breathing a sigh of relief right now as a healthy performance started to go a little bit south as Virtus.pro dug their bear claws in towards the end of that second half. But as you can see, Linus absolutely delighted. Threat, their coach, almost in disbelief that the Ninjas managed to pull it off. But they're not home safe yet. They do still need to win, or well, they could lose Inferno because they get to do a third map, but I'm sure they're hoping they're going to win Inferno. I'm Frankie Ward. I am joined by Yanko and Kassad. First of all, Yanko, can we talk about those eco rounds from VP? Because was that a case of VP being geniuses or NIP getting sloppy?
I think this game in general was really messy. Like it was really weird at times. You could see early on VP third round with a couple of saved guns and just kickered with that Deagle round, winning them a key round. Then we saw the full eco from NIP, later on in the first half, and now you're thinking, okay, this is where NIP completely broke VP, not just their economy, but their will as well. And then VP wins another round with just Deagle. So there was a lot of back and forth. It could have gone either way in that first half, and I think in the end, NIP, if it weren't for that eco round win, this game wouldn't have gone their way.
Kassad, let's talk about the AWP action. We were chatting about Device early on in the pre-match and talking about wanting to see some more flashy plays from him, and it seems like we were kind of halfway there in that. We got to see some great shots with the AWP.
I mean, Device is always on, you know, they don't call him Mr. Consistent for nothing, you know. He's always there. He's always going to deliver the right trade. He's always going to be in the right spot at the right time because, like Plopsky said in that interview, he understands the game. He understands everything that's going on. 4, 5, 6, 7 years of experience playing on a very high level, 4 major championships. Like, you know this stuff, and you know he's going to deliver those frags.
We even saw Buster having a crack on the AWP to great effect. And Buster's performance was interesting. Hopefully it was interesting to all of us. It was particularly interesting to me because I feel like maybe we've been talking about Yakinda a lot and Yakinda needing to show up. But it feels like during this event, maybe Kicker and Buster have had a little bit of a resurgence. And we're starting to see them emerge back from the shadow of Yakinda, obviously long-term members of this roster, and really pull off some great round-winning plays, Janko.
Yeah, they have, and you know, Buster going way back, he was one of the star players, and then took a step back for guys, not just Yakinda, but even Kickert, when he started emerging in that team. And I think, sure, like, it's great that they're having good games here and there, but I agree with what Kassad said in the pregame. This team, it lives and dies by Yakinda, right? If he's having a really good game, that's because they don't have too much stuff to fall back on. Like, you see some of these rounds, like, it's almost ridiculous to watch. Like, some of these rounds are super slow and they want to end them. They don't have too much utility. NIP is just holding default positions, some off angles, Devices ticket with the op, and they win an easy round. Right after that, they do something faster, more explosive. Boom, they get the trade in, they get the site, and they win an easy round. So I think they just need to have more depth in their game, especially on the T side, if they're really going to become, you know, a contender for championships.
Yeah, speaking of those T sides, I think like you can see 2 different approaches in this game by VP and NIP. NIP went for a textbook T side, you know, they were going for a full mid control for more than a couple of rounds, you know. It was pretty uncontested at sometimes, you know, but still the idea behind this, we get mid control, we get those early fast splits towards A or B, it doesn't really matter, and then we end up going into pop plays, executes, and that's how, like, the whole game plan, and it worked really well for them. They got 7 or 8 rounds, and it's, like I said, textbook example of how you should run your T side. On the other side, we have VP playing the same offensive side. In the second half, they do something different. They go for a slow tactical approach. We're gonna get our space. We're gonna use, like, they make you use your utility. We're gonna stretch your defense, and then we're gonna go somewhere slow, right? The problem with that, if they don't manage to get that space and to drain that utility, they end up running into stacks like they did multiple times, and it kind of, you know, backfires a little bit for them. And it definitely did.
We're going to Inferno next. Do you think this one's going to backfire on VP, Janko?
I don't know. This is their for me the staple map for VP has been at the start of this year. So if they were, you know, ever going to want a map to take it to a third, it would have been Inferno.
Kassad, quickly from you before we go to a break.
They looked so strong on Inferno yesterday. That's my kind of problem for NIP. You know, I don't know how NIP can handle. They played Fnatic, almost lost that one. It was 9-0, 10-0 for Fnatic at one point. VP's Inferno is really good, and it's going to be a problem for NIP to win this one.
If we head to Overpass, it feels like we're going to be on level ground. So let's see if VP can pull this one off, because it will be an absolute treat if we manage to go to all 3 maps tonight. But Inferno, map number 2 is coming up after the break.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Intel Extreme Masters Summer is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, 1xBet, and DHL.
Oh, hi, didn't see you there. I'm really looking forward to this second map, Hugo. We don't have to wait. I mean, yeah, right? When am I not? But, man, I tell you what, we just had a great Mirage. We just had a full 30-round affair. And I have a funny feeling that Inferno is going to be just as close.
When is it not, Harry, right? A bit of Inferno, we love it. VP home map as well. Painfully slow T-sides at times. But, yeah, T-side of Mirage was a little bit shaky, so maybe they can step it up here on their map pick. That being said, you know, this is for playoffs, Harry. This is the last game of the group stage. It's the last game before the little break going into those playoffs. So let's get right in. You hear that sound? That sound means we're going into Inferno. Second map of the series. VP's pick, looking to get to Overpass with Ancient banned out of the pool. Here it is, do or die right now for VP. Time to show up.
Yeah, baby. Come on, VP. Give us a 3-map series. Give us a spectacle. Let's get ready to head into Inferno. It is their map pick. And hell, man, after Al Mirage ended, no one's doubting that VP ain't fired up. We're already into the pistol. We're hitting the ground running. And we've got VP with a T-side start.
A quick goosh to Hampus, but he'll get out of there alive, luckily enough. VP sitting on T-ramp. That is not the last time I will say that in this T-side, keep in mind. They love a slow round do VP. Moving up Banana now, though. Popsky's jumping. They've dodged him for now, and oh, they're getting awfully close. Popsky, caught midair. Bye-bye to Buster's P2. B is open, by the way. If Buster storms in, that's a round for VP. Almost nothing NIP can do. They have the kit and the smoke for the retake, but they're so out of position. Only devices rotating. NIP are not convinced. They're late to the party. There's still 2 Ts in middle. NIP, if anything, now are favored in the B-bomb site with a 4-on-3, but they won't be ready for the big flank in the post plant.
Yeah, at least I'm assuming that that's what these other two are going to do. They ain't even budging yet. They will start to make their way around. Even wrapping through CT spawn on Sanji. So he's ripe to do some damage in a round like this. Nice kill from Buster. Further taking away the likelihood of a retake here for NIP. Just Linus and Device. And even, well, maybe Linus can make it interesting. They're getting on the bomb. Linus is sticking it. Sanji gonna get them off. And Virtus Pro, they do find the pistol after all.
Where did the smoke go? I didn't see it get used. Would love that for the bomb, but, you know, nice try for NIP. That never really should have been their round in the first place. Very delayed on that flank, right? I think VP were also waiting for NIP to reaggress, maybe come down mid and try and take a banana retake. That didn't happen. So, you know, one player backed out, the other reaggressed into spawn. And yeah, Sanji had a hell of a round there with 3 kills. Nice flank. VP finding the pistol and NIP forcing up.
Yeah, bringing scouts, bringing Deegs to the party. Device, hoping he's given a fight early on. Certainly could be with Jane waited around at T-ramp. I'm getting motion sickness. Ooh, scout jiggle. But this could go on forever. And you don't have information as to what's going on in alt mid. Linus has missed the timing on the first man getting across. Oh, the Mag 7 also misses a separate timing. Therese with the peak. Didn't quite catch them moving into bedroom. I see a Mag 7 on res, though, and I get excited. This gun can do damage, especially over here towards the short side and the apartments.
Kick it a little bit shaky. James spams the wall and Kick it freaks out, turns around. Got a deeper long smoke here for VP. Trying to fight the cubby with a molly down as well. Rez gets cleared out from the corner. I like that take from VP as well. Avoids you getting smoke spammed or pushed through by the long player. Device is relegated to play back in the Moto side. He's chased down. Yakinda with 1 health remaining, jumping through smokes. And with this kill coming in, NIP, no chance in this round. Popsky's going to give away his position, hoping that he can bait for Hampus, who's trapped in the back of the bomb site. And, oh, Hampus spamming as well, going to limit his shots. And Sanji eventually fights him. Popsky trying to save that Deeg armor for another round. And VP up 2-0. Already T-side looking a lot better.
Come on. Just, oh man, your kid has got 1 HP. 1 HP, look at him. Ooh. He's just waiting. Run. He gets away. Big Yakinda. Will he die to the bomb? Accepting bets now. You think he's safe, but is he safe, right?
He's safe.
Nah, he's really safe now. He's really making sure. If he was still on banana, could have.
Yeah.
As weird as that is.
With a deep side plant, yes, it's default, so he would be fine. But Yakinda knows that. He's as far away as he can possibly be. Back in spawn and respawning Go VP. NIP having to eco. A lot of Ps in this matchup. Someone's been drinking too much water. I'm just an eco here.
Yeah, this should be a pretty uneventful round as far as they go.
Yeah, we said that a lot on Mirage, and well, look what happened.
Yeah, that's true, Hugo. And actually, I've learned to never chance it. The thing is, I just think on Inferno, it's very, very hard, especially up against VP, with what they do and how they play and how grueling they can be when it comes to... Oh, boy, just about gets away. Minus. There's a lot of dudes around the corner, and he's deleted by Sanji on the initial peak. Yeah, the Deagle's not really given much of a chance. Sanji's making money for James Orp. You know that's what he's doing,
yeah,
right?
It's one way of looking at it, yeah, sure. Can't, you know, disagree with that statement.
Nice guy Sanji. He's also Bames John, 700.
Yeah. Oh, the jumping. Poor Rez. Could not hit that headshot midair.
This is good, though. It's clean. It's exactly what we wanted out of VP, right? Leaving nothing to chance. And they're looking to take a flawless anti-eco here. Just Plopsky, the one guy who has armor. Doesn't matter when you get your head ripped off by an AK. But now you've got that reinvestment. And Device has even got AWP money to be throwing around.
Yeah, he's even got the best beast board as well. That's a feel-good moment for Device. See if he can put it to use. VP, you know, they're not always going to be charging up Banana, trying to take that quick control right there. They'll be absolutely fine in a gun round, giving it away and letting NIP go through the motions, lobbing utility. We've got 4B, so you can expect to see that. Device at the forefront of it all. Here come VP, though, with a vengeance. Device could not see a thing through the smoke, through the flashes, but he still gets a kill. Kikic's going to trade, denying the AWP escape. But with 3 still at B, NIP hold on, and look at the gaps that's been taken by Sanji.
Yeah, Sanji's on an adventure. And this adventure could be huge in the grand scheme of this round. As they're rotating in, even though they know they've given up long, they're not ready for him here. And Cerez is cut down in CT. Now the alarm bells are going off for NIP. They think it's going to be an A play. And Soplopsky fast rotates through Banana into VP, who is still holding T-spawn. Sanji yet to die, and Hampus ain't changing that anytime soon.
Back to B they go.
And this is what I mean. The way that VP play the T sides is grueling to play up against. They get Sanji deep in CT, and you saw the reaction from Nip. They go, oh, bollocks. That means it's an A play. Everyone starts rotating, rushing through Banana. Nah, mate, the bomb is sat at T ramp. There's another guy with him. They were just waiting for you.
Well, that's the thing. VP, they don't even need a plan there, right? Once they get Sanji and CT, they can just go, all right, let's feel it out. Let's see what they give us now. You know, maybe we go A. If Sanji kills one, then we collapse on the A players. But NIP just feeds Sanji, right? They're trying to rotate. They're trying to get some control back. And, you know, 2 kills off a B. Yeah, why wouldn't you run in at that point? James even given a free AWP. Linus is not getting away with this gun. Oh, he slit the net, but not for long. Good shot, but they're everywhere, around every corner. James with a headshot through the wall, and VP up 4-0. Yeah, I love that call from VP, right? Just getting Sanji up there quick. It's cool for 2 reasons. 1, it's an SMG. You lose it, it doesn't matter, whatever. You can afford to take that risk. 2, it's the first gun round for NIP. So it goes to say that, yeah, no surprise that NIP a heavy B, straight out of spawn, right? Throwing in the util, going about the motions, as many CT teams often will. Yeah. And so VP just gamble. They make the read, and it's perfect. Lots of utility. We might have an aggro round here for NIP.
Yeah, definitely would be the buy for it, right? I imagine if they were going to look to do anything without aggression, you'd see a lot more smokes for a smoke delay play. Instead, we've got them fighting with these Deagles, with the nades.
So little value from so many HEs and so many mollies, right? That was thousands of bucks worth of utility, and they barely, you know, scraped VP.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, man. When you play versus VP and you try to do these nade stacks, it feels like sometimes, you know, they're landing just 5 steps ahead of where VP are.
Maybe a kill here. I love this off angle from Rez. Oh, dear. He gets it, the repeat with the Deagle spam. Can this round really be won by NIP? They would love it, but it's never going to be that easy. Talking of which, Rez dead on long. Linus alone in the pit, calling for that banana aggression. Needs help now. One kill will do it, but Jame going to deny with a P250.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're up against the VP that are probably a little bitter as to how Mirage ended. I reckon they're coming into this fired up to make a bit of a statement on their map pick, right? Just to say to NIP, like, look at how close we were to winning your map. Look at what we're doing to you on ours. It's a 5-0 start with rifles coming out in the next for NIP. But this is exactly how these scorelines, you know, spiral out of control so quickly, right? If you lose pistol CT side and you lose that first rifle, you are going 5-0 down 9 times out of 10.
Oh, Propsky's going to die to the bomb if he doesn't run. Couldn't find a gun. Oh! Felt like that was far enough. Guess not. No armor, of course, so far more damage off of that bomb. But yeah, it was a deep sight plant as well. Not back sight, but in the corner. The cold zero box. 5-0 for VP. Looking good. Got the reinvestment here, though, from NIP. Device even having an AWP as well. And yeah, no, NIP, they love doing this as well on the player cams. Always good to, you know, lean away from the PC, all together in a room, chatting to Threat, trying to figure out what they want to do next. Got to be careful, right, with that long gap. If they want to go heavy B and throw in utility, you need someone on long. That's something VP have already looked to exploit. Sanji 9-1 right now.
One of the things, man, you just got to love about Sanji is he's so pliable. Like, he can do anything, right? Like, this guy, normally you'll have him in, like, these kind of more supportive positions. But in the beginning of that round where he gets all the CT control, your Kindar got put down at 2 HP. He's normally the space creator. Sanji took it upon himself, and we're getting a great game out of him where he is in, like, these high-impact positions. He's also got $10,000. Loaded, man. Think about how much he can buy Jame when Jame runs out of money now. More of this slow T side. Response from NIP is good though, right? They're not like dumping all these early nades down banana. That's one of the tricks to like this VP style, right? Everyone knows they're really gonna look to give you this slow stuff at some point. And so seeing teams, you know, hold on to utility till the late round, not uncommon. If you want it to do damage versus VP, a lot of the time you got to do that. But that's why when VP do change the pace, it can catch you so off guard. And so here we go. They're taking this top mid control. While this is going on, NIP are trying to retake banana. That's at least something for them. The VP are out on the long side. Rez doesn't know anything about numbers yet, but the flash in for him is perfect from Device. A big little double play between Device and Rez at long, and they're going to lock in the round on the back of it. The rifles come out in round number 6, and it's a flawless round for NIP. That carries a lot of weight as well. You know, we talk about this CT money being harsh. Flawless rounds are so important just to build you a bit of a foundation.
Yeah, that's a dream for NIP, right? What a spray on the long side for Rez. They're blind for so long, it feels like. And he's able to transfer across everyone. So there we go, on the board. Better late than never. But far from happy with where they're at. VP moving up banana fast, Kicker taking risks here. He's got the deep molly as well. Might have to smoke his escape. Swap sides, avoid the nades. You see him back out there, and that's because, you know, often you get that molly in, you wait till the T's are trapped in one corner or the other, and then you double nade logs or double nade the left side of B. And so Kicker makes sure that doesn't happen to him. He re-aggroes after the fact. Hampus is waiting for the flash. He's going to call it. Probably going to play contact for the first kill, and then as soon as he shoots, the flash will go out behind him. Let's hope he doesn't die immediately. Oh, there it is. Spray is good. Kicker gets tagged down low as well, but lives to tell the tale, and even the reflash comes in, but at that point, Hampus is dead. Plopsky is still holding B with his utility, and VP might just full exec.
Yeah, they're dumping in util. I know they've weakened this B site, even though the rotation of Device is in. NIP are completely cut out of B. And now now start to call for rotations. That bomb not planted yet. Device, Deeg spam, and Plopsky gonna drop the bomb out Ruin's side. That's quickly retrieved by Sanji. You don't want to lose that bomb. You don't want to lose track of it. He grabs the plant, and Device is caught with the spam. For Linus and Rez, they're very, very late into this one. Kickert's even holding for the late banana flank, and if he gets this kill, it's not coming through, but Rez is ready. Linus, dead to Sanji. And they know where Rez is. They've got him pinned over at banana, even though he's created space. Sanji is there to lock the round in. The VP take the B plate, and they put 6 up on the board.
I love that from James. Not only does he give kick at the AWP for like the Bogdan's Law to hold banana, which is a nice play, and actually honestly one that is pretty rare from James. Like he's never given that AWP over to his teammates, which, you know, it's fine, right? We know his style of play, what it's like. He's always going to go in last, but right there, as Device is spamming to try and stop the bomb plant, James, he's on top of blue. He could easily just tuck and wait. He chases that kill, man. He never gives Device the room, and that's a really aggressive play that puts VP up in the 3-on-2. Pretty much signaling the end of the round. NIP double haul set up with the AWP. This is common. First contact is the AWP, which will then back out, and you'll be fed to the wolves in the form of the rifle. VP, again, trading util out B, and they're fine to give it back up. Yakinda pops out into middle. Boiler player with a flash, and there goes Rez again, always set up by his side. Linus helps out on the short as well, gets another kill. So NIP back with a vengeance. This might just force a B execute for VP. You don't really have much else in the tank. You do have that control. And just the right amount of util. After Device checks mid, he might even pre-rotate.
That's what I was going to say, right? Look, he's aggressing over at the long side, getting the info that mid still looks clear. But we're not going to see an early rotation out of NIP. Still sticking to their guns.
Time to run. Double
Smokes
smoke.
are down yet. Plopsky could get spammed out. The tags have hit, and Buster will delete him through the smoke. Amper's still up on the boost, goes unchecked, and takes one out of the round. Buster and Sanji left in a 2-on-4. They have a bomb plant. That is the only thing going their way. NIP set up to retake this one. A lot of utility as well to force these gunfights out of Virtus Pro. You can make them feel very uncomfortable. This is going to be rough for Buster and Sanji. There's the early swing. Nothing found. Buster good for one, but he's double peaked from the ruins. And Linus plays that to perfection with his teammates by his side, rushing down the remaining man.
You really couldn't tell that Linus is so inexperienced on this top level, right? Like, he looks so comfortable inside of this team. It's the first time I've casted him, at least, right? We obviously saw a bit, you know, from him in the tournament already, but wow, like he's just so calm, he's so collected. When he was anchoring B back on Mirage, he always looked good to get a couple of kills. And right there, even just swinging with his teammate, jumping on top of Coffin, in sync on the retake. Really nice stuff. Yeah. 3 kills.
Whenever we've seen him on player cams as well, he's very smiley. Looks like he's interacting with everyone. Yeah. Seems like he's like just looking very positive.
I mean, got to be a dream to be playing in this roster.
Yeah,
right? Like,
especially now,
looking
right?
Down the line, like, oh, hey, Device. Oh, hey, Rez. You know, yeah, this whole roster is star-studded, and you know, NIP love bringing in the youngsters. Right now, VP, they're still fine. They're still in control. They're not, you know, worried yet. Couple of rounds for NIP and a retake there on the B bomb side. But VP still have the cash to sustain. And more of it. Heavy on B again, but it's worth noting Device is not with them. He's going to be able to hold mid and deny that gap that has been found with the triple B setups. Kicker beats the Molotovs this time. Very far up. But it is being respected by NIP. Very slow and passive round here for NIP, not wanting to take any early engagements. Device doesn't swing out mid, he just holds for the, well, the T-swing rather. Now he has long. Nip never fought for Banana. They held their util for this execute. That's what VP have done a lot of towards this B bomb site. And they might do it again. We're getting mid util right now, but with 3 in Banana with that bomb as well. VP likely just going to fall back into another execute. Retake util for NIP. I like that. They don't do anything with it, though. All that's going to do is delay the play. Device almost rotated, but they've told him they're fine, but they won't be fine for long.
Yeah, look, you're seeing the other VP players falling back and looking to follow through on this B play with Plopsky giving that early fight over. They're more enticed now than ever. They've tasted the blood in the water and they want more. Wiping Hampus out and through the smokes again. What? Device given a taste of his own medicine, perhaps. It's Virtus Pro up onto 7.
Well,
kicker, by the way.
Yeah.
Little monster
Just
of
headshot everyone.
Of a man.
Shooting Device through the smoke. And yeah, that's twice now. Plopsky's got caught out, you know, fighting. Oh, yeah. I mean, should get checked. Oh, no. Oh, no. I would have loved Rez to just tell Linus to duck there. But trying to bait it like for Rez.
Hey, yo, Linus, peek.
Cheers, lad. Going for the ace and the save.
He's going to look sick in the frag movie.
They shouldn't hunt this, really. They shouldn't lose another guy. That would be quite painful. And, well, Rez, he's going for the ace. James won't let it happen. Okay, James saves. That's the one thing we can always rely on. That's twice now we've had this quick B pick from VP. And, Plopsky playing in front of the banana smoke, trying to fight for it. Maybe not really working right now for NIP. Considering VP, all they're doing is taking banana early.
Man, it's one of those awful moments where, like, Plopsky, it didn't look like he was, like, invested in peeking that. I think he was just giving it, like, one of those little jiggles just to see, right? You tell yourself, like, I'm not going to die here. I'm just playing for the info. I'm just getting the spot. And that makes the death even worse feeling, right? Like, you kind of knew it was risky taking the peek. And it's that death that really spurs on the victory for Virtus Pro.
Now Device is in the same spot, but far better gun for the job. And they just heard an AWP at A as well, so do they realize that that's a different AWP? They're about to find out the hard way, walking into the angle. Rez. Oh, not quite good for 2.
Yeah, it's always a little spooky when someone's got an out past you.
There it is again.
Shame. Removing Plopsky from that same position, and now Sanji's dropped Linus in the apartments.
Oh, no.
This was a good start for NIP that's very quickly turned sour. We're looking at Hampus to try and be the man to save the day. And with that kill onto Sanji, maybe there's hope after all. Hampus hears them running up the short side, and he flashes himself in, but doesn't commit to the peak right away. Just playing for time at this point, right? Wait for Device. Wait for your AWP to come in and help you with this retake.
Hard to help, though, when you're smoked off. There is a bit of a gap for Device. He's got to go through eventually. They're backing out and playing Porch. Buster pushed in. Hampus hoping for a kill. Nothing getting delivered. It's up to Device. Hunting with a missed shot. Might want to save here. Time is ticking, and opportunities are fleeting here for the Ninjas. Wallbang won't connect. Hampus with a swing. And it's all getting a bit uncomfortable now for NIP. They're going to get the kill. Buster, just a few seconds stalling will do enough, but he can't get the kill to Device. And NIP are on the bomb with just enough time. It's going to be a 3rd round. Nice patience from Hampus, man. Stalls that out as long as he can for Device to get set up. And he finds 3 in the round. Gets the AWP for Rez as well. So that kept by NIP once more. Trading rounds here, back and forth. It's only going to favor VP with a lead, but NIP just trying to get back into their CT side. Again, Plopsky, want to talk about that? Maybe he's rotating, right? I think he's just trying to get out of the bomb site as quick as he can. He doesn't want to cross coffins, but caught out by Jamie, still AWPing B. It's really, really awkward.
Yeah, and it's one of these things where, like, if we're noticing it, he's definitely feeling it as well, right? And might be getting in his own head a bit. Keeps telling himself, like, no, I'm not going to die there this time. Oh, it's happened again.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Plopsky this time over at Oranges. Ooh. Device peak and opens the round up there with the AWP. Once again, his double AWP setup was good to find the openers last time, but missed shots out of Rez. He's getting a little stressed up here in the apartments.
Oh, bye-bye. Sanji's Deeg.
That's the Sanji effect, man. Give this guy $700. He turns it into 5,000. Oh, he's going for more. Well. Sanji's is just tearing through them. Now he's got an AWP to play with. They've given him the big money. They've given him the big cash. And Sanji, with a smile on his face, has torn this round away from NIP with nothing more than a Deeg and armor behind it. He's looked to put 8 on the board for Virtus Pro. Big moves out of money man Sanji.
What a round, dude. I don't think at any point NIP were ready for that one. They were perfectly set up in middle, right? They got a banging nade. They got a mid pick and had util down. Smokes are in the way for VP. But it was climbing back on cart that was the problem after all. And so the save has to be called here for NIP. It's not like they're rich either, right? They're not saving into another buy round. They're just saving because that's all they're going to have in the follow-up. Sanji ruining their economy on an eco win here for VP. They had enough of them on Mirage. But we've got many more on Inferno too. 8-3 dominance right now for Virtus Pro.
Like, Sanji is like the real Wolf of Wall Street of Counter-Strike, isn't he? Like, he'll take some penny stocks, he'll turn it into something big. Kind of a swing round now for NIP. If they don't get this, they're on pistols, and suddenly Virtus Pro have locked in a very dominant first half of play. Kicker once again with the opener, and the B site has had the red carpet rolled out.
Yeah, NIP just can't find the solution, right? Device has had a couple of picks up towards his top banana, but man, Kicker's entries have been second to none in the T side. He has been muscling his way into B round after round. Think about that triple kill as well in a few rounds prior. He's going to find another. Flashing through the smoke. Linus trying to get some control back, some semblance of it, but he's gone again. Yikinda with a kill, Sanji holding alt mid, and there is nothing here for NIP. Wherever they go, they meet death.
It's a bit of a poison chalice being that third guy rotated into B, right? You're trying to make a big play, you're trying to regain some control, but man, you're walking into the lion's den. And rather unsurprisingly, it's full of lions.
Yeah, often the case.
They're like countering the save by going to where you save ahead of time. Not that you could know it, Rez, but don't go any further than this. You are right where you want to be. Sanji, jump scare. There's more where that came from. James says, I'm the only guy that can save, and here he is, locking them out. 9 on the board for VP. The hunt is massive because it means now you don't even have like an M4 in this round, right? You're just on pistols. 10 looking as good as guaranteed for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, what a great game from VP, right? Like, they, as you said earlier, probably not happy with how Mirage went. Felt like they could have pulled that one back. They almost did. And IP came alive right at 14-14 with a must-win buy. And now VP, it's a statement from them. Wanting to make this a 3-mapper. Wanting to get to Overpass, which, yeah, okay, maybe hasn't been excellent as of late. And Device is more than experienced on, but VP, their peak, man, Overpass, it was their bread and butter. Deadly Jamin and Yikinda double toilet setup. Ooh.
This round could still get terrifying.
Yeah.
There's always a potential. Any round is winnable. But this one shouldn't be. And Jane with that kill has possibly saved the day. Sanji's about to get this information. And now they go B because they've spotted everybody over here in top middle.
I gotta say, there's a fairly fast T side, not even this round, but just this half of VP. It's actually surprisingly concise. They know exactly what they're doing. It does help that they've been constantly getting these B picks, right? Like Kicker entering round after round and just finding openers, and VP just going, well, we may as well just execute. NIP have never stacked this bomb site. And yeah, so VP, who have often just run the most slow, painful 20-second last-minute executes, they've rarely even gone A in this half. They have, more often than not, grouped up in banana, thrown in the 2 smokes, and won the round. So yeah, it's been a really good game plan from VP. It's something NIP have not figured out yet. And it's hard as well because you want to, you know, sometimes what CTs do in a position like this is like run in an aggressive round, right? Get down middle, throw those deep volleys.
Yeah, but you can't do that versus
if
these
there's one
guys.
team you can't do it against, it is VP.
Pushing the T's, yeah, man. I should give them the round, why don't we?
Man, Shane will sit on ramp with the AWP and he won't even fight mid. He'll just fight for the aggro every round.
Yeah, he'll wait for you to come to him for like a minute and a half and then eventually make the perfect read.
Yeah, so like, you know, how do you solve this for NIP? There's no easy answer, right? They've got another buy round. They've got all the util in the world. Maybe try and take that banana control back early, right? Put 3 there. They haven't gone for a banana take since they got burned by that round from Sanji. Ever since, it's been, you know, maybe device AWPing or some retake utility or holding car. I'd like to see a full B take here for NIP at some point, but they're running out of rounds, running out of chances, and Kicker's here looking to do the dirty work again.
Yeah. I think one of the biggest issues, though, is you just feel like you don't have a read on this game if you're NIP, right? It's not like you've been able to kind of get your bearings at all. You never know what Virtus Pro are bringing your way. And again, I think, you know, you're so concerned about the, you know, the what ifs. Like, what if this is the round they rush banana? What if this is the round they don't rush banana? Like, there's so much to it. In the, you know, there's like a million options. So VP so far, it feels like all of them have been working.
Yeah, and you know, Popsky gets flashed in. He's trying to take fives. That's 2 flashes used now to get Popsky in. And both times, VP are not even up banana yet. They're finally here after the double flash. Popsky's going to go back in. He's got a teammate replenished at the B site. Finally a stack here for Nip. It looks good. Kicker going to be blind. He gets out of there alive, though. They have no nade on Popsky to kill him. VP, I don't know how they managed to keep this in a 5-on-5.
That's also the 3rd flash thrown from B now. So they have that information based on the utility that there's 3 players towards this side of the map. That's why we're seeing the bomb group back up in middle and look to explode into this A bomb site with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, but NIP know that as much as VP do. They've already got that 3rd player back here. Linus in the pit, going to have to do something miraculous. Device is dead already. Reds through the smoke with a double, and Linus on an off angle. They might not expect it. They've already killed a pit player. They haven't seen a thing from Linus. He did drop his smoke. Do they know? They're taking their time. 10 seconds. You got to go if you're VP. You need that plant. Linus, can he deny in time? Killing the planter and getting a chance here for VP. It might just be the round for NIP.
I think Jane got blocked. I don't think there's time. Yeah. Wow. He got stuck on Sanji just as he was about to get into the site. And it only delayed him. It only delayed him by like a millisecond. But those are the kind of hairs you're splitting when that's what's left at the end of the round.
Oh, they just couldn't find Linus, man. They were looking everywhere. They didn't know where that 3rd man was. And, you know, maybe that does come down to the fact that, oh, this is a new player to the team. We don't know what spots he's playing in. Usually in those positions, you look at the scoreboard, you go, oh, who's alive on A? Oh, X player. Well, they play here. Let's look there. You know, maybe they don't have that knowledge yet. Linus, big kill at the last second to keep NIP in this CT side.
And it's another round that showcases why we've been impressed with Linus, right? He doesn't overextend in that, like, 1v3 he was in the A-bomb site. He plays it to perfection around the smokes. And, you know, uses the one opportunity he gets at a kill to make it the round-winning kill. So there we go. Sanji's back on his apartment's lurk. The rest of the gang gonna start to explode out through middle. Maybe a fast A take from Virtus Pro. I was gonna say, that don't sound like the VP I know. We've got a lot of real estate, nothing towards B. So that makes me doubt that they would go back, right? Especially with only 50 seconds left, they start to go back.
It's now or never, right? Even if they don't commit to B, you can clear out this position, you can show bomb, you can make, NIP think you're committing B, but it seems like it will be that
Look
B
at this,
play.
though. They know how much respect they've got at this B side of the map. Like, they just run up banana knowing that NIP aren't fighting for it.
It's awkward, though. The B players were never seen, so they just have all their utils still available. Smokes, mollies, the whole 9 yards. It's landing now. VP got to go.
Through the smokes, into the site. Kicker trying to lead the charge. NIP rotating players over. This shot from Device, but the kills have got to come in for VP. They're running out of time, and Device finally dealt with, but there's more where that came from. Kicker's out of ammo and out of time as well. Buster all the way in CT spawn, can't do a thing. And so NIP secure 5 to close out this first half.
in CS, only in every tournament, only one winner, only one team wins every time, and it's very big competition right now. And you need to be focused on every game, especially on playoff game. And I think our we started play bad from ESL Pro League, and we lost to Complexity. It was a very close game, but I think that game was in our hands, but something went wrong. But you need to be very focused every time. It's most hardest thing in CS, on every map, on every round, and when you start to lose some games, you start losing some confidence, and you need to win again. And if you don't win next tournament, it might you can start to think what's going on, and what do we need to change something, or everything good. And we started to talk, maybe overseeing some things. And when you're winning, it's best, how to say, лекарство, как сказать, Марк? Best, как? Best aid for everything. When you're winning, it's you're gaining a lot of confidence, and it's most important thing to win, no matter how. That's all.
The vibes are good. Virtus Pro have given us one hell of a T-side inferno. Now it's NIP who are going to have to be on fire here as they embark on their T-side if they want to get back into this second map, all with the goal of trying to dodge overpass as the third.
Yeah, hey, credit to them if they can, pull this one back and make this a win, a 2-0. But right now, VP, you can see why it's their map pick. They are storming on that T side. Lots of lovely B executes. Popsky having problems, but always a chance to recover in that T side. A lot more comfortable. You can choose what you want to do. You're not at the beck and call of VP's game plan. Hampus clearing apartments. Notice it's a B play, though. Only one man here, VP. They've got a really good util, retake buy. They've got a molly. Whether that's going to get used early or not, we'll have to see. Sanji could try and stop the bomb plant with the Molotov, throw it on the coffins from his position. They're aggroing. Hampus is missing the timing. He's going to go back in apps. He'll spot them. No, he won't. They're flanking the B play. This is so weird. This is so uncomfortable.
Look at that minimap.
Yeah, NIP have the B bomb site, but Hampus has no idea that they're so far down.
But they've missed him as well. Hampus now.
Go.
Now he knows. Now Hampus knows. Surely, come on. Hampus could tear the entire round away. It could have been a series of missed timings, but no, James, you little rat man. Turns around, flushes Hampus out. And now the retake is well and truly underway. Linus and Plopsky, the only two left. And look at them, they're boxed into a tiny little corner. The bomb's planted for them, but is that going to be enough? Kicker is sticking it, and Linus can't do a damn thing. Virtus Pro, that pistol round, that's crazy.
That is crazy, Harry. You're not wrong. Yeah, Sanji does a great job at B, right? Sorry, Buster, I think it was, just able to stall out, buy some time. The mid push, and like NIP never knew that was coming as well, right? Like Hampus, he may have seen Jame there, but there's no knowledge on the fact that the entirety of VP are coming down on the banana flank for NIP. Very weird round. Don't see pistols go that way on this map, but once you hit the officials, everything changes. Double AKs here for NIP. Got Galil on res, so they really are trying to upset this buy from VP early. If you don't win this, though, at this scoreline, you are digging a massive hole.
Yeah, you might get like one T-side rifle round, and that might be, you know, you getting to play the second half.
Yeah. Double
also, yeah, and a dude on balcony as well. There's 3 that can peek this short side. Even once you've dealt with Kicker, you're never going to be ready for the next guy in Jame. Oh, well, Linus is, what do I know? Oh, the deagle of Linus, a lot of damage.
Failed out.
But only 1 kill. Sanji saves the day.
Yeah, back to me. There's only 1 guy here, and that's a key kill for Hampus, man. He's so good at getting these entries. That's the B site. Rumbled. Smoke is down. Bomb plant allowed, and VP, they've got a kit on Kicker. It's very low, though. He's very far away. Your kid has even been softened up in the CT spawn, and VP might actually choose to give it up. Yeah, I think this is the right call for VP, honestly. Like, you know those second round buys could be lethal. You know that NIP have better guns than you do right now. They've also got way more health. And so VP, who have util, who have a kit, who have enough to, you know, fully rebuy next, this is definitely the right call. It's a bit of a sad call to make. Nice entry from Hampus. That is the kill that wins the round.
All right, though, for NIP, we said that was like a high-risk, high-reward situation. They took the gamble. They reaped the reward. Because even though you're getting, you know, a reinvestment back in here, it is still going to be ugly. There's no 2 ways about it. I'm never ready to discount a VP force, right? Especially with all these saved weapons, man. Like, you put a deagle in some of these guys' hands. Ooh, now we talking.
But, man, winning the round for NIP, right, considering now this buy is also pretty sloppy for VP. Like, NIP in a really good position despite the scoreline not being nice to them. They could definitely break the money and get back into this game, but they'd have to win this round, and that feels all too good to be true. VP muscle their way down middle, something that NIP didn't try once in their CT side. VP do it immediately, and look at the room that Sanji's gained. He's about to find the bomb before they do. And they're scared of it,
This is so weird. Yeah, look, Plopsky's having a turn and look away at everything, and so he's blindsided by Sanji. Hampus is now like, wait, they're in our spawn? Oh, VP. VP with the aggression.
So forget everything I said, right? Now VP, there's, I don't like calling games before they're over, but like, how the hell do you bring this one back? It's looking excellent for Virtus Pro right now on their map pick.
Sanji's having like game of life as well, bro. 24-8.
Yeah.
3-0 KD. And in spite of all of that, can I just say, this is why we love Sanji. He's dropped the AK to Buster and he's bought an MP9.
Yeah. And that's what he wants as well. That's it. That's not even just pressure. Sanji, more than versatile with these weapons. NIP now rebuying back in, but as said, like, you know, off the back of losing that round, a must win for them, and they have nothing to play with here. Not a single primary weapon. Lots of utility, but how much value will they really derive from that? Very patient round, doing their best VP impression, sitting on the T-ramp. Jame trying to AWP them, spot some heads. And hey, that's where the bullets come from.
Oh, that's a meat grinder. Oh, death by 1,000 cuts for your Kindar. Nades are good in response, though. It's made them all very, very wounded on this B play. And look, Virtus Pro are calling for the entire changing of the guard. They're bringing everyone around to B.
Oh, more mollies, more flashes, more everything that you don't want if you're NIP. Buster's pushing a smoke. He's finally put down by Plopsky. Grabbing a gun, Plopsky, this could be his round here. It's time for a hero for NIP. Sanji, the smoke fade almost doubles up, but he's done good work. Bomb is loose, and forget the plant. NIP are looking for kills. Flash is good, but Jame up close and catching Hampus as the smoke fades leaves Plopsky in an important clutch. 1v2. James rerouting, trying to double peek with his teammate, and Plopsky knows he's got to hit the headshots though. Needs precision. There's the first. James, now he loves these rounds. He loves these clutches, and that's why.
Man, Plopsky needed that. He needed a little victory just to kind of, you know, try reignite him. He gets the first. I was feeling weirdly optimistic about the whole situation. Then you look at who you're left up against, right? Then you look at the guy who's up against you in the 1v1. It's James, and the scariest thing about being up against James is not only is he great at landing shots like this, but he's also someone who will gladly play the clock against you, right? And so in Plopsky's mind there, he's probably going through like 1,000 different decisions that could be getting made.
And they're rebuying again. I mean, I can't really blame NIP at this point in the game for doing this, right? They get 4 kills. They do so much economical damage. The risk of this is like, you know, you don't really have many rounds left of this game. But if you win it, you can get everything. You can scavenge guns from VP. You can break their money. But it's what they tried to do, right, with that second round win. And they picked it up. But then VP saved with 3 guns and traded the round right back. Worth noting quickly, Yakinda's like 5 and 12. He is silent in this game, and it's not making a damn difference. So VP having some heroes saving Yakinda from embarrassment right now. 13-6, and they're storming out of apartments.
Oh, yeah, that's a little bit ugly from KitKat, and Sanji's dead as well. Yakinda will deal with Device, but still a 3-on-4, like... If this wasn't the caveat of it being a force buy, I don't even think you'd consider this for a second. It's the only reason why VP is still floating around, and now they're definitely saving. They're gone.
Yeah. And like, you can't get too optimistic though, because as I just said, NIP already did this, right? And VP saved the guns. They always know when to call the save, and they won the follow-up. They can do it again with this AWP held on. Got to keep the AWP though. Jay making sure that happens, finding Hampus, and Buster ready to pounce if needed. There it is. Rez falls into him instead. But that is a really big round for NIP, right? Up to 7 now, winning it back-to-back force buys, finding the second one at least. VP, they would love another $100 on either of these saving players to be able to drop over rifles. That actually might get in the way. 2 players on 14 is enough reason to force, though.
See, like when you play VP, there's always like this little X factor of it. It starts to feel like a war of attrition, right? Like these guys' game plan involves it going on a long time, involves this being a drawn out series. And so one of the hardest things about being against that is, you know, keeping yourself in it the entire time. If this ends up going 3, can NIP continue the same kind of energy? Trades back and forth at Banana. Still hanging in the balance of control, and Hampus trying to plant the flag of NIP on this position. And Plopsky working it together. They don't have a flash to take this peak. So James given a lot more freedom than he would normally have. There's one with the AWP. Without a flash to get it off the angle, you're relying on Plopsky just doming him. There is one dropped in from Linus all the way at the bottom of Banana. He did come back to throw it, but Plopsky wasn't able to capitalize.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bonkers position for James. He's solo B, he's got full util, and he's AWPing sandbags. That's crazy. That's why NIP aren't ready for it. Who would do that? Only James. And he gets out scot-free. Now back into the stack go NIP. Back into 3. Sanji stalling, but he's not going to last long. And Plopsky with a double entry may have just saved the day. Nice try by Buster, but now Rez is in the 1v1. James, he's already picked up one of these before. Can he do it again?
Look at him, Cyclops, man. Creeping on up with the AWP. Scoped all the way back in CT, so he's not making any noise cues. Rez still adamant it is this long flank, holding for it, sees the head. Both players miss the opportunity. Rez, there's the swing, and the 1v1 closed out by NIP. 8 to their name now. And finally breaking apart this VP money. So suddenly this game's a little more interesting now.
This is what NIP have been trying to do since the second round, right? Like these constant forces, constantly buying Tech-9 armor nades. And it worked, eventually. Cost them a few rounds in the process, but here they are. And also, Plopsky, very, very slow first half. He's recovered really well. He just got a massive double entry there to get NIP in the round. They would have never won it without it. So, yeah, it's things like that, like Plopsky having a bit of a recovery, these could all bode well for NIP.
No, that was the exact reason I found myself rooting for him in that 1v2 attempt, right? Anything to try and reactivate the guy. Anything to get his head back in it. This round's a nice little mop-up. It's nice, it's clean, it's exactly what you want if you're NIP. All right, with Plopsky having a late game activation, starting to build back in, no longer feeling like a 4v5 or one of your guys a little bit out of it. Maybe there's still some legs on this map yet.
Maybe. I think you're onto something, Harry.
Buster, glass MP9. Glass staple gun, we'll call
Anything
it.
for James Orb, Harry. Anything for James Orb.
Buster's thinking like, man, is this how it feels to be Sanji? Is this what it's like?
Oh, well, it might be worthwhile. James up in abs. Linus alone right now. They're walking out mid. Oh, no. This is
huge. This is NIP pulling their own Sanji maneuver.
Yeah. Right. Linus is not moving as a result. He realizes, like, if you're getting this much room in middle, there's got to be an app set up. So he just dodges death, waits for this play to activate all the way around, and still not a step taken.
I almost hope that now these players in mid start to make some noise to, like, bait the rotations. Never mind, never needed. Kickert's dead. Linus is still holding, but Jane will find him with the no-scope. Now it's like,
gonna save?
I reckon they will. That's what I was going to say, right? The weird part is that, like, 4-on-4, yeah, it's achievable, but you've just lost the A bomb site right away. You've got 3 over towards B. The rotations would take so long that this isn't doable.
Yeah, you can say what you want about this. Like, a lot of people will laugh, I think, again, you know, VP. But there's so much logic to this, which is why they're pulling a save in what you could argue is a very winnable round. It is more so than anything coming down to positions, and 3 being stuck over at the back of the B site. That's enough reason to throw in the towel. Lovely round for NIP, though. Starting to warm back in. Maybe, Harry. Maybe. They've got a chance still.
Yeah, well, I think importantly, right, we're seeing some, like, key, you know, guys like Plopsky coming back in, but on top of that, Hampus is now finally starting to feel like he's got a read on the game, right? Like, he's got some bearings here. The space created on the back of this mid-walk in the round was unreal. And these were the kind of things that VP were finding constantly throughout their T side. So you're starting to feel that kind of, like, momentum about reading and, you know, feeling out your opponent, swing back the other way. And that could be huge for NIP as they're now 10-13 in this map.
Yeah, James flashed off mid as well. Device is posted and he's got the kill. That's the flash to get him there and to get the advantage for NIP. Kickert's grabbed the orb. NIP laying up smokes real quick towards A. Now, they don't know. Banana's been taken. They're looking at it, right? They're considering this, but Yikinda goes through the smoke, and he gets a kill as well. Yikinda, he's been quiet, but he is not fearful. He is full send right down on the flank, and NIP, as a result, had to activate into the A site. They do well, getting another entry, and Device posted deals with Buster re-aggressing. Yikinda was low, and so he'll choose to save, and Kickert joins him with Jane's AWP. I do like that Yikinda has been doing this a lot, right? Even in some lost rounds, he's been, you know, taking Banana and still doing what he does in every game, which is these aggressive CT Banana control rounds, like very Stewie 2K-esque, right? Pushing, jumping on top of the car, fighting, trying to get behind the half wall. So, you know, not deterred by the fact that maybe the frags aren't there right now. But you know what is there right now? The recovery from NIP, the comeback.
Yeah. And honestly, you know, you're talking about Yikinda. I think he's going to be a very key piece of this puzzle. You know, we so often say that the hardest thing about playing against this VP CT side is, like, if they get a man advantage, it's so hard to reclaim that. Well, normally it is guys like Yikinda who aren't afraid to take the aggression, who aren't afraid to take those opening fights that can turn the round in your advantage. But with him being so quiet, that responsibility's got to fall on someone else's shoulders.
Oh, okay, this is it. So VP, some saves, right? Back-to-back saves, just trying to get the money, trying to build the economy. This is the result of that. A big all buy. James, 20-9 on the AWP, was picked up by Device last time around. Device going back for some aggression. Right up Banana. On top of the wall, or logs rather. Flashback in.
Kindle's burning. Oh, he's very low now. A nade could finish this off. So much damage done by this Banana utility fight. But it's about who can get the kill, who can reap the reward of all the damage that's been done. Looking like it ends in a stalemate, with VP conceding Banana, NIP getting the real estate, but at quite the cost to the old HP of guys like Device.
This is a mega brain rotate for VP. Oh, they don't commit to it though. They showed so much over on B in terms of utility. That's a good grenade onto Buster as well. But now VP have realized it's gone very quiet up towards A. They still have the mid info from Porch, and so they're going to set up a boost and keep this triple B alive. And they are right in their assumption. Here come NIP waiting for the fade.
This is it though, man. Big stack. If you can't hold this, VP, what can you do, right? You've got everybody, not everybody, but you've got the majority here. Is it going to be the case that majority rules? Rez dead in the open. They do deal with Yakinda and they turn it on as well, but Buster with the lineup has left it just on Device. He was tagged up earlier on at the utility fight on Banana, and so he's left saving. The triple stack, it works wonders. NIP were not ready for a third man.
Yeah, and coming through the coffin smoke as well. It was one, I don't know if it was Buster or if it was Sanji, but as that coffin smoke came in, someone jumped into it.
Yeah, that was Buster.
And moved it completely. So he had firstly, the smoke was just a big, hole, but also he has so much more room to move around it. It's not just deep in the choke point. Worth sacrificing the 1 or 2 HP for that. Buster goes big, and NIP cracked that site right open. They got a double entry instantly, so Buster finding both kills there is huge for VP, who have been, waiting for this round. They've been saving and saving and saving to finally pick up a CT win, and there it is. Streak of 5 for NIP broken, and VP looking to close the map and take us to a third.
Yeah, but with those 5 rounds comes lots of money for NIP. They're reinvesting, they're reinvigorated, and they're looking to go. Once again, Virtus Pro take this Banana control. Flexing their muscles here, but it has taken up an extra player from the A-bomb site. They rotate him back now, and he's going to be here in time. NIP have gotten top middle. Starting to take some long control. James Orp is on the angle, playing with fire, and James, the collateral comes through. Is he going for more? Ooh, he is! 3 in the round. Big James bringing the pain, and he's even looking for more. An unquenchable thirst for kills. Device on the angle, but there's so much still to worry about. They could be in middle for all NIP know. A huge round for James, and it might have found VP 15.
Yeah, just about finishing the job here. No one's peeking, right? Device is searching for a kill with this ult, but even Sanji in the pit is just covering the cross for Yakinda. This is beautiful for VP. They're making NIP commit or save. You got to go with the flash. Device with the check, but there's still Sanji to worry about, who's dropped kicker. Device has the bomb, but he has no room to move. Ollie is good. Shot connects, but they're chasing Device down, and even though he hits the third through the pillar, it makes no difference. 15 for VP. James finds 4. And that's the James that we wanted here and now, trying to take us to overpass. He's on fire right now, Harry. Not even double-digit deaths, and we are nearly 30 rounds in.
Yeah, how does he do it? How does he get away with it? Just AKs now for NIP to try and stop the inevitable, to try and stop overpass. It's waiting in the wings. Virtus Pro are 5 kills from it. Nip is sweated now. Oh. Ollie's a Banana. Yakinda are pushing up behind these smokes. Trying to get tricky with it. And Yakinda, this is what we know and love out of the guy. Gets that opener and makes out like a bandit. 5 on 4. The utility damage even raining in onto NIP just makes matters worse. And even then, Yakindar's still hanging around. This is ballsy, but he's good for a second. And at this point, hell, it's been worth it. He could get even more with these two players both tagged up. Oh, he will. Yakindar tearing it away from NIP. Device and Linus left alive. The bomb's back in T-spawn. I think the reality might be setting in for the Ninjas, that this one is going to a third.
Yeah, this is the worst position to be in, right? Device doesn't want to accept reality, but it's going to come crashing right down on top of him. 30 seconds. He hasn't even got time to get the bomb. It's a done deal. It's a 3-mapper. It's VP fighting back on their pick. And even though NIP had a bit of a comeback, it's all in vain. Virtus Pro 16-11. A statement on Inferno and Overpass, as said, where this series will culminate. It's going to be a banger. You don't want to miss it. So come back after the break.
They done told me to be myself, so when I went and found myself, the ones who told me back then, be true to who I am, ain't think we was really gonna win. Now they watching us from the sidelines, while we trying to victories like we getting high tides. I'm getting my prize, only thing my eyes is locked in on, $500,000 mine. I want it right now, don't waste my time. Family in a penthouse with a view sky high, blood, sweat, and tears bring more to my eyes, cause the whole gang winning. I done gave my life, odds low, but we did it, dang we. And we always moving, never on the same thing, now our lives are...
We were caught in the fire. Our faith was left out in the
Банан.
25 секунд у КБ.
Побежал банан.
А, нет, к вам вроде. Идет к
К вам.
вам.
Найс.
Haros medic.
Absolutely ruthless from VP, but that's what we expected on Inferno. Not only was it their map pick in this series, but it is their signature map. And they had a signature T-side, Janko. Slow and suffocating. But NIP, they should have been prepared for that, surely.
Yeah, they were. I think they were, but I think actually we can jump straight into it. I think the crucial part of that was the first gun round. I think NIP had a plan for that round, knowing the slower pace that's coming in from VP. But VP, I don't know if it was because of the weaponry that they have, or just, you know, that was their plan coming into it. You could see the early trade in Banana, but they're taking actually fast mid control, and Sanji, it seems like 1 minute 20, he's already in CT spawn, and he's going to catch Rez here, who's coming back from B completely off guard. And the reason for this is why I'm saying NIP was prepared. They actually opened up this round with 4 guys starting B, right? That sounds maybe a bit crazy, but if you're expecting your team, your opponents actually to play slow, you send 4 players down Banana, right? The reason for that is the first 2 guys from A basically are using 2 Molotovs, a smoke, 2 HEs as well. So they're basically making it look like you're using all your nades, and then you either take full Banana control, or you can just fall back and your 2 guys on B still have full utility. The reason for that is the Ts might make a call to go up Banana, thinking you're low on utility, do like a B pop or just a B execute, but the CTs with the full utility saved can hold the site. So what happened was NIP was doing that with 4 players, but Sanji was just sneaking up into CT, and that's why Rez, who's coming back, has no idea that he could already be that deep, because the only NIP player on A was all the way down inside pit. So that tells me they were prepared, like they were expecting something slow, and that's why you go with the 4 guys, because if someone is playing slow, you have time to go back to A. VP switched it up a little bit, and that gave them pretty much a 5-0 start, and you know, it all went downhill from there.
As much as I think that's right, that the whole setup, the whole round was completely as you described, and had the same point. But I don't think that's an anti-VP. I think that's just a move they have. The only mistake that they picked the wrong round to do it. Yeah. I don't think on 0-3 you start like that. Yeah.
We used to do it when we were 3-0 up, not when we were 3-0 down.
That makes sense, because like they have AKs now, they have like SMGs. He's gonna go for that reactionary play, walk up Arch. The worst thing that can happen is gonna 1v1 battle with somebody on Arch and maybe win it. Even best thing happened for him. Nobody was there. He used the space. But the thing is, playing against VP, right? You cannot allow them so much space on Banana, because that's exactly what they want to do. Like, you need to have some sort of a plan, like timing retakes, you know, playing top middle, anything that's kind of semi-aggressive, not allowing them so much space. They played a good half like they did against Spirit yesterday. They got double digits. Again, it's very hard to beat them once they get so many T rounds. Almost impossible.
The winning factor of the round that you did show us, Janko, just now, was Sanji with his sewing machine running up mid, wrapping round. Can we please celebrate Sanji? Is that okay?
Yeah, we can. I mean,
just
obviously
the versatility of the man.
Obviously the support player, but it seems like him and Yakinder switched roles for this game. He was absolutely lights out, topping the scoreboard for his team. Yakinder having a bit more of a quiet game this time around. Hopefully for VP, he's just saving it all for the decider for overpass. But yeah, Sanji usually sacrifices himself for the sake of a team, and we saw that even throughout this game, where he was actually playing really well and still managed to put up some really good numbers, having fourth round, the Deagle round. Yeah, this one was crucial.
This one was important to kind of bring half to like a double digit for them, and yeah, Sanji was playing really good. Yakinder was, I guess, saving himself for the last map. So all in all, I would say that's a fairly standard performance, pretty high performance on Inferno from VP, as everybody expected.
And the highest performer for NIP was Rez, doing what he could, but again, I feel like there wasn't really a particular standout for NIP. It was just a case of the team trying to get the job done, but obviously feel free to tell me if I'm wrong, Yanko.
No, that's all right. I think you can see here they had some good plays on the CT side, the flash plays for Rez towards the Arch side as well, but I think it's just, you know, a matter of time, in a sense of it is clear at this point that their Inferno is still a bit shaky, right? So you only had as much time as you did with Device. Now you change another player, bringing in Linus instead of ZTR. So some of these maps are going to need some more work. Mirage and Overpassing to be the go-to maps. Nuke so-so, right?
They have enough time to do it. I'm not worried about it. You know, the thing right now that you need to focus is Overpass. I think that in a big picture, I think they have a slight advantage over VP there. They're playing good overpass right now. VP on the other side is not recently playing very well. They lost to OG and Gambit in the last 2 games. And before that, they beat Akuma and Spirit. But Akuma, I mean, they're up there. So I think they have a decent advantage on this map, considering the last results and the last form on the very map that we actually saw.
Well, the numbers say NIP has a 75% win rate and VP 62%. They've both played this map 8 times in the last 3 months. We do need to remember that NIP have obviously swapped out ZTR for Linus, and they brought Device in as well. So technically they haven't played this 8 times as a lineup. But does that even matter, Yanko? This is an NIP that seems confident on this map.
Listen, I like the way NIP plays more just in general, but VP has been together for longer, right? And Yekinder is the X factor in this sort of a matchup. So I do have to give them a slight edge simply because of that.
Yeah, but Device on the other side, I feel like overpass CT side, he's going to have a lot of room to kind of do his thing. He's going to go down con, he can play long, he can play toilets, he can play sands, he can go down to B short monster, whatever. He's total freedom. The map is designed that way that he can just move around and do his thing, and that's where he is the best.
Well, I can't wait to see the battle of the bathrooms then. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we are going to be heading to Overpass, who will be making it to the quarterfinals of IEM Summer.
Oh, guy above us. Guy above is dead. Don't know about the other bumper. I'm at the guy at the very, very back of the map. Oh, someone else. Oh my god. There's more, there's more. Ah, 10 seconds. I'm just going, dude. Yeah, it's okay. Oh, one guy right next to us coming from Caswar, big rock.
Going?
Yeah, the big rock.
Yeah, I'm on him,
He's got a deep, man. Holy shit.
He had a dig.
Bump trap. Nice.
So he
Oh,
shifts
right
up.
next to him. Oof. There. Bane's pit, left of it. Right. I swear there's another. In this tower. I'm holding him. Oh, yes. Spiral is dead. Oh! There it is. Bumping over here.
Oh yeah, I can't help you. I see it. I'm on 20 HP. Can I just off here?
The safe way is there's a ladder over here. If you don't make it, you're probably dead though. You
Where's
see the ladder? Right there. Live ping on the ladder.
Yeah. Well, that was gonna look funny for Brook.
got a thing to claim. Think that I'll crumble. I'll show you in a slide. Where you see me coming, better run for cover. 'Cause I'm not soaring down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster I came to conquer.
Intel Extreme Masters Summer is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, 1xBet, and DHL.
I feel a champion waking inside of me.
Oh, it wouldn't feel right if it wasn't going the distance. It's all or nothing as we head on to Overpass. Virtus Pro and NIP going to adorn the server once again in one final clash.
We've had it all. We've had James saving. We've had James Orpin. We've had comebacks on both sides, both of which couldn't be converted. And either team winning their map pick, here's where it culminates. Can be a VP Classic at the best of times, and we're getting a lot out of Virtus Pro ever since Inferno. So let's see if they're up for the task. CT for VP, NIP, B Rush, and here they come.
Oh, there's a big stack here for VP. That's an awkward flash. Kicker and Buster, good for a kill apiece. In come the Ninjas, getting closer. They don't know about Buster on the short side yet. And oh, he's going to drive one into the back of the skull of Linus. Just Plopsky, the only man between VP and a dominant pistol round. And there they are, arriving with their first already to kickstart this third map of Overpass.
Kikit's had a beautiful series of CS today, and yeah, starting off strong on the third map as well. That's always a good feeling. This little, duo of Kikit and Buster, long time together, you love to see it. All the way back from the Tengri days. NIP, they're going to force up. No bomb plant, no problem. They get Deagle armor with a bit of utility as well. Got James going for a fight down connector. E-Short getting taken as well. With the smoke in the con, they don't need to worry about their back being taken. The door being swung open. Linus holding B. He knows they're coming.
This is a very confident-looking Virtus Pro.
Yeah.
Already taking a lot of liberties here. And now they just back up. They leave Buster. Aggroed at Monster. And a bit of a bait and switch setup with Yakindar, who's meant to get the attention and propel them into Buster as he waits tucked in. And he might get his wish as well. This might all come together how VP imagined it would. Yakindar isn't peeking anymore, and now Buster's been spotted, so actually it goes a little bit awry down here towards the Monster area. And now you don't really know if you should be rotating or not if you're VP. Buster only saw a handful of players. He never saw the bomb either. It's not like they've just got a kill down towards Monster, right? That was all the way back at Barrels. So really, NIP could go anywhere. VP have had to split this defense up as a result. 2-2 between either bomb site. And so Sanji and James are about to feel the heat of NIP's D ground.
Yeah, FAMSVD, so you can definitely get overwhelmed here. There's only 20 seconds to go, though. NIP, no hesitation. Sanji's dropped heaven. He's got to come right back up. James, he's on long. It's a hard spot to clear for NIP. They've got to focus on the site first, but James, from the sidelines, could drop the bomb. Quick fight taken. Device lives, and Plopsky bails him out. MP9 up close and trying to make it work. Does some damage to Kicker. Yakinder on the flank spots Toilets aggro as well. There's everyone inside here for NIP. Oh, he's read it. He knows the flank's coming in. One for Yakinder, and now a little bit more maybe. Jumping around the corner, and only Rez left up. He might get cleared. He will. Yakinder quiet on Inferno, but coming in with a bang on Overpass.
That was great as well. He purposefully took steps as he got to Divider, trying to like trick the player that he'd spotted already get by into thinking he'd hit a timing. And so he reads that peak perfectly. He plays that to perfection. Virtus Pro onto a second. And another force from NIP.
Yeah.
They've loved this today.
They did do this a lot, didn't they? Back on the T side of Inferno. And eventually it worked, right? They did break the money. It's always worthwhile when you're making these rounds close. You get in bomb plants, but it wasn't like they got, you know, super close previous round. Yeah, your Kinder and Toilets on CT side is going to be such a nuisance, right? Like, they're rotating back up, but usually just causing problems up on A Banana. James has the AWP in round 3 as well. He was more than anticipating the rebuy for NIP. I mean, when it's this cheap to invest, why not just keep going for it, man? It's going to keep you limited in terms of running executes, but you don't need all that utility. It's early in the half. We're going to see executes later in the game for NIP. For now, this is a chance to let your individuals show off. Try and get some headshots with these AK-47. Sanji jumping. Got to be careful. They'll hear the drop, so they know they've been spotted. And just dodging the nade. Oh, that's a kill. That's one way to start. Device deeging Jame with the AWP. Bye-bye.
Yeah, Kendar's already going to grab that AWP because he doesn't want that to fall into Device's hands. But in doing so, in going back to the long area, he's given them a little window of opportunity to just sneak right into this A-bomb site. And NIP, they've hit this timing.
They seem to know as well. If sight's so clear, where could that A player be? Oh, dear.
Still, I mean, that was a headshot dink out of res through the wall and the spot. And the spot is perhaps the most important part. They just pressure your Kindar, isolate that one engagement, and now it's a save for VP.
Wow.
No ifs or buts. They can't do anything here.
And that is why you keep up the pressure, right, if you're NIP. That's why you're constantly rebuying on the T side, because a couple of well-placed kills, especially in the current meta, and especially against a team who leans into that meta of saving. Wow, it's going to be all yours. Device, I just don't know how he did it. He didn't even get flashed. He just dry D'd Jame, who was scoped up on long. That should not be allowed. Free AWP in round 3, you take that. And even NIP don't hunt here. They just let their money build up. They let VP stew in it. Oh! And, you know, VP save, sure, they have some money. They can drop over some guns. You definitely have to buy here. There's no question about it. You're so early in the half that you're still, you know, in what would be the remit of force buy wars. Less so now, considering everyone's pretty much full bought with AWPs as well. James even going to be saving for that, but otherwise his team have bought in. And giving Device an AWP in round 3 is quite a danger.
James looking to do it back to him with just the vanilla Deeg.
Sure.
Double long setup. One player playing anti-flash. That was Sanji, who peeks out after the fact. The Kindar gonna steal all the glory. Between the two of them, they've held on to long. Even drops this smoke so he can fall back out of there. There's no guns for Jame to pick up. So they do just have to let them sit back on the long side, but it's all well and good. A 4-on-3 for Virtus Pro. Look at Jame being helpful, boosting your Kindar up.
Yeah, it's a nice spot, but it's not good for long. And NIP are walking up right now. You know, you're going to get like likely walked on here. And the boost is quite useless at that point. Device now scoped up on it. And he hits Jame as well through the wall. Wow. James going to escape. Gambling B. And this is around the VP are going to be left saving in, right? It's only one man on that top site. They're trying to run up now. Swapping out with Jame, but it might be all too late. 30 seconds, the molly's in. You kind of need something massive, and he gets domed by Linus. with that, that might be the round. James gone all the way around the world, though, and so now they're suddenly invested. Kickett's got a kill. They might try and plant for short. They haven't got CT yet. Popsy's trying to take it, and he's died. Oh, my goodness. VP have made this round possible.
James Long now, right? They just saw him in the sight, and he's already wrapping them. He's outmaneuvered the lone device. Will he be ready for the long peek?
He's got the AWP.
AWP's been retrieved. James went to go find it, and it's Buster winning the round.
What?
Virtus Pro grab this third, and man, James will go through any lengths to get his hands back on that AWP. He ran, upon getting shot from it, all the way through B, up con, through the toilets, to long, to go get it.
Yeah, it's just such an abstract way of playing, but it works so well, right? I mean, it doesn't make a difference in that round technically, I guess, because, you know, Buster and Kick are the ones retaking, getting all the kills. But if anything goes wrong there, then the last place you're looking is A long for sure. And yeah, he grabbed that up as well, so nice stuff. VP, I honestly thought they were done with that round after Kinder got dropped in the A site, but man, they've got a statement. AWPs are plenty though. Double molly. NIP uses smoke to put out the first, but then realize there's another one in the playground. They don't want to waste 2 smokes just to get out mid.
Yeah, I think the whole reason that round is as savable as it is because of Kicker, right? Like, makes that play to quickly barrel through the set smokes into the site and strips a player out. And that's something that, you know, we actually see with a few CIS teams. Gambit play overpass much the same. When those smokes come down in A lot of the time they go pushing through it and try to fight you instead of respecting them, which we kind of see more often within Europe.
And that's because you can get behind cover so quickly, right? In you know, the A site, right? You just dive out dumpster and you're behind truck in an instant. There's only a headshot angle to stop you from short players. So yeah, that's... Oh, okay, that's one way to get a pick. Ampus tapping Jame out, and the AWP is gone again. Yakinda's picked it back up, and Jame has been getting bullied a little bit here, but Yakinda's got something to say about it, making up for his captain's departure from the round, and he's got a nice little gap on this smoke as well. Flashed off for now. Sanji's also here, and those CTs are coming up the stairs to Yakinda. Oh, they jump over his shot. There's a player up close. Rez is panic spraying, and Yakinda is still in the smoke. Totally overwhelmed, but the trades are good for VP. They had 4 players there, all too convinced, all too confident, and 4-1 up, looking to knock NIP out of the competition. VP seem to know exactly what's going on, right? There's no guesstimation, no second guessing here. Not seeing any fakes from NIP, any fallbacks into the B bomb site. So as soon as VP see numbers on A, they just bring the entire armada. Also, B, very retakeable bomb site, especially if you have utility. A can get awkward when, you know, T's plant for toilets and just sit back and, you know, play the range. But B, often post plants are short and monster. Choke points that can get cut off by utility. Smoke sticks on the bomb. VP are really good at rounds like that, so they have no problem giving up that lower side. Right now, NIP are broken, though. Pistol, armor, looking for some big deeks.
Yeah, and we've seen these D rounds get out of hand a lot today. Oh, Hampus. Right behind him is Yakinda pushing through that smoking con. And the boys at Monster have got matters under control. Yakinda will fall, but that's the only casualty on the VP side of things. The bomb is dropped out Monster, and so really this becomes about doing damage the way of VP. You know you cannot win this round in the situation you're in. But maybe you can take some players to the grave with you. Even that's starting to look at like wishful thinking, as it's just Rez, hoping they come to him. And that's the thing with VP. A lot of the time they just don't.
Yeah, even on T sides. Can get scary sometimes, but no, for sure, right? Not giving away anything.
This was a beautiful little crossfire at Monster. The reads are already looking really good out of VP.
Yeah. Triple kill for Buster there, just spraying them through the smoke. 5-1 up.
Yeah, it's not the start you wanted if you're NIP. Really the furthest from it. And you head into this round now lacking an AWP as well, so James may be given a little more freedom to move. Sometimes breaking this little streak and getting, you know, your first to break the silence can be the hardest. We've already got Plopsky with an opener, and he will, by the skin of his teeth, get out of the round with his life intact. So the kill goes untraded.
Yeah, Nip won this map every single time back at Flashpoint for the RMR, 4 in a row. Over decent teams as well. It was their T-sides that really were the bread and butter, were the things to look out for. So this is a scary, slow start, but it could be an explosion into the B-bomb site. Kicker holding on in the Molotov for a kill. Buster has the water control, but NIP realize B is very clear. They should have their wits about them and realize that this position is not controlled. Oh, the bomb denied. Rez dead on the site. And now Buster's been given room to move on the flank. They're not considering it. Backstab missed, and they jump around the pillar. Plopsky with a big flank from Monster should have Buster dead to rights, telling his team to hold on, but he misses, and Buster flicks back. The boost up for James, drops the bomb again, and it's only Linus in a 1-on-3.
Oh, this is so awkward, man. It feels like nothing has gone right for NIP. They get the openers, but everything else falls apart, and Linus is cancelled out as well. Virtus Pro, they win that 3-on-4 with all 3 players staying alive. I am a little bit miffed. It was getting planted for heaven by Rez.
Yeah, well, they were going to go default, and then they, as I said, they realized they didn't have water, right? And Plopsky's late to Monster on that flank, so they go and try and plant on the left side of Pillar, and as Rez is getting there, it's a quick peek from CT, then the whole Buster thing goes on. That's very awkward. NIP felt like they had that kill with Plopsky calling for it. He certainly said he had the kill. He should have had the kill. And then at that point, James boosted up as well. You can't get comfortable. You can't relax in the bomb site because VP are re-aggroing from every side. A left hook, a right hook.
It's a little bit rough because, like, it was a great reaction out of Virtus Pro. But a part of me just wonders, like, you know, if you were always going to wait for Plopsky to come back up short anyway, maybe delaying the plant would have been the game plan. But hell, man, they weren't to know. Everyone's full of opinions once the round is lost. No one's given that insight when it's live. And so it's another B rush, another mow down for Buster. No, denied. Instead, Sanji and Kicker make quick work of the B play. Just Hampus. The bomb not going to get planted here, you imagine. Sanji could give this fight over. Maybe gives Hampus a way back in. 1v2 is an awful lot more winnable than a 1v3. And it gives you a lot more room as well. Once he pieces together where this second player is, a bomb plant is available to Hampus.
Yeah, I like how long he's taking as well, just to take that second fight, a few seconds to reload, to get his head in it, and to make VP doubt themselves. He goes quiet, tapping the bomb in case they're up on pit. They are not, and they respect it. Hampus just looking for the kill before he plants, going to go for the right side instead. He can get swung from CT. James not going for it yet. It's walking out. Oh, Hampus, give it a chance. And he takes the headshot to Yakinda. Back to the Deagle now. James moving up with a pistol of his own. And Hampus has swapped back to the primary. He's out on his left. And he's too slow to react. James winning a 1v1. Nothing surprising about that statement.
That's why it's so horrible the clutch against James as well. You never know what kind of pace he's going to approach you with, right? Hampus had been incredible in that 1v3. But when it came to 1v1 in James, he thought he was still going to be hanging back. He's spamming for it. He's not ready for the aggression.
This is excellent out of
Look,
VP.
James realizes, like, look, man, he's not ready for this. Not ready for the fastness. Not ready for the quickness.
Yeah. So many, like, AWPers will run Deagle as their second pistol. James, like, one of the only ones who runs like a P250, and he wins so many rounds with that P250. It's ridiculous. What a game out of VP right now. Do NIP have a response? That was, you know, again, pistols. It's coming down to full guns now. Time to really prove it. Oh, it's a tag. Hit Yakinda. But he does get out alive. He can just stay alive. And NIP, without connected control, don't want to hunt him down. They're just going to commit to the top site.
It's almost infuriating how good James is at staying alive, right? They can't deal with him. NIP just decide we won't deal with him. We'll commit to this A play, but Virtus Pro are here with 3, and there's more coming. There's more on the rotations. Hampus not ready for a second player in a truck, and so Kicker mows them down. Virtus Pro 8-1. The dominance is on another level. NIP, we need to see more out of them now than we've seen on any of these T-side rounds so far if they want to somehow turn this around.
Yeah, I mean, we've had fairly one-sided games in this matchup so far, but they've, you know, there's always been some rounds there for the T-side, some semblance of control, and a bit of a comeback in the end. But right now, if NIP keep up like this, they're not going to give us anything. 8-1. VP have had every read, they've had every stack, they've won every clutch. A pause for the Ninjas. And they're getting vocal, they're talking about it. Threat's got a lot to say, but is it going to solve the problems VP are presenting?
Brett's good at this though, man. Like, you know, he is the guy you want. He knows what it takes to re-energize the squad. We often talk about it. I love it how everyone gets pulled into the discussion. You all have to turn around. Device even had the headset off to give it his full attention. So with Threat's little input, is there going to be success in this round for NIP? Flashes in mid, Yakindar's left blind. Still gets out of the round with a dink, but it's a 5-on-4 for Nip.
Yeah, it's all the flash. That's all it is. If not, Yakinda would have shot way earlier and probably had a double kill. NIP were just trying to smoke the molly. Aggro held by Hampus, denied by Buster, and James trapped in the connector. He's trying to get that kill quick before he gets locked in for the top, and he hits the shot with a no-scope. Molly from his teammate. James don't care. He's now got control of the bomb, although he doesn't know it. He's in a race against time, against Device and Rez, going back to pick it up. James tough.
You don't expect this.
He's a dead man.
You don't expect James doing that, and it would have never happened if it wasn't for his teammate's Molotov. James is like just hitting every kind of timing. Now, this is one that he surely misses, right? James surely. Oh my word! How does he do it? How does he do it?
He can't keep getting away with it.
You just cannot get rid of James. No matter how hard you try, even the things that go wrong for James send him on a path to success. He got mollied by a teammate, and the push ended up with him discovering the bomb and winning the round. It just feels like there's some kind of divine intervention, man.
I mean,
it would be James that's reaping the reward of that,
exactly
right? Classic bit of nepotism there. The big man upstairs looking down on James going, go on, son, give him hell.
Yeah. He's breaking bread right now, but he's not sharing any of it with NIP. It's a feast for Virtus Pro, 9-1 up. And something's fishy about this T side. One round is all that stands for NIP. They can't catch a break, man. They can't get James out of con. They can't get into a post-con.
You know, these last few rounds more than anything showcase that, like, James is some kind of mad genius, you know? Like, with his ability to piece together what the right decision is at any point in time to just guarantee his life. James like a little, like parasite almost, man, you know? Like, he's just concerned with self-preservation. And it's beautiful how dedicated he is to it. This round,
they're close.
I don't think you can preserve anything here, James. He's somehow still alive, but...
Please die. No. No, James. You're 2 health. You're not supposed... His team are trying to kill him. They're doing a better job than NIP. Another molly that almost touches James' tip. But he gets out with a smoke.
Giggity.
I don't know how he gets that kill, man. But here he is, still standing strong. Making the BGs proud with how long he can stay alive. And he's given me the heebie-jeebies. NIP back to the B site, walking this smoke.
Yeah, they're looking to play into B, but geez, is it going to go well for them? Sanji nails the opener. And man, it just feels like you can't set a foot right if you're NIP. Everywhere you go, you're either losing fights or running into a stack. And this round, well, it's a mixture of the two.
Dropped. Rez, not long for this world. He's been spotted, and everyone's going to face him. Why wouldn't you? Flawless rounds for VP. Not only are they running triple AK, but they've got 10K a player on most counts. 10-1. And this is not what I imagined after a hyper-competitive series, after NIP taking their map pick, almost pulling the comeback on Inferno. And all for this?
Well, man, you know, it would be a VP classic where they long you out across 3 maps. I'm being serious, right? I think it does really play to their advantage in that every time you go up against VP, you're in this for hours, man, and they do this every damn day. But for you, you know, when you're the guys up against them, it takes a great deal of resilience to battle back against this team.
Have NIP got any steam left in this T side? As I said earlier, this is usually where they get the majority of their rounds, so really going against the grain. Walking up contact A. Only James here. This could be the perfect round for NIP. I say that, right? James not really given them many opportunities, but in terms of the numbers, they're looking good for NIP. Rotate already running up, and Sanji's going to walk as well as to not make noise. The steps will be heard from short A. So they know there's at least 2 here, but now a third in position. And it's all quiet at B for a second, and then VP make the read. But is it the right read? Notice that bomb on its own back down B. This could be a perfect fake for NIP if they can run and execute, send in someone to commit, and then walk back down into the lower site. This is exactly what NIP need. VP have known what's going on before it happens. This is the first time they don't.
Yeah. First time you feel like you've been able to break through this iron wall of Virtus Pro. You haven't even broken through it yet, but you finally got your pieces in the right place. Hampus, how much can he sell the fake? Can he do anything? Just by being here, he's kept 3 on this upper site. Kicker and Buster, both 12 kills apiece, are solely responsible for B right now. And they are just churning through NIP. They walk into just 2 players and they can't break through. Virtus Pro onto 11, and this is so dominant right now. I don't know what's required from NIP. I don't know if anything can happen to get them back into this one.
Yeah, how do you recover mentally from a round like that, right? Like, nothing's worked this T side. You finally show your best setup ever. You fully bait VP into the stack on A, and still, you don't even get a kill in B. You get completely ruined. No bomb plant, no money, no rounds. Humiliation for NIP. And Virtus Pro, it's got to feel good to see them back like this, right? Finalists back at Katowice. Looking to make another run, and in doing so, cutting down Device's streak. Maybe left back with the Danes. Getting grouped. It's not over till it's over. But this is the most one-sided this series has ever been.
Yeah, we spoke about the idea of VP making statements back on Inferno. Little did we know that this is what we would feast our eyes upon come the 3rd map. AAA setup, Yekindar waiting at long, he drops that smoke, but still removes Hampus. So a man down for NIP, and from bad to worse, it's more of the meat grinder, more of this just relentless AK spam to find 12 for Virtus Pro.
NIP aren't even getting kills, man. They're not even getting on the board. Linus is 1 and 12, Device has 3 kills. Remember how this game started? In like round 3, Device 1D'd Jane with the AWP and he got it back, and you thought, wow, NIP, the 4 spores that got them into Inferno and made them believe again. I was believing at the start of this map. Not anymore. 12-1. Virtus Pro, another AAA setup as NIP walk into it. We've got B control out of the gate for NIP. Rez smoking the molly and trying to take mid, but look who's here to party. It's James.
Yeah, he's taking liberties again, this time with long aggression, and it's only Rez in middle. Rez might be about to just get sideswept out of the round if Jane goes any further forward.
Of course, the B stack right now as well. Oh, contact, it could be good, right? We've seen every B play be pretty telegraphed here for NIP, but even with the contact play, Buster's just going to hit the headshot with the AK-47. Nade stack does a bit of damage, but damage is not what you're looking for. Rez has at least crept up past James. James is still on the angle, by the way. He's still
he could just get shot in the back of the head.
Yeah. In fact, that's exactly what should happen.
Will Rez clear so deep? He should. Oh, yes. Ooh,
okay.
The shot's missed, but it's fine. Rez still able to regain control. And now he's opened up the potential of an A play. You've still got to get past your Kindar. That is easier said than done.
Oh, no,
they're going back down Con. They're going to let this man at long sell a fake. Rez is in A and he's calling. I don't see anyone, guys. I wonder if this puts a seed of doubt in the mind of NIP, especially with him getting kills up on A. This is awkward. Rez has got the A bomb site, and yet still they're going into this double hold. The bomb's cut loose. It's just Device in a 1v2. They had A, but they didn't have this bomb there, so we look to Device. We say, come on, can he do it? But Sanji just wide swings him from Monster, and the round is Virtus Pro's.
That's a mental play for Sanji, right? Him and Buster are so ready to be for that execute. They both get a two-piece. Sanji, he leaves, he runs away, gives Device the bomb because he knows, you know, taking a fight gives Device a chance to clutch that round, gives him two one-on-ones and the most chance he's ever going to get. The second Device sticks the bomb, Sanji runs back out and cleans it up. Device doesn't get a second to react, a second to reposition. 13-1, a statement made. No way this can go wrong for VP, surely, at this scoreline. NIP, bit of a B-rush. Send it. Send it right home. 5 players fast into the water. We've even got them waiting outside of the Monster. How telegraphed will this be? Molly's starting to go over. NIP going to hit the go button. They're going to go fast.
Oh, and Kicker with the mow down. Not a good look, not a good start. Device reclaims one, but is that going to be enough? They lose Hampus. They're looking for anything, but they can't find it. Just Device. Virtus Pro about to 14-1 the half, and there it is. Oh, is this how it ends for NIP? Not with some kind of comeback, but with a whimper.
Okay, I'm actually gonna say like the most underestimated team in our group is Fnatic. They've had a really hard time recently, and obviously I don't think they're favorites, but I think a lot of people tend to read in too much in like 1 or 2 tournaments where they think like you get 2 bad results and then you're just off the planet and you need to change everything. I don't really necessarily think that's the case for Fnatic yet. I definitely think they have upset potential. They can beat almost every team in this group. So I would say Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really think necessarily there are any teams that are over or underrated in our group, to be honest. Maybe OG have not really have had the results they want, so they are maybe a bit like people are not expecting too much of them either, but they're boot camping and they did well last time, so yeah, I mean, they're a tough opponent, and then I think VP is probably fairly rated, but they're probably one of the best teams in the group in my opinion.
Chasing love in an empty bar, pour a drink till I make it past. The midnight hour seems to come and go, but I know. Walk on up with a drink in hand, sipping mixes cause you can, and all the lights begin to switch off. You're chasing the light, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the light, chasing the night, chasing the holding on for life, feeding the high, chasing the night, chasing the night.
Little did we know we would have the holiest of days for the second coming of Jame and Virtus Pro here on Overpass. 14-1 at the end of that first half. They're not just looking to send NIP packing, they're looking to make a statement and secure a spot in the playoffs.
My, oh my. Got to close it now, though, VP. Don't want to let NIP get back in. Safe to say they're not thinking about that yet, but a pistol can mean everything. 14-1. 14-1 after one hell of a competitive series. You would forget all of that in an instant, and I can't blame you. NIP heavy and middle, VP going back to B. It's going to get spotted. Plopsky is here. Oh, they jump him. So he's got the info, but he's not got the kills. The first will be found by Hampus, but the B site is taken. No kit for this retake. Nothing but armor for NIP. That could get problematic. It's a safe plant. Device on the big flank, and Jame is in spawn.
Yeah, he's waiting. Oh, how enraged would you be if your Device, the $1 million man, removed from this round? And so now NIP look down the ranks. It's the remaining 4 to try and move in. Yakindar was boosted into heaven. Anywhere you go, VP are already there, planting the flag of Virtus Pro in this pistol. Just one man left. And yeah, it's ugly. It's not pretty. Rez has been given a chance. The bomb's not planted for heaven, but he doesn't have a kit. And so he needs Yakindar to take this fight. He's just not giving it to him. Yakindar, salt in the wound. Rez gets all the kills, but round 15 goes to Virtus Pro.
Yeah, Yakindar didn't care that it wasn't for him. He just gets his stopwatch out, man. He starts counting down the seconds. After about 5, he jumps in. He knows there's no kit. He knows there's no chance. My goodness. And Jame killing Device in spawn as well, as you said. It's been years since Device has met the Virtus plow, but here it is. Reaping its rewards. 15-1, and the playoffs are within touching distance here for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, we already saw Astralis' playoff streak at ESL events brought to a close. And Device is now looking like they're going to follow in quite a fashion. No one could have predicted this as our third map. Nova? Dealt with by Buster. A 3-on-3 to decide the outcome of this map. This series.
This entire group stage, Harry. It hangs in the balance right now. NIP are coming up connector. That's going to give them a fast flank on this A attack. An attack that they expect to be coming. Rez is going to confirm, killing Jame at range. Buster's up close, though. He's going to get flashed. He's in front of it, and Buster